Under the suspicious gaze of the captain of the guard, Shen Shen admitted that he and Wu Wu were practitioners from the ancient continent. Upon learning that the two were practitioners from the ancient continent, the originally respectful and grateful expression on the captain's face weakened slightly, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Shen Shen caught this and felt somewhat disappointed. He couldn't understand why, despite helping them, they would still look down on him upon learning his identity as a practitioner from the ancient continent. He really couldn't understand why people from the ancient continent would look down on them in such a cold place. "Sir, miss, thank you for your help this time. We will keep a close watch on this fugitive. Goodbye." The captain of the guard politely thanked Shen Shen and Wu Wu, then left with his men. At this moment, the captain of the guard suddenly turned back, looking somewhat hesitant. "Captain, just say what you have to say," Wu Wu lightly laughed. The captain of the guard nodded and said seriously, "The inner city has not been very peaceful these past few days, for you mainlanders. If there's nothing particularly important, it's better to leave the inner city as soon as possible, even though your strength is strong. But, Captain, it's time to go." Just then, a guard appeared next to the captain, looking warily at Shen Shen and Wu Wu, and directly interrupted the captain. The captain looked at the guard next to him, and with a hesitant look, he ultimately just sighed and left with the guard. Shen Shen looked at the captain's back with some confusion and asked Wu Wu, "Wu Wu, the captain of the guard didn't finish what he was saying, did he?" "Yes, but with his subordinates around, he couldn't say anything to us." Shen Shen then asked, "By the way, Wu Wu, why did you ask me to help them just now?" Wu Wu looked at the departing guard and others, squinted her eyes, and said, "Follow them, I'll tell you on the way." After speaking, Wu Wu used a transformation technique to change her appearance. Shen Shen was stunned, but didn't ask further, immediately changing his own appearance to mimic Wu Wu's. He knew that in the extreme cold land, these practitioners' strengths were far beyond what they showed, so this time, Shen Shen increased the use of his soul power, so as not to be exposed as soon as he got off the car. Wu Wu and Shen Shen kept a distance from the guard team, and they pressed on towards the huge palace in front, which was the so-called Ice Palace. Inside the Ice Palace was where the Ice Queen resided. These people are the guards of the Ice Palace. Those who are imprisoned in the Ice Palace are sentenced to death. These prisoners are extremely wicked and very powerful. Originally, I wanted to extract some information from the guard, but he didn't say anything, probably because he saw that we are mainlanders, Wu Wu said to Shen Shen. Shen Shen was puzzled. Really? Although that person almost hurt me just now, it was because I hadn't fought with practitioners from the extreme cold land before, and I was a bit careless at first. His strength is not very strong. It's precisely because his strength is not very strong, but he is imprisoned in the Ice Palace, so his identity is very curious. Of course, the main reason is that, at the moment I saw him, I felt a familiar aura from him, like someone from an organization 100 years ago. Wu Wu's expression was serious as she stared at the guard team ahead. Shen Shen looked at Wu Wu's serious and earnest expression. He rarely could directly judge her emotions from her face. Once her emotions could be seen on her face, it was definitely something she truly considered important, so at the moment, Wu Wu was truly serious. In his heart, Shen Shen pondered, what kind of organization could make Wu Wu want to track and investigate it? "Wu Wu, should we not go to Xingye now?" Shen Shen asked. "Not for the time being, and the captain of the guard just said that the inner city has not been very peaceful these past few days. Once there are problems in the inner city and it starts to riot, the entrance to Xingye will also be affected and become very unstable. By then, it will be very troublesome for us to come out again." Wu Wu explained the pros and cons of all this. Shen Shen frowned slightly, and then did not say much more, just quietly following behind Wu Wu and the guard team. Soon, the guard team had arrived at the bottom of the Ice Palace, and there were many gatekeepers at the front gate. They showed their waist badges to the gatekeepers, and the guard team was allowed in. "Wu Wu, what do we do now? We don't have any badges. If we sneak in and get caught, won't we become criminals?" Shen Shen looked at the heavily guarded Ice Palace and felt the presence of many strong individuals nearby. After observing the surroundings for a while, Wu Wu whispered, "Let's take a walk nearby. During the curfew at night, there will be many people patrolling outside the Ice Palace. We can sneak in when there are fewer people inside." Shen Shen looked at Wu Wu in surprise, not expecting her to be so determined. Shen Shen didn't understand why Wu Wu insisted on entering the Ice Palace. Their original purpose in the frigid land was clearly to find the Starry Night, so why did she want to enter the Ice Palace for a familiar aura? In the frigid land, it was not like the ancient continent. Offending a sect in the ancient continent would just mean fleeing around. But in the frigid land, once you offended someone, it meant being enemies with the entire country. Just one day here would lead to a nationwide manhunt. Shen Shen just wanted to quietly enter the Starry Night and cultivate the Dark Nine transformation technique. Wu Wu noticed Qian Shen's hesitation and moved her lips without any emotion. If you find it difficult, you can go into the starry night first and wait for me. I'll come find you after I finish my business. No. Wu Wu, you saved my life and are also Old Man Shiyu's disciple. I won't let you be alone. It's just a little late for cultivation. I can afford to lose this time. I'll accompany you. Qian Shen looked at Wu Wu seriously, and Wu Wu smiled slightly, covering her mouth. This was the first time Qian Shen had seen Wu Wu smile. She was usually an ice-cold goddess, and Qian Shen had thought she wouldn't smile. He didn't expect her smile to be so enchanting. Little brat, I am a great emperor, the emperor of dance. Even if I were to face the Ice Queen, I wouldn't necessarily be suppressed. Do you think your presence or absence can change my strength? Wu Wu looked at Qian Shen and continued to smile. Qian Shen awkwardly touched his nose. He almost forgot that Wu Wu was a genuine great emperor, a cultivator of the emperor realm. As Wu Wu said, whether Qian Shen was there or not, it wouldn't affect her. When Qian Shen didn't know what to say, Wu Wu put away her smile and spoke in an unusually gentle tone. If you're willing to stay by my side, then stay. This is the first time in 100 years that I've heard someone say this to me. Wu Wu and Qian Shen continued to leisurely stroll near the ice palace. To avoid attracting the attention of the guards, they finally found a tea house to sit down. Wu Wu, have you noticed that there are constantly guards entering the ice palace from outside, as if all the guards outside are being called into the palace? Qian Shen kept an eye on the ice palace's gate and told Wu Wu about his discoveries over the past few hours. It seems that the captain of the guard was right. The inner city is not peaceful. All the guards are being called in to discuss something. When we entered the inner city, we also overheard the two guards discussing that there were assassins entering the ice palace. It might be to strengthen the security of the inner city. If they are strengthening the security of the inner city, Wu Wu, won't it be even riskier for us to go in at night? Qian Shen looked worried. Wu Wu didn't answer Qian Shen, and her face showed no emotion. At this point, Qian Shen also relaxed. As long as Wu Wu didn't say anything, she must have other ways, and he didn't need to worry about it. The two sat in silence, and the sky gradually darkened. During this time, Qian Shen reviewed his journey from arriving in the cultivation world to reaching the Holy Realm in less than a year. It was worth noting that even many talented cultivators in the cultivation world would take more than 10 years to reach the Holy Realm. And this kind of qualified cultivator has already surpassed 95% of ordinary cultivators. It's probably the first person in the history of the immortal cultivation world to reach the Holy Realm in less than a year. However, Qian Shen is very clear that he relies on his proficiency in divine texts to directly jump over the early stage of cultivation. However, after reaching the Holy Realm, he found that proficiency in divine texts could not bring much benefit. Many techniques still require him to spend time and effort to cultivate. But the only benefit he has brought to the present is that as long as he can hear the divine texts spoken by the other party, he can directly replicate their immortal techniques using his complete understanding of the divine texts. Even if the other party is a cultivator in the Emperor realm, he can learn their immortal techniques on the spot. Thinking of this, Qian Shen suddenly had a bold idea. Wu Wu, after entering the Starry Night, can you teach me a few of your more powerful immortal techniques? Qian Shen looked at Wu Wu with a very passionate look. Wu Wu was slightly stunned and puzzled. My more powerful immortal techniques? I am a cultivator in the Emperor realm. Even if I teach you the immortal techniques I use, you may not be able to learn them. I will definitely learn them. You just need to teach me when the time comes. Qian Shen is very confident. As long as it is a divine text, he can definitely learn it in one go. This kind of thing is completely effortless for him. In fact, Qian Shen had this idea long ago. To directly learn the immortal techniques from a cultivator in the Emperor realm, these immortal techniques must be very powerful. Even though he is in the Holy Realm now, they can still exert considerable power. But before, he didn't have any friends who were cultivators in the Emperor realm, so Qian Shen had to give up on this idea. Now, Qian Shen believes that his relationship with Wu Wu has reached the point where she should have no problem teaching him a few powerful immortal techniques directly. Sure enough, after listening to Qian Shen's words, Wu Wu nodded slightly and said softly, okay, anyway, after entering the Starry Night, I won't need soul power, so I can also write all the immortal techniques into an immortal technique book for you, which will make it easier for you to learn. Really? Wu Wu, I love you so much. Qian Shen was overjoyed. If they weren't in public, Qian Shen would have wanted to hug Wu Wu. A hint of blush flashed across Wu Wu's face, and she immediately turned her head away, with a hint of complaint in her tone. Watch your words. If you say that again, I'll pull out your tongue next time. Qian Shen paid no attention to Wu Wu's words and just laughed it off. Soon, the sky darkened, and at this time, there were fewer and fewer cultivators on the street. Qian Shen and Wu Wu knew that the curfew was about to begin. "Bosses, the curfew is about to start, and our tea house needs to close." The tea house owner walked up to them and said very politely. Chen agreed and then paid the bill before leaving with Wu Wu. Just as they left the tea house, Chen thought of something and immediately turned back. He found that the owner hadn't left yet and hurriedly asked, "Boss, I have something to ask you. Your tea house is not far from the entrance of the Ice Palace. I heard that there were assassins in the Ice Palace last night, and several elders were reportedly injured." Chen wanted to find out if this was true. The owner's expression changed and he said, "Young boss, it's best not to mention this in the future. There was indeed quite a commotion in the Ice Palace last night, but I don't know exactly what happened inside. But this morning, the guards specifically came to our shop near the Ice Palace and warned us not to talk about or discuss this matter everywhere, so please don't make it difficult for me." Chen nodded and left the tea house. He was sure that the incident of the assassin entering the Ice Palace should be true. However, in order to prevent this incident from causing panic, the Ice Palace deliberately blocked the news, so the situation inside the Ice Palace might be very turbulent now. Hiss. It's really unlucky. When I was in the Eternal Sect, I encountered the invasion of the 7-Star Sect. Just arrived in the extreme cold place, I encountered such a bad thing. Chen sighed and returned to Wu Wu's side. At this time, there were almost no people on the street, which seemed very eerie. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and it was almost impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters. Wu Wu's expression changed slightly, murmuring, "This snow is not falling normally." "Wu Wu, what do you mean?" Chen looked at Wu Wu. Wu Wu shook her head and said lightly, "Let's find a place to hide first. When those guards leave this area, we'll go in immediately." After that, Chen and Wu Wu used the concealment technique to hide in an alley. In order not to be noticed, Wu Wu deliberately used her imperial power to hide their breath. Not long after, there were no people on the street, and the guards began to come out of the Ice Palace in batches. Just when Chen and Wu Wu thought that all the guards had come out, there was actually a woman with a perfect figure following them. When Chen saw the woman's face clearly, he was instantly shocked. Zhongju? Qi Ruoyan? Wu Wu heard the name from Chen mouth and was surprised. How could Chen know the cultivator in the Ice Palace? She is the sect master of the Eternal Sect in the ancient continent. When our sect was attacked by the 7-Star Sect, my 3 masters used the technique of immortal explosion to protect the sect master. I didn't expect her to come to the extreme cold place. Chen looked at Qi Ruoyan with a complex expression, feeling indescribable in his heart. Since he left the Eternal Sect, he had never seen Qi Ruoyan or heard any news about her. At first, Chen planned to reach the Holy Realm and immediately enter the Void Star Realm to find Qi Ruoyan, because there was a high probability that she was hiding in the Void Star Realm to escape the pursuit of the 7-Star Sect. But not long ago, after Chen reached the Holy Realm, he was relentlessly pursued by the 7-Star Sect and had no chance to go to the Void Star Realm to find Qi Ruoyan. Now unexpectedly, after coming to the extreme cold place, he actually met Qi Ruoyan here. And judging from her appearance and momentum, it seemed that her position in the Ice Palace was not low, and she might even be a very high-ranking figure. Could you be mistaken? It's absolutely impossible for people from the mainland to hold such a high position in the extreme cold place. Even if they are gatekeepers, they are unlikely to use people from the mainland. Wu Wu said to Chen. Chen shook his head. "It's impossible. She is definitely Qi Ruoyan. Her temperament hasn't changed at all, and she looks exactly the same as the Qi Ruoyan I knew before. She is definitely the real Qi Ruoyan." Seeing Chen's firm appearance, Wu Wu pondered for a moment and guessed, "Is there a possibility that she is originally from the extreme cold place, but later went to the ancient continent?" Wu Wu's words made Chen instantly stunned. This statement was not impossible, because Chen did not know Qi Ruoyan's true background, so it was absolutely possible that she was originally from the extreme cold place and later went to the ancient continent. Forget it, no matter what, it's good to see her safe and sound. Now that we have acquaintances, even if we are caught, considering my previous status as the divine son of the Eternal Sect, she might still help me a little. Chen suddenly felt less worried in his heart. Although Qi Ruoyan had always been indifferent to him, after all, they were both from the Eternal Sect, and he was the divine son. Qi Ruoyan would not stand by and watch him die. After Qi Ruoyan and the guards left, there was no one in front of the gate of the Ice Palace. "Let's go, the people inside should have left," Wu Wu said in a low voice, and then quickly ran towards the direction of the gate. Chen did not hesitate and followed closely. The two of them quickly climbed over the wall and entered the Ice Palace. After climbing over the wall, the two of them landed softly, and Chen was shocked by the building inside. The Ice Palace was crystal clear, with blue crystals everywhere, giving it a noble and magnificent appearance. In the Eternal Continent, it was always spring-like throughout the year, and snow and ice were never seen. This place, in the extreme cold, was completely different from the Eternal Continent. The ice palace itself was made of ice, towering hundreds of meters high like a towering skyscraper. Don't just stand there, find a way into the ice palace and see what the situation is inside, Wu Wu said to Qian Chen, her expression very serious, clearly worried about being discovered. Qian Chen, if something goes wrong later, we'll split up and run. It's easy to be targeted if we run together. When chaos breaks out, I'll attract their attention, and you can take the opportunity to leave. Escape from here and go directly to Xingye. I'll come find you then, Wu Wu explained her plan to Qian Chen. Qian Chen nodded. Ever since he had encountered the masked man before, he had developed a sense of awe for the practitioners of the extreme cold. The practitioners here were indeed much stronger than those in the Eternal Continent. After all, the masked man's cultivation level was only in the Void Realm. Even when Qian Chen was in the Void Realm, he couldn't perform such powerful magic. Based on Qian Chen's own speculation, the masked man's soul power level might have already reached the soul leader level. After entering the ice palace, Qian Chen felt the chilling air, and the temperature around him quickly dropped. It was very quiet, with no sound at all. Wu Wu, I feel something's not quite right. Even though it's curfew time now and all the guards in the ice palace are out on patrol, it shouldn't be this quiet, right? Didn't someone come in at this time yesterday? The ice palace should be heavily guarded. Qian Chen looked around and expressed his doubts to Wu Wu. As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. The current situation was indeed too strange. Wu Wu's expression was not good either. She had already realized this and immediately opened her divine sense to perceive everything around her. However, just as Wu Wu opened her divine sense, she suddenly shouted to Qian Chen, "Run!" Bang! As soon as Wu Wu's voice fell, a huge ice spike fell from the sky and directly hit the spot where Wu Wu had been standing before. Fortunately, she was very agile and dodged the attack. Upon hearing Wu Wu's voice, Qian Chen didn't hesitate for a second and immediately retreated towards the gate. However, a large group of guards rushed in from outside the gate, all of them revealing their celestial shadows, blocking Qian Chen's way. Ah, I've been hit. Qian Chen's face turned serious. He immediately realized that he and Wu Wu had been exposed long ago, and the guards leaving the ice palace was just a show put on for them. Qian Chen didn't dare to be careless and immediately revealed his celestial shadow. In fact, he wasn't panicking. After all, Wu Wu was a practitioner of the Emperor realm, so he didn't need to worry too much about these people. However, just as Qian Chen was about to make a move, the practitioners surrounding him made way, and a tall woman walked out from the middle. She was the one Qian Chen had seen just now, Shi Ruyan. People from the mainland, I advise you to surrender. I noticed you too as soon as you appeared near the ice palace this afternoon. Tell me, what is your relationship with the assassin who appeared in the ice palace yesterday? Shi Ruyan's cold and stern voice made Qian Chen shiver. Qian Chen was very puzzled. Shi Ruyan had clearly seen him, so why didn't she show any surprise? Did Shi Ruyan forget about him? Qian Chen tentatively said, Master, Master, Master? Yesterday's assassin is your master? Shi Ruyan looked at Qian Chen, frowning. Seeing Shi Ruyan's response, Qian Chen was a little confused and continued, I'm calling you Master. Master, I am Chuan Chen, the Eternal Sect's divine child. Eternal Sect? Divine child? Shi Ruyan was a little confused, then angrily said, What are you talking about? Guards, take him down. Wait. Shi Ruyan, you and I are both from the Eternal Sect. You are still the sect master. My 3 masters sacrificed their lives to protect you, and now you have become a lackey in the frigid land? Qian Chen was furious, remembering how his 3 masters had used self-destructive techniques to protect Shi Ruyan, and now she was pretending not to know him. Didn't that mean his 3 masters had died in vain? Qian Chen didn't understand why Shi Ruyan had become like this. Based on his previous understanding of her, she had always been very concerned about being the sect master of the Eternal Sect. She always put the Eternal Sect first and would never allow anyone to insult or slander it. But in just a short time, Shi Ruyan had turned around and pretended to forget about the Eternal Sect. As Qian Chen glared at Shi Ruyan with resentment, her expression changed and became more complex. She said, Did you just say Shi Ruyan? Heh, who else? How come, are you in the frigid land, did you change your name? At this moment, Qian Chen had already hated Shi Ruyan to the core. When Shi Ruyan heard Qian Chen's confirmation, she immediately ordered the surrounding guards to step back and said, You all step back, I will personally interrogate this person. Elder, isn't this against the rules? A guard captain stepped forward, hesitantly speaking to Shi Ruyan. Shi Ruyan's face turned cold as she looked at the man and said, Against the rules? My rules are the rules. Yes. The guard captain broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, then ordered his subordinates to leave the ice palace. The practitioners around Wu Wu also immediately left. Wu Wu looked at Qian Shan and Qi Ruyan with confusion, and Qian Shan was also a little puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that Qi Ruyan had a change of heart and was swayed by his words? At this moment, there were only Qi Ruyan, Qian Shan, and Wu Wu left in the hall of the ice palace. Qi Ruyan looked at Qian Shan with a complex expression and said, "Do you know Qi Ruyan? What do you mean? There's no one else around now. Are you still pretending to have amnesia with me, sect master?" Qian Shan deliberately emphasized the words sect master to mock Qi Ruyan. Unexpectedly, Qi Ruyan's expression did not become very ugly, but she shook her head lightly and said, "You've misunderstood. I am not Qi Ruyan, I am Qi Yun. I am Qi Ruyan's older sister." Older sister? Qian Shan was instantly confused. He remembered Qi Yun's behavior just now. If she wasn't Qi Ruyan, then her behavior seemed to be without any problems. But Qian Shan still found it hard to believe. After all, she and Qi Ruyan looked exactly alike. Even their voices and demeanor were almost identical. Seeing Qian Shan's unbelieving expression, Qi Yun said, "I look almost exactly like Ruyan, but she left the frigid land for the ancient continent when she was young. We grew up in different places, and after she went to the continent, I never saw her again. Is Ruyan doing well?" Qi Yun looked up at Qian Shan with sincere eyes, an expression and gaze that Qian Shan had never seen on Qi Ruyan's face. At that moment, Qian Shan confirmed that the woman in front of him was really not Qi Ruyan, but as she said, Qi Yun, Qi Ruyan's biological older sister. At this point, Qian Shan no longer had the same vigilance and resentment as before, and Wu Wu, who was on the side, also understood the ins and outs of the conversation between Qi Yun and Qian Shan. She didn't interrupt, just quietly listened. Qian Shan told Qi Yun everything that had happened in the Eternal Sect a few months ago, and Qi Ruyan's identity in the Eternal Sect. After listening, Qi Yun's expression became very complex. After a while, Qi Yun finally spoke. "Has Ruyan hidden in the Void Star Realm? I have wanted to go to the mainland to find her for a long time, but I couldn't leave the extreme cold land due to my identity. Once the crisis in the Ice Palace is resolved, I will resign to the Queen. I want to find Ruyan." Qi Yun blinked, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Qian Shan said, Yun's sister, if you are willing, can you tell us what has happened in the Ice Palace recently?" Qian Shan glanced at the martial dance beside him, and the martial dance gave him a signal. Qian Shan immediately spoke to Qi Yun. Qi Yun rubbed her eyes, then raised her head, her expression returning to her usual indifference. In response to Qian Shan's question, Qi Yun coldly said, "I'm sorry, this is an internal matter of our ice-sealed country. As people from the mainland, I have nothing to disclose to you. Moreover, you are now considered assassins by us. My private communication with you has already violated the rules, so you must prove to me that you are not assassins, otherwise I will have to arrest you." Qi Yun's attitude changed quickly, leaving Qian Shan somewhat caught off guard. This woman is really strange. One moment she seemed about to cry, the next moment her face turned cold. Isn't this too exaggerated? No, Jun's sister, we really are not assassins. My friend and I helped the guards catch a fugitive in the afternoon, and we sensed a strange aura from that fugitive, so we sneaked into the Ice Palace to investigate the person's true identity. Qian Shan hurriedly explained. Qi Yun frowned. Strange aura? What do you mean? It felt very familiar, like someone from a previous organization? Qian Shan looked at the martial dance, uncertain. Just as he finished speaking, the martial dance gave him a look of disapproval, and Qian Shan realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly prepared to deny it. But Qi Yun's expression changed instantly. "You are indeed accomplices of that assassin," Qi Yun said coldly, then immediately revealed her celestial shadow. Qi Yun's celestial shadow was blue, indicating that she had already reached the celestial realm. Her cultivation level was probably very strong even in the extreme cold land. Qian Shan had only encountered the masked person in the void realm, and the celestial art he used was as powerful as a holy realm. Now that Qi Yun had reached the celestial realm, the celestial art she used would probably reach the level of a quasi-emperor. Moreover, her soul power level was at least at the mid-stage of the soul leader level. Such terrifying strength even surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. "Qian Shan, find a chance to leave," the martial dance said to Qian Shan, then stepped forward, revealing her own black celestial shadow of the emperor realm, rushing towards the celestial realm with a powerful momentum. Both the martial dance and Qi Yun revealed their celestial shadows, and the atmosphere became tense. Qi Yun only had the celestial realm, and the difference compared to the martial dance's emperor realm's celestial shadow was too great. A few dozen meters high versus 100 meters high, it was almost a crushing existence. "We really are not the accomplices of the assassins you mentioned. We just wanted to enter the Ice Palace to understand some things, with no ill intentions," the martial dance said again, not wanting to truly fight Qi Yun. After all, She was a member of the Ice Palace, and her position was not low at all. Upon hearing the guards call Chi-yun an elder just now, she was likely an elder in the Ice Palace. Chi-yun said sternly, regardless of whether you are assassins or not, trespassing into the Ice Palace has violated the laws of the ice-sealed country. I now have the right to arrest you directly. If you try to resist, I also have the power to kill you on the spot. Seeing that Yun was unwilling to listen to advice, Wu sighed and said, I am a great emperor, and you are well aware of the strength of your guard team. I acknowledge that the practitioners in the extreme cold region are generally much stronger, but there is still a vast difference between the celestial realm and the emperor realm. You cannot hold me back. Is that so? Then let's give it a try, Yun said, and the practitioners of the guard team who had already retreated rushed back in, their celestial shadows fully exposed, ready for battle. Xian Shen, seeing this imposing momentum, was taken aback. He had not expected Yun to act so decisively, just like Yun Ruyan's resolute character, leaving no room for negotiation. Remembering Wu Wu's earlier words, Xian Shen had planned to stay and help Wu Wu, but considering her status as a true emperor, once she unleashed her celestial arts, the power would be enough to overturn the entire Ice Palace, leaving their chances of escape uncertain. Wu Wu, can you handle this alone? Xian Shen shouted to Wu Wu. Wu Wu replied, don't worry about me, take care of yourself. Xian Shen nodded and immediately looked around, trying to find an opportunity to leave. Seeing that Wu Wu wanted to hold them off alone, Yun immediately ordered the others, I will deal with this woman, the rest of you go capture the man. None of them must escape. Yes. Yun first used celestial arts against Wu Wu, the power far exceeding that of a normal celestial realm practitioner, leaving Xian Shen deeply shocked. Even now, Yun probably wouldn't be able to use such powerful celestial arts multiple times. Is this the true strength of the strong in the extreme cold region? Just a casual celestial art from the celestial realm has reached such a terrifying level. What about the ruler of the extreme cold region, the Ice Queen? Wu Wu did not use highly offensive celestial arts. She had never intended to fight Yun and the practitioners of the guard team, so she had been using defensive celestial arts and constantly retreating. On Xian Shen's side, more than 10 practitioners of the guard team attacked him together, emitting a powerful aura. Even when facing so many elders of the 7-star sect before, Xian Shen had not felt such pressure. Xian Shen was certain that although the practitioners of the guard team only had the cultivation realm of the void realm, their strength far exceeded that. Glacial era. Xian Shen recited the divine text, trying to use this celestial art to delay their actions and buy time to leave. He did not want to be entangled with these practitioners of the guard team. However, this celestial art had no effect on them, and they did not even try to dodge. As soon as the ice spikes launched by Xian Shen approached them, they immediately lost their power and fell to the ground, as if they had lost their momentum in an instant. This was the first time Xian Shen had seen such a situation. Even though their strength was formidable, it was only enough to prevent these ice spikes from harming them. But how could they directly make the ice spikes lose their power? Ha, mainlanders, you don't know, do you? The celestial art you used belongs to the ice element. The practitioners in our extreme cold region are born with the ice soul body, celestial body, so your celestial art is immune to us. The leader of the guard team sneered at Xian Shen, then immediately used celestial arts to attack Xian Shen directly. Seeking death. Xian Shen, unable to dwell on their special physique, immediately dodged their celestial arts and pulled out the longevity clock to block their attacks. Xian Shen seized the opportunity and fled towards the gate. In order to stop the guards from chasing him, Xian Shen blocked the Changsheng bell in front of the gate. They were unable to break through the blockade of the Changsheng bell and could only watch helplessly as Xian Shen ran out of the gate. After taking a deep breath, he was overjoyed. He might not be able to easily defeat them alone, but it was very easy to escape from their hands. Bang! Xian Shen had not run far when he suddenly hit an invisible barrier. Xian Shen was dizzy and disoriented, and suddenly heard a cold woman's voice in his ear. Chi Yun, bring them to see me. Everyone present heard this cold female voice. The practitioners of the Ice Palace Guard stopped their actions and looked respectfully towards the highest point of the Ice Palace. It's the Queen has spoken, exclaimed the captain of the guard. Xian Shen got up from the ground and reached out to touch the transparent barrier in front of him. He couldn't perceive the location of this transparent barrier even with his divine sense. Turning around, he saw that the guard practitioners had stopped their actions and surrounded him without any intention of capturing him. What's going on? Whose voice was that woman's just now? Xian Shen looked at the crowd in confusion. At this time, the sound of fighting in the Ice Palace also abruptly stopped. Xian Shen suddenly looked towards the Ice Palace. Had the battle between Wu Bu and Chi Yun already been decided? Before Xian Shen could make the next plan, Wu Bu's voice suddenly came from the Ice Palace. Xian Shen, come back. Wu Bu, what's going on? Xianchen heard Wu Bu's voice and his suspended heart sank. It seemed that Wu Bu, who was in the Emperor realm, was still superior. Although Qi Yun was a strong person in the extreme cold land, it was still impossible to defeat Wu Bu in front of a true emperor. But now Wu Bu asked Xianchen to return to the ice palace. What was going on? After weighing it for a moment, Xianchen finally chose to enter the ice palace. With Wu Bu there, Xianchen did not feel that his life would be threatened. Back in the ice palace, Xianchen immediately saw Qi Yun standing next to Wu Bu. The two no longer had the hostility and confrontation they had before, but instead stood together like good sisters. Wu Bu, you too. Xianchen pointed incredulously at Qi Yun standing next to Wu Bu. Had they not fought each other? Wu Bu said, you should have heard just now. That was the voice of the Ice Queen. She wants to see the two of us. Qi Yun nodded and added, yes, the Queen asked me to bring you to see her. It seems that you really are not assassins. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. Qi Yun sincerely bowed to Xianchen and Wu Bu to express her apology. Xianchen was still a little confused. What was going on? He had just hit an invisible barrier, and then heard a woman's voice. That voice turned out to be the Ice Queen's? Seeing that Wu Bu no longer had a hostile look towards Qi Yun, and Qi Yun also had no intention of killing, although Xianchen couldn't understand why, he didn't say anything more in the end. After that, Xianchen and Wu Bu followed Qi Yun towards the highest level of the ice palace. Along the way, Xianchen lowered his voice and asked Wu Bu, what's going on? Do you know the Ice Queen? Wu Bu shook her head, her expression still very calm. I don't know her. Then why would she want to see us? Could it be that she was impressed by my handsomeness? Xianchen kept thinking about what could have prompted the Ice Queen to summon him and Wu Bu. After thinking about it, this seemed to be the only reason. Indeed, one should not be too handsome. Wu Bu gave Xianchen a strange look, and after a while, she said, did you just hit your head on the wall? Xianchen was stunned and exclaimed, Wu, how did you know? Wu Wu's eyes twitched, ignoring Xianchen. She had lived for 100 years and had never seen anyone like Xianchen. Qi Yun, who was walking at the front, spoke to Xianchen, your name is Xianchen, right? We still have a long way to go to reach the location of the Queen. Tell me about Ru Yan's situation in the Eternal Sect. Okay, actually I haven't spent much time with Master Qi, so I don't know much about her. Xianchen thought for a moment. Although she hadn't spent much time with Qi Ruyan, she still told Qi Yan everything she knew about Ruyan. Then, Xianchen suddenly remembered that when she was still in the Eternal Sect, Sitaming of the Soul Tower had mentioned that when Ruyan first arrived at the Eternal Sect, her soul power level was naturally a fierce soul, which was a rare talent on the continent. It was precisely because of her naturally strong soul power talent that she was able to cultivate much more smoothly than other cultivators and quickly ascended to the position of sect master in the Eternal Sect. Looking at the history of the Eternal Sect, Ru Yan was the youngest sect master. Now it seemed that Ru Yan's natural fierce soul was not the only reason for her success and luck. Because now Xianchen learned from Qi Yun that almost every cultivator from the Frigid Land was born with a mid-level moon soul. In the Frigid Land, there were very few cultivators with a natural fierce soul, and Ru Yan's talent was also outstanding in the Frigid Land. Soon, the three of them walked up 1,000 steps and reached the highest level of the ice palace. Xianchen felt the temperature around her had dropped to a level that a normal cultivator could not bear. She had to use her body refining ability to stand here safely. Okay, I'll leave you two here. The Queen is waiting for you inside. Qi Yan stopped and stood behind Wu Wu and Xianchen, silently saying. Wu Wu nodded, then glanced at Xianchen and entered the room where the Ice Queen was located first. Ancient continent, Halfsang Desert, Hunter God Sect. Urjiate had fallen into the world of cultivation for several days and had already become familiar with the rules of cultivation in this world. He also transformed his immortal shadow. Unlike the four-winged angel Humil, Urjiate, as a six-winged blazing angel, did not transform his immortal shadow into a Black Emperor realm immortal shadow, but into a light brown one. The light brown immortal shadow was also 100 meters tall, but it disappeared in an instant and was reabsorbed into Urjiate's body. There were still several elders of the Hunter God Sect kneeling in front of him, trembling uncontrollably as they looked at Urjiate's immortal shadow. Are you the six-winged blazing angel Urjiate, sir? Xionghaotian, the elder of the Hunter God Sect, knelt in front of Urjiate, trembling as he spoke. Urjiate nodded slightly and said, Humil has lost face for his master, so I'm here to clean up this mess for him. How many followers have you recruited now? The master will soon descend. Report, sir, we currently have a total of 732 followers. Originally, we had reached 1,000, but the cultivators of the Jinxian Hall killed many of our followers, so now only these followers are left. In addition, the Jinxian Hall is now killing cultivators everywhere, and we can hardly recruit any more followers. Xionghaotian was very frustrated. He had thought that Humil was very powerful, but he had been killed by the master of the Jinxian Hall, the Shadow Emperor. Jiate narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The Jinxian Hall. You don't need to worry about them. Continue to spread the master's teachings. Within 7 days, you must have more than 3,000 of the master's followers. Otherwise, you are not worthy to be his follower, and I will take care of you on behalf of the master." Xiong Haoyan felt the killing intent emanating from Egwat, knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, then hurriedly left the Hunter God sect. "I didn't expect that the adult scent this time has already reached that level. I'm afraid that now, in the entire cultivation world, only he has reached that level. Is this the true demigod? Lord Egwat is already so strong. How terrifying is his actual strength?" Xiong Haoyan is a practitioner who has just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. He had long heard that there is a realm above the emperor realm, but in the cultivation world, this realm has long become a legend. In the Void Star realm, the black-cloaked woman who saved Qianshen last time has successfully ascended to the emperor realm. "Finally, the emperor realm?" the woman murmured, taking off the hat on her cloak. With the hat removed, there was a very terrifying scar on the woman's face, destroying her originally stunning appearance. 7-star sect. 7-star Great Emperor, your time to destroy the sect has come. In the frigid land, inside the Ice Palace, Qianshan and Wu Wu stood in front of the Ice Queen, who was sitting on a very large crystal throne, looking down at Wu Wu and Qianshan. "You are the Dance Emperor, right? Why did you enter the frigid land without informing me beforehand? You know that by doing so, you are violating my rules." The Ice Queen looked at Wu Wu and spoke, her tone exactly the same as what Qianshan had heard at the entrance to the Ice Palace, very cold. Qianshan felt that the Ice Queen was different from any other great emperor he had faced before. She exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. It was not just the pressure of a higher realm on a lower realm, because before this, whenever Qianshan felt the pressure from a higher realm, he could eliminate this negative effect by mobilizing the power of the longevity clock within his body. But now, he couldn't do it in front of the Ice Queen. Wu Wu looked up at the Ice Queen, her tone not showing any panic, and said, "Ice Queen, this frigid land is not your territory alone. The rules you have set over the years may constrain other practitioners, but you have no right to constrain us, the great emperors of the Emperor realm. But rest assured, I am not here to oppose you. I have other matters in the frigid land and hope you will not make things difficult for me and my friends." Wu Wu glanced at Qianshan, showing no emotional fluctuations. Qianshan immediately realized that in Wu Wu's calm words, although they sounded domineering, the underlying meaning was, "Ice Queen, we are not here with any other intentions." Obviously, Wu Wu really didn't want the Ice Queen to misunderstand her intentions for coming to the frigid land. "Dance Emperor, if other great emperors came to the frigid land, I would really doubt their motives. But you are different. As one of the several great emperors of the continent, you have been absent for a long time. I don't think you coming to my frigid land has any bad intentions." The Ice Queen paused and looked at Qianshan, with a meaningful tone, "But as for your friend, whether he has other intentions for coming to the frigid land, I am not sure." In that moment when Qianshan was being stared at by the Ice Queen, he felt as if his whole body was frozen in place. He didn't understand why the Ice Queen would look at him, as he had not spoken since entering here. Wu Wu also looked at Qianshan in confusion, then turned to the Ice Queen and said, "He is just a practitioner of the Holy Realm, and is related to my deceased master. To be honest, we came to the frigid land to practice in the Starry Night, just like me, with no other purpose." "Dance Emperor, are you sure?" "As far as I know, he is a practitioner who can use ancient artifacts, and you are well aware that he is only at the Saint Realm level now. If he were a practitioner at the Emperor Realm level with secret techniques to use ancient artifacts, I could reluctantly accept it. But he is only at the Saint Realm, without even Emperor's power. How can he use ancient artifacts?" The Ice Queen looked at Qianshan with a sharp gaze. After hearing the Ice Queen's words, Wu Wu looked at Qianshan again, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Qianshan stood still, at a loss. He speculated that perhaps the Ice Queen had discovered him using the longevity clock in front of the Ice Palace gate earlier, otherwise she would not have used that transparent barrier to stop him. But now the Ice Queen said he had come to the extreme cold land with other purposes. What was going on? Why did the Ice Queen suspect him like this? "Your Majesty, I am Qianshan. I don't understand what you mean. Although I can use ancient artifacts, my purpose in coming to the extreme cold land is to practice martial arts inside the Starry Night. I have no other purpose." Qianshan looked at the Ice Queen and said earnestly, "Oh, why do you have to go to the Starry Night to practice martial arts? Is there some kind of blessed land inside the Starry Night that can accelerate your cultivation speed?" The Ice Queen still looked at Qianshan with an unchanged expression. It's not like that. The main reason is that the martial arts I practice require a large amount of herbal assistance, and these herbs only grow inside the Starry Night, so I want to enter the Starry Night to collect herbs for cultivation. Just as Qian Shen finished speaking, Wu Wu also chimed in, that's right, the martial arts we practice are the same, so we came to the extreme cold land together. After hearing Wu Wu's words, the Ice Queen suddenly fell silent. After a long time, she spoke, since you want to enter the Starry Night, just go directly into the Starry Night. There is no restriction on any practitioners entering the Starry Night. Why did you have to sneak into my ice palace? We were indeed planning to enter the Starry Night at that time, but we encountered a fugitive from the ice palace on the way. Qian Shen intercepted the fugitive for your guards, but I sensed a familiar aura from him. This aura comes from a very ancient organization, so under suspicion, we followed him into the ice palace. Wu Wu did not conceal her intentions and directly told the Ice Queen. As soon as these words were spoken, the Ice Queen stood up from her crystal throne and walked towards Qian Shen and Wu Wu. This was the first time Qian Shen had seen the Ice Queen at such close range, and he quickly realized that the Ice Queen's appearance was also very young, but this time Qian Shen could see at a glance that she was using immortal techniques to maintain this appearance. Unlike Wu Wu, who seemed to maintain her youthful and beautiful appearance naturally, the Ice Queen used immortal techniques to conceal the fact that she was already a 100-year-old woman. Ancient organization? Indeed worthy of being the Dance Emperor, you also saw it at a glance. The Ice Queen looked meaningfully at Wu Wu, then said, you guessed right, that fugitive is indeed a member of that organization. He was captured by my guards a few months ago and has been imprisoned in the ice prison. You should have also heard that an assassin broke into the ice palace yesterday, and that person is also a member of that organization. After speaking, the Ice Queen's words abruptly stopped, but Wu Wu's expression had already changed, and she thought for a while, then nodded to the Ice Queen and said, are you suggesting that the influence of that organization has infiltrated the extreme cold land? Yes, it's possible that all kinds of people exist within that organization, and they are most adept at using various forbidden techniques and secret arts. So when I saw your friend, my first reaction was that he was a member of that organization. The Ice Queen once again turned her gaze to Qian Shen, and Wu Bu also looked at Qian Shen, with a complex look in her eyes. Only Qian Shen looked at the two women in confusion, standing beside them and listening to their conversation in a daze. What ancient organization? What various witchcraft and forbidden techniques? What on earth is going on? The only thing Qian Shen understood was that the Ice Queen had already identified him as the one who sent assassins to infiltrate the Ice Palace organization. No, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. I really am not a member of the ancient organization you mentioned. Qian Shen hurriedly explained. The Ice Queen smiled and said, I know, I've already tested you as soon as you entered this hall. But your identity is even more feared than that of the organization's people. What do you mean? Qian Shen was puzzled, but before he could react, the Ice Queen suddenly attacked. Several ice spikes appeared next to her shoulder, piercing straight towards Qian Shen. Caught off guard, Qian Shen looked at the oncoming ice spikes, unable to dodge in time. Just as the ice spikes were about to pierce Qian Shen's head, a barrier blocked them. Then Wu Bu waved her hand, causing the ice spikes to fall to the ground. She frowned and looked at the Ice Queen. Ice Queen, what do you mean by this? I told you, my friend has no ulterior motives like me. The Ice Queen looked at Qian Shen in surprise, her eyes full of doubt, and murmured softly, how could it be? Cold sweat dripped from Qian Shen's forehead. He had no power to retaliate against the Ice Queen. If it weren't for Wu Bu blocking for him just now, he would probably have become a corpse by now. I'm sorry, it seems I misunderstood. But this matter is indeed somewhat strange. It seems that I need to investigate it carefully. The Ice Queen apologized to Qian Shen with a smile, then looked at Wu Bu and said, I mistook the person. Your friend looks too much like that person. I thought he was bold enough to come to my frigid land. Wu Bu looked at Qian Shen and suddenly realized something, her expression subtly changing. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie. Qian Shen just wanted to leave here quickly, because the killing intent the Ice Queen had shown towards him just now was real. As for whether she was right in her explanation, that she had mistaken the person, Qian Shen had no way of knowing. After a long time, Wu Bu broke the silence and said, Ice Queen, if you have nothing special to discuss, I will enter the Starry Night with Qian Shen. The Ice Queen hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, if possible, we should meet privately about that organization. It may also affect you. I know more about it than you do. Okay, I understand. Wu Bu turned and gave Qian Shen a signal, then left the Ice Palace with him. After the two left, the Ice Queen looked thoughtfully at Qian Shen's departing figure, then beckoned to the dark corner of the hall. A huge crystal giant walked out from inside. Your Majesty, what are your orders? The crystal giant made a very deep voice. Afuo, did I see it wrong? The practitioner named Qian Shen just now looks exactly like the Shadow Emperor of the Zuxian Palace. I can be sure that he did not use the transformation technique. Reporting to Your Majesty, I am also puzzled. The The two of them do indeed look exactly alike, even their aura is very similar. The Ice Queen fell silent again. After several minutes, she said to the crystal giant, "Go to the ancient continent again and see what the situation is over there. Where did that lunatic come from, anyway? This time's natural disaster is probably the most difficult in history. If a new god does not appear, the world of cultivation may be swallowed up." The crystal giant knelt down and replied, "Your Majesty, not only are you striving towards godhood, but the several emperors of the ancient continent are also searching for ancient divine artifacts everywhere, hoping to obtain divine power from them and ascend to godhood." The Iceberg Queen sneered, "Obtaining divine power from ancient divine artifacts? That's impossible. Only I, the Heavenly Sect, and the Night God Imperial Clan's old man have truly found the way to ascend to godhood. The others are all just clowns." "But, Your Majesty, just now that person named Xianchen, he can use the ancient divine artifact, right? He must have obtained divine power, otherwise, how could he use the artifact?" The words of the crystal giant made the Iceberg Queen's expression somewhat strange, and she did not speak again. Xianchen and Wubu returned to the entrance of the Starry Night. Xianchen had not yet recovered from the threat of death just now. "Wubu, thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I might. Speaking of which, this is the second time you've saved me." Xianchen looked gratefully at Wubu. Wubu sighed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's quickly enter the Starry Night and practice the Nether 9 transformation technique. The situation in the extreme cold land is even more complicated than I imagined. It's probably not long before a political upheaval occurs." Political upheaval? Isn't this where the Iceberg Queen reigns supreme? How could there be a political upheaval? Even if there is, with her strength, she can completely suppress the others, right? Xianchen asked in confusion. No, the extreme cold land is not only home to her as an Emperor Realm cultivator. There are other strong cultivators hiding here. Most cultivators only see the surface of the extreme cold land, but in reality, there are hidden undercurrents here. After Wubu finished speaking, she directly stepped into the Starry Night. Xianchen hesitated for a moment, then followed Wubu into the Starry Night. As soon as they entered the Starry Night, the icy cold temperature of the extreme cold land instantly warmed up, and Xianchen was amazed at the sight. The Starry Night was completely different from the Void Star Realm. In the Void Star Realm, there was war and mist everywhere, and it was almost impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters. It was a place of emptiness and silence. But in the Starry Night, the entire sky was filled with twinkling stars, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with stars, and the blue-purple light filled the air with a floral scent. There were all kinds of rare flowers and plants growing everywhere, and there were also many giant soul beasts roaming around. It was like a paradise on earth. "Wow, this place is so beautiful, just like a paradise," Xianchen exclaimed. Wubu smiled and said, "The Starry Night is known as the most beautiful place in the world of cultivation. It's fortunate that its entrance is in the extreme cold land, under the dictatorship of the Iceberg Queen, so it can preserve its original beauty. If the entrance to the Starry Night were in the ancient continent, it would have been devastated long ago, becoming like the Void Star Realm." Xianchen frowned slightly and asked, "Wasn't the Void Star Realm like it is now before?" Of course, the Void Star Realm was like spring all year round, but after the Void Saint sect entered, it went through several internal struggles, turning the entire Void Star Realm into a desolate place, with only war and mist everywhere. Xianchen followed Wubu in the Starry Night, searching for the herbs needed to practice the Nether 9 transformation technique, and soon he found that those herbs were not abundant in the Starry Night. It seems that those herbs are not ordinary, and it's difficult to find them even in the Starry Night. Xianchen felt a little disheartened. He thought that he could start practicing as soon as he arrived in the Starry Night. Indeed, reality was cruel. Wubu looked around and said, "Let's go deeper into the Starry Night. There should be many herbs needed for cultivation. We should be able to find them there, but we need to be careful. In the deep of the Starry Night, there are several soul beasts that have already reached the Emperor Realm." After that, Xianchen and Wu Wu went deeper into the Starry Night, encountering fewer and fewer soul beasts. Once encountered, they were at least at the level of the Holy Realm. Along the way, Xianchen couldn't help but ask, "Wu Wu, what ancient organization did you just mention to the Ice Queen? What's the matter with that?" "It's useless for you to know these things. Ask less about these things. Quickly improve your cultivation level. My master is still waiting for you," Wu Wu said softly. The two walked for a long time and finally came to a mountain. Xianchen quickly discovered that there were many herbs on this mountain that he needed to use. Xianchen exclaimed, "This is it. The herbs on this mountain are all the same kind of herbs that old man Chiyu gave me before. When practicing, adding these herbs will greatly increase the speed of cultivation." Wu Wu nodded and then said, "Let's each go collect herbs separately, and then practice separately. I have to go to the Ice Queen later. I have something to discuss with her. If you have anything,
Use your divine sense to find me in the mountains." Chen Chen nodded and prepared to go up the mountain.
Before leaving, Wu Wu called out to Chen Chen again. "The residence of the soul beasts in the Emperor realm is very close to here. Be careful not to provoke them. Soul beasts that reach the Emperor realm can transform into human form, and their strength far exceeds that of cultivators in the Emperor realm.
Even I am not sure if I can help you."
After speaking, Wu Wu disappeared from Chen Chen's sight in an instant. After going up the mountain, Chen Chen quickly collected the herbs and put them all into the Qiankuan bag.
It took him 2 full hours to collect enough herbs. Phew, these herbs will last me a long time.
Next, I just need to find a quiet place to practice and strive to complete the entire 9 revolutions of the netherworld as soon as possible.
The mountain was very large, and occasionally, Chen Chen would encounter a few soul beasts.
Once he entered the state of cultivation, it would be difficult for him to counterattack if he were attacked.
He had to find a very suitable place for his cultivation.
Chen Chen spent the night using immortal techniques to open a huge cave in the mountain wall and then sealed the entrance with immortal techniques. He planned to practice inside for the next few months. Once he entered the state of cultivation again, Chen Chen had already memorized the entire 9 revolutions of the netherworld. He gave the technique to Wu Wu because she had not fully memorized it yet. Last time, Chen Chen had already practiced to the 6th revolution in the cultivation room of the Shao family, triggering the appearance of the shadow of the netherworld god. As long as Chen Chen reached the Emperor realm and completed the entire 9 revolutions of the netherworld, he would be able to completely control the netherworld hammer. At that time, not only could he unleash the full power of the netherworld hammer, but he could also use the longevity bell and the netherworld hammer directly with his physical body.
In the entire cultivation world, only Chen Chen could directly use 2 ancient divine artifacts.
Even those emperors who had been emperors for many years could not do what he could. When I reach the Emperor realm, the heavenly calamity should be coming soon. I remember my master said that there is something called the Dominator realm above the Emperor realm.
Next time I see Wu Wu, I have to ask her what the conditions are for entering the Dominator realm.
Chen Chen murmured and began to focus on his cultivation. At the same time, Wu Wu also collected enough herbs and found a secluded place to practice.
Unlike Chen Chen, she had a dual cultivation body.
In addition to the netherworld tyrant body, her other cultivation body had already reached the level of a high-grade holy body.
For practicing the netherworld tyrant body, she was much faster than Chen Chen.
7 days passed quickly, and Wu Wu had already practiced to the 6th revolution. Purple mist rose around Wu Wu, and she also saw the shadow of the netherworld god. Wu Wu opened her eyes in surprise and saw a 100-meter-tall figure appear beside her. This person was the netherworld god.
He, mortal. You are the 3rd person to see me. Ancient continent.
After a month, the Zuxian Palace has already brought all the sects of the ancient continent under its command. The remaining sects have all joined the 10 major sects, unwilling to associate with the brutal Zuxian Palace. Within the sects, the sect emperor said to Shadow Qianchen, "Your woman is the daughter of the master of the medicine sect.
You can easily bring the medicine sect under our Zuxian Palace without much effort."
Shadow Qianchen replied calmly, "Yes, it's time to go to the medicine sect, but the master of the medicine sect may not easily submit to the Zuxian Palace.
I can sense that he is preparing to step into the realm of dominance. It's not just the medicine emperor who is preparing to step into the realm of dominance. Several other old folks are also making efforts. If you don't act quickly, you may be overtaken by the Tianshan sect and the Yao sect." Shadow Qianchen fell silent for a few seconds, then sneered disdainfully. "The realm of dominance? I don't care about it at all. It's just a half-god. My ultimate goal is to become a true god. Tomorrow, you open the door to the divine realm. I will surpass the realm of dominance and directly step into the ranks of the gods." The sect emperor's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to take such a big risk? As far as I know, once he ascends to the emperor realm, if you are threatened in the divine realm, your soul power will become very unstable, and you may even disintegrate directly." Enough talk. You just have to open the door. If you want to become a god, you can only trust me.
Jin sect. The person sitting in the position of the sect master is the emperor of the Jin sect, Jin Gu. If Qianchen saw his face, he would surely be surprised, because Jin Gu is none other than the Huobujan he knows.
"Uncle Mo, have the people of the Zuxian Palace attacked our Jin sect in these days?" Huobujan asked solemnly.
Reporting to the sect master, besides destroying the Qingyun Pavilion, the people of the Zuxian Palace have not attacked the other 9 major sects, but...
Uncle Mo hesitated. Huobujan asked, "But what?"
But, the old servant found a very strange thing. "I have seen the face of the sect master of the Zuxian Palace, the Shadow Emperor, and he looks exactly like the Eternal Sect's divine son from that day at the 100 Sects conference.
I suspect that he is the Shadow Emperor. Hua Bujan trembled all over, his brows furrowed instantly. Are you saying that the practitioner named Qianqian? Uncle Mo nodded to Hua Bujan. Hua Bujan's eyes twitched, and he said in a very shocked tone, how is that possible? I have been with Qianqian in the Semazang desert for the past few days. Although there are many incredible things about him, he cannot possibly be the Shadow Emperor. Ah, if that's the case, then the two of them do look alike. Could it be that they are brothers? Surprise also appeared on Uncle Mo's face. Hua Bujan knew that Uncle Mo could not be lying to him, and he also fell into contemplation, muttering to himself, what is the relationship between Qianqian and the Shadow Emperor? Time flew by, and a month had passed since Qianqian began his nighttime cultivation. After using the medicinal herbs, Qianqian's cultivation speed became extremely fast, but because he had already reached the final few turns of the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld, it took him a full month to complete the 6th and 7th turns. Qianqian felt a huge change in his body, and his soul power had also broken through to the early stage of the Kuei soul. During his cultivation, Qianqian also used the power of the longevity clock to prevent himself from exploding due to the immense power he was enduring, but the aura emanating from his body during cultivation was already uncontrollable. Many soul forces were leaking out from the body and quietly seeping out from the cave. A few days ago, Wu Wu had already left the mountain peak and went to meet the Ice Queen in the Ice Palace. The leaked aura of Qianqian attracted many soul beasts to come nearby. Even the Emperor-level soul beast from a distant place had already sensed it. The Emperor-level soul beast suddenly opened its eyes and transformed from a beast form into a human form, squinting at the mountain peak where Qianqian was located. He was an ice-howling candle dragon, a unique soul beast of the ancient series. In the ice-howling candle dragon clan, only he was left. This is the aura of the longevity clock? Wasn't it in the ancient continent? Why would it appear in the extreme cold land? The ice-howling candle dragon stood up and walked towards the mountain peak where Qianqian was. At the same time, at the border between the ancient continent and the extreme cold land, a wormhole tore open, and a young woman walked out from it. She was the night god Qian Sun, who had previously separated from Qian. Qian, have you entered the starry night? Night god Qian Sun murmured as she looked at the raging blizzard in the extreme cold land, then headed towards the extreme cold land. Shortly after night god Qian Sun entered the extreme cold land, another tall figure appeared at the border. The newcomer was the leader of the Black Gold Ape clan, who had already become an emperor for several months. Kid, I didn't expect you to escape to the extreme cold land. No matter where you escape to, I will kill you and avenge my 2 sons. The leader of the Black Gold Ape clan let out a roar and stepped into the extreme cold land. Both night god Qian Sun and the leader of the Black Gold Ape clan were emperors. After the last time Wu Wu infiltrated the extreme cold land without being noticed by the Ice Queen, she had strengthened the monitoring of the entire extreme cold land. She sensed the arrival of 2 powerful forces in the extreme cold land, and her expression changed slightly. She said to Wu Wu, Dance Emperor, 2 unexpected guests have come to the extreme cold land again. It seems that the peace of the extreme cold land for 100 years is about to be broken. Wu Wu looked at the Ice Queen and replied, Ice Queen, the world of cultivation will always be restless before a natural disaster arrives, but this time's natural disaster is even more dangerous than before. After a pause, Wu Wu said meaningfully, however, it seems that you and others have discovered a new path to godhood. Several emperors of the ancient continent have spent 100 years preparing to enter the Dominator realm, but they do not know that you have already ascended to the Dominator realm. A few days ago, Wu Wu came to the Ice Palace and learned from the Ice Queen that she had already entered the Dominator realm and become the Dominator. Wu Wu was shocked by this for a long time, knowing that it had been too long since someone had entered the Dominator realm in the world of cultivation, to the point where the Dominator realm had almost become a legendary existence. Because once one entered the Dominator realm, it meant becoming a demigod, and as long as one could get the opportunity to enter the divine realm, there was a great chance of becoming a true deity. Now there is more than one Dominator on the road. The world of cultivation is about to change. The Ice Queen said with emotion, then added, I have not been in the Dominator realm for long, and it is easy for my aura to leak out when I go out. I have my own plans and cannot reveal my realm, so I entrust you with something and hope you can complete it as soon as possible. Wu Wu nodded and said, I understand, but after it's done, you must also fulfill your promise to me. Wu Wu was about to leave the Ice Palace when the Ice Queen suddenly said, Is your friend named Qianqian still practicing in the Starry Night? Yes, what's wrong? Are you still worried about him? Wu Wu was very puzzled, not understanding why the Ice Queen had always been so concerned about Qianqian, even though there were many unknown secrets about him, such as how he could use ancient artifacts. But this is not enough to be the reason why the Ice Queen is so concerned. After all, the Ice Queen has now reached the Dominator realm, and if she wants, she can easily use ancient artifacts.
The Ice Queen said, "You have not inquired about the matters of the ancient continent in recent years, so naturally you do not know many things. A few months ago, a new sect was established in the ancient continent called the Zushian Palace. The sect emperor and the Zushian Palace master joined forces to recruit many sects, and even directly killed the emperor of the Qingyun, and destroyed the Qingyun pavilion." Wu Wu's face showed some surprise, but she was not concerned about this. She tilted her head and said, "The strength of the emperor of the Qingyun is indeed weaker than many emperor realm cultivators."
Even so, what does it have to do with Qianchen?
The Ice Queen chuckled and said, "The master of the Zushian Palace is called the Dark Emperor. The person I sent to the ancient continent told me that this Dark Emperor looks exactly like your friend Qianchen."
What? Qianchen still reached the 8th transformation, but the addition of many medicinal herbs did not increase the speed of cultivation. At this rate, it would still take at least half a year to master the 8th transformation. In half a year, I'm afraid the catastrophe will come. It seems that relying solely on medicinal herbs, the speed of cultivation cannot reach the level I want. Qianchen looked disappointed and stopped cultivating.
Just as he was about to exit the cultivation state, he felt a terrifying killing intent. Without hesitation, he immediately used the shadow clone technique to hide his true location and escaped from the cave. Just as Qianchen stepped out of the cave, it exploded, and flames scattered everywhere.
The place where Qianchen had been cultivating was completely destroyed.
He furrowed his brow and looked around to find out who was preparing to ambush him. After scanning the area with his divine sense, he found no trace of any presence, and Qianchen returned to the ground.
I actually couldn't sense his aura?
It seems that the other party's strength is very powerful. Qianchen frowned and, after weighing it in his mind for a moment, decided to leave immediately. Because Wu Wu had previously told him that the residence of a soul beast at the Emperor realm was very close by. No matter who the intruder was, if a fight broke out here and alarmed the Emperor realm soul beast, it would not end well. Before Qianchen could leave the mountain, another attack came straight at him. This time, Qianchen clearly saw that the attack appeared out of thin air, as if someone was invisible in front of him. He reacted quickly to dodge, but he was still scratched in several places by the flying debris.
Who are you? If you have the ability, show yourself. Are you only capable of sneaking up on me in the dark?
Qianchen shouted towards the location where the mysterious attack had appeared. As his words fell, the air in front of Qianchen suddenly distorted, and then a man with long, messy hair down to his waist appeared.
He looked like a wild man.
"If I show myself and fight you, you won't stand a chance." The man with long hair was none other than the Ice Roar Candle Dragon in human form. Qianchen looked at the strange man in front of him with extreme vigilance. He couldn't sense the true strength of the other party with his divine sense, which meant that the other party's cultivation level was at least at the Saint Realm. However, in this frigid land, all cultivators were focused on cultivating soul power levels, and it was rare to see cultivators reach the Saint Realm. Even the powerful cultivator Qi Yun from before was only at the Celestial Realm. Once reaching the Saint Realm in this frigid land, its strength would probably reach a terrifying level.
I don't know where I offended you in my cultivation. What place did I offend you? Qianchen asked.
The Ice Roar Candle Dragon smiled and said, "You did not offend me, but I smelled the scent of the longevity bell on you."
Boy, the longevity bell is on you, isn't it? Qianchen was taken aback.
He had never expected that in such a frigid place, there would be cultivators who knew about the longevity clock.
Moreover, the fact that this person could directly sense the aura of the longevity clock was unheard of to Qianchen.
"The longevity clock is indeed on me, but if you want me to give it to you, you must be dreaming."
Qianchen snorted coldly, immediately revealing his immortal shadow.
He knew that this battle was probably unavoidable. The other party was clearly heading straight for the longevity clock on his body.
Bingho Zhulong sneered, "Just a mere holy realm cultivator from a continent, not even worth mentioning.
If I were to kill you today, it would be a disgrace to my name.
I'll give you one more chance.
Hand over the longevity clock obediently, and I can let you stay by my side. With me around, no one, not even a soul beast, will dare to obstruct you in the starry night." Upon hearing Bingho Zhulong refer to himself as I, Qianchen's heart clenched.
Could it be that he was a cultivator of the Emperor realm?
Qianchen was incredibly shocked. He had never expected to encounter an emperor in the starry night.
The starry night was so vast, how could this be possible?
Seeing that Qianchen was unmoved, Bingho Zhulong lost his patience and immediately revealed his immortal shadow.
When Bingho Zhulong's immortal shadow appeared, Qianchen was once again astonished.
His immortal shadow is actually the form of a soul beast, and it's a dragon.
Wait, why does this form look so familiar?
As Qianchen looked at the opponent's immortal shadow, besides being shocked, he was also puzzled. It seemed that he had seen this form of immortal shadow somewhere before. After some contemplation, he remembered seeing it in a book given to him by night god Qianshuan. It was a soul beast of the ancient era, known as Bingho Zhulong, which had been completely extinct about 1,000 years ago, becoming a legend. He had never expected to encounter it in such a frigid place today.
Wait a minute? Using the form of a soul beast as an immortal shadow, isn't that a characteristic only soul beasts possess? Could it be that he is a soul beast himself, Bingho Zhulong?
Realizing this, Chen Chen was dumbfounded. He had never expected that the cultivator before him was actually a soul beast that had transformed into human form. This also meant that this Bingho Zhulong had already advanced to the Emperor realm, otherwise, a soul beast would never have the ability to transform into human form, which was only possible after reaching the Emperor realm. Shen Shen realized that this Bingho Zhulong before him was most likely the Emperor realm soul beast that Wu Wu had mentioned when they parted ways.
Are you Bingho Zhulong? Chen Chen asked tentatively.
Ha ha ha. I never expected that a cultivator from the continent would still remember our race.
Yes, I am indeed Bingho Zhulong, the last one in the cultivation world. Hand over the longevity clock. Only when I have it can I truly use it.
You cultivators have never seen the longevity god, so you have no idea how powerful the longevity clock can be when fully unleashed.
Bingho Zhulong looked at Chen Chen with a disdainful tone.
The soul beasts of the dragon race could live for over 1,000 years, and with the current Bingho Zhulong having reached the Emperor realm, his lifespan had doubled. So when he said he had seen the longevity god, it was not entirely impossible. Shen Shen broke out in a cold sweat. This was the first time he had faced a soul beast of the Emperor realm. A soul beast that had reached the Emperor realm was even stronger than a cultivator of the Emperor realm.
Chen Chen secretly used his divine sense to search for Wu Wu's aura on the mountain.
If she was here, there would still be a chance to escape. If Chen Chen were to fight Bingho Zhulong alone, he would probably be dead after just a few moves. Unfortunately, Chen Chen had searched for a long time with his divine sense and had not been able to find Wu Wu's aura at all. Shen Chen felt despair. He knew that Wu Wu was probably no longer in the Starry Night at this moment. She must have gone to the Ice Palace to find the Ice Queen. Shen Chen secretly used the divine sense, but was noticed by the Ice Roar Candle Dragon. He no longer hesitated and used immortal techniques to surround the area.
Put away your ridiculous divine sense.
Besides the soul beast nearby, there are no other cultivators.
I have already given you a chance. If you don't hand over the longevity clock, you will die.
The Ice Roar Candle Dragon suddenly erupted, and the huge immortal shadow, hundreds of meters high, emitted black mist. Shen Shen immediately summoned the longevity clock to protect himself and block the mist emitted by the Ice Roar Candle Dragon's immortal shadow.
Seeing Chen Chen summon the longevity clock and being able to use it, the Ice Roar Candle Dragon's face showed a hint of surprise and said, "You can actually use the longevity clock? Interesting. 9 in fire."
The Ice Roar Candle Dragon's immortal shadow spewed a fire snake from its mouth, heading straight for Chen Chen. After the longevity clock's outer layer was attacked, it immediately shattered.
Chen Chen exclaimed, "What? The longevity clock is broken?" Chen Chen looked incredulously at the shattered longevity clock surrounding the immortal shadow.
He had used the longevity clock to resist many powerful immortal techniques, but had never encountered an immortal technique that could directly shatter the longevity clock. The Ice Roar Candle Dragon sneered, "Although I don't know how you can use the longevity clock, with your strength, you can't even exert 1/10 of the longevity clock's power.
The longevity clock is wasted in your hands."
Seeing this, Shen Shen had no intention of continuing to fight the Ice Roar Candle Dragon. He couldn't even handle an ancient artifact being shattered. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. Shen Shen used all his strength to escape and hide on the mountain peak where he had previously cultivated. Initially, when he was collecting herbs, he found many soul beast corpses in that area. It seemed to be a place where the corpses of soul beasts would accumulate when they naturally died. Although the area was completely sealed off by the Ice Roar Candle Dragon's immortal techniques, Shen Shen hid among the pile of soul beast corpses and used the shadow clone technique.
For a while, the Ice Roar Candle Dragon couldn't find his real body.
The Ice Roar Candle Dragon did not immediately pursue, saying, "In my boundary immortal technique, it's useless for you to escape there." The Ice Roar Candle Dragon slowly walked towards the mountain, while Chen Chen had already found the pile of soul beast corpses and immediately used the shadow clone technique. His shadow clone fled in all directions around the mountain. Chen Chen's real body hid among the pile of soul beast corpses, quickly thinking of a strategy. After a while, Chen Chen saw the surrounding soul beast corpses and suddenly had a bold idea in his mind.
I am someone who has crossed over to this world. With cheats, can anyone surpass me? Why didn't I think of this earlier?
Chen Chen recited the divine text to a nearby soul beast corpse, rebirth from the impure earth. A few seconds later, the soul beast's corpse trembled a few times and stood up from the ground. Although it had lost many parts of its body and was almost completely decayed, it did not affect its movement.
However, its eyes were completely white, without any self-awareness. It was now just a walking corpse. Qianchen was overjoyed, not expecting this trick to actually work. With a glance, he found at least 100 soul beast corpses around him, and half of them had reached the realm of sanctity. Qianchen no longer restrained himself, immediately revealing his immortal shadow and reciting the divine text to the pile of soul beast corpses, rebirth from the impure earth. After a moment, under the moonlight, hundreds of soul beast corpses stood up from the soil, appearing particularly eerie. Qianchen stood in the middle of the soul beasts and found that using this immortal technique did not consume much soul power. In this way, as long as the bodies were not completely destroyed, he could make these corpses stand up again. In a sense, as long as Qianchen could obtain enough corpses, he could completely assemble a lost army. Qianchen didn't know if this immortal technique could be used on the bodies of deceased cultivators. Isn't this just cheating? Who doesn't have it? Qianchen murmured, manipulating these soul beasts to walk down the mountain. Although there were many soul beasts in the holy realm here, they were ultimately just corpses. Their strength was far inferior to when they were alive, and they were facing a powerful Emperor Realm soul beast like the Ice Roar Candle Dragon. These soul beast corpses could only delay his actions, and Qianchen had to find a way to escape the Ice Roar Candle Dragon's boundary immortal technique in this brief time. The Ice Roar Candle Dragon had just killed dozens of Qianchen's avatars when it suddenly sensed something and showed a look of astonishment on its face. He can actually resurrect these dead soul beasts. What kind of magical immortal technique is this? The Ice Roar Candle Dragon looked at the army of soul beast corpses coming towards him, hesitated for a moment, and then no longer slowly cast the immortal technique, starting to quickly clear away these corpses. At the same time, Night God Qiansun entered the Starry Night and immediately sensed Qianchen's presence. She immediately headed in that direction and saw an area surrounded by the boundary immortal technique. Is that the Ice Roar Candle Dragon? Night God Qiansun was slightly surprised, and she quickly discovered Qianchen was also there. Night God Qiansun cast an immortal technique, opening a crack from the side of the boundary, and she hid her presence and entered it. Qianchen searched around for a place to break the boundary immortal technique. He looked back and found that most of the resurrected soul beast corpses had been killed, and the Ice Roar Candle Dragon, in order to prevent Qianchen from resurrecting those soul beasts again, directly used a highly destructive immortal technique to shatter the corpses of these soul beasts, leaving no chance for a second resurrection. Qianchen cursed under his breath, not expecting the Ice Roar Candle Dragon to be so powerful. Kid, you've wasted too much of this Emperor's time. The Ice Roar Candle Dragon was annoyed by the successive waves of soul beast corpses and stood in place, letting out a dragon roar. The soul beast corpses in front of him instantly collapsed to the ground, losing their ability to move. This was the bloodline suppression of the dragon race on other soul beasts among the soul beasts. A dragon roar, and all beasts kneel. Qianchen was also shaken by this dragon roar, and the Ice Roar Candle Dragon was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The Ice Roar Candle Dragon was suddenly hit by a giant rock in the air, and he didn't react in time, falling heavily to the ground. Who is it? The Ice Roar Candle Dragon crushed the giant rock and looked around angrily. Night God Qiansun was hiding in the dark and couldn't directly show herself and fight the Ice Roar Candle Dragon, as this would reveal her true identity to Qianchen. Night God Qiansun glanced at Qianchen not far away and used an immortal technique to open a crack in front of him, using a disguised voice to say, "Go out from there." Qianchen didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't have time to think about it. He only knew that there was a powerful cultivator inside the boundary again, and that cultivator was on his side. No time to think about it, better to retreat first. Qianchen exerted all his strength and headed towards the crack, and the Ice Roar Candle Dragon, completely enraged, transformed back into his dragon form, his immortal shadow merging with his physical body, reaching a height of 100 meters. With just a stomp, the Ice Roar Candle Dragon caused the mountain to collapse and the entire Starry Night to tremble. Kid, you can't escape. Qianchen cursed, damn it, he couldn't just run away today. It's so hard to develop such a perverted immortal technique. As long as I survive today, I will definitely come back to kill you in the future. Dragon race, become the nourishment for my immortal shadow transformation. Qianchen accelerated towards the crack again, and the Ice Roar Candle Dragon chased after him frantically. However, before the Ice Roar Candle Dragon could chase far, several immortal techniques shot at him from all directions, forcing him to stop and confront them. As Qianchen had already reached the gap, Bingho Zhulong was completely furious. Who is ruining my good fortune? Hiding in the dark, Night God Qiansun saw Qianchen had already left the boundary spell of Bingho Zhulong, and she no longer hid, appearing in front of Bingho Zhulong. At the sight of Night God Qiansun, Bingho Zhulong felt a surge of blood and an unusual sensation. He frowned. As a dragon spirit beast, he should not feel this way when facing any other spirit beast,
but seeing this cultivator in front of him, he felt a sensation he had never felt in 1,000 years.
Who are you? Why are you obstructing me?
Bing Ho Zhilong's anger dissipated by half, although he wanted to tear the woman in front of him apart. As a king-level spirit beast, he realized that this female cultivator's identity was extraordinary, and her strength might not be inferior to his. Night God Qiansun, expressionless, unlike when she was with Qian Shen, coldly said, "You don't need to know who I am.
Just remember, that person just now is mine. Are you joking with me?" Bing Ho Zhulong sneered.
He was the king-level spirit beast ruling the Starry Night. Even the Ice Queen would not dare to speak to him like this. She was just a little girl, how dare she speak to him like this?
Do you think I'm joking with you?
Night God Qiansun narrowed her eyes.
Bing Ho Zhulong was unwilling to give up the longevity clock on Qian Shen. Spirit beasts were different from cultivators.
Once they reached the king level, they had almost no room for improvement, as they did not have the concept of spiritual power levels, nor could they cultivate their physical bodies. It could be said that once a spirit beast reached the king level, there was almost no possibility of improving their strength. The only way was to endlessly devour ancient artifacts and absorb the spiritual power on them. By doing so, they could enhance themselves, and once they devoured a certain number of ancient artifacts, they could become legendary mythical beasts. Over the years, all the ancient artifacts in the frozen land were concentrated in the hands of the Ice Queen. Bing Ho Zhulong had wanted to seize the ancient artifacts from her earlier, but if he had conflicts with the Ice Queen, he would not be able to continue to rule the Starry Night, so he had been lurking until now. Bing Ho Zhulong knew that the catastrophe was about to descend again, and he had the urge to fight the Ice Queen. However, he found that the Ice Queen had become the master of the road, and he had completely lost the possibility of fighting the Ice Queen. Now that Qian Shen had brought the longevity clock to the Starry Night, Bing Ho Zhulong was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. He is carrying the longevity clock.
Do you think I would let him go so easily? Bing Ho Zhulong looked at Night God Qiansun and replied. Night God Qiansun did not waste any more words.
After revealing her celestial shadow, she silently recited the divine text, and a huge beast head appeared behind her celestial shadow.
Bing Ho Zhulong's knees went weak, and he knelt uncontrollably on the ground.
He looked at his knees in disbelief, trying to stand up, but found that he could not.
What's happening to me?
Bing Ho Zhulong looked up at Night God Qiansun in the sky, his eyes filled with horror. After a long time, he trembled and said, "That residual image, could it be?
Could it be the ancient divine beast, the serpent? How is that possible? That is just a mythical beast, not even recorded in your human ancient texts, only passed down in the bloodline of spirit beasts. How could it?" Bing Ho Zhulong was unable to describe his shock. Just as he had transformed back into human form, under such suppression, he was forcibly forced back into his beast form. Night God Qianshuan slowly fell in front of the Ice Roar Candle Dragon, with a calm tone. If it can be passed down in the bloodline of the soul beast, it must be real. You haven't seen it, so you can't say it doesn't exist, right?
After speaking, he chuckled, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. The soul beast of the Emperor realm is rare. If it becomes the nourishment for the transformation snake, it can restore a lot of its true form. The Ice Roar Candle Dragon's face changed drastically. He wanted to leave and escape from here, but no matter how he used his immortal technique, there was no response at all. This was the pressure that the divine beast exerted on all soul beasts. The Ice Roar Candle Dragon had reached the Emperor realm and could be considered a king among many soul beasts, but once facing the true pressure of the divine beast, it was like a king facing a true god, completely powerless. Now, the Ice Roar Candle Dragon was completely frightened, and his tone turned to pleading. I was wrong. Spare me, I am the only surviving ancient soul beast in the world of cultivation.
You can't kill me.
If you kill me, half of the soul power of the Starry Night will disappear.
What does it have to do with me?
Even if the Starry Night collapses, it has nothing to do with me.
Night God Qianshuan said indifferently.
Suddenly, Night God Qianshuan changed the subject and said, however, Qianshen still needs to cultivate in the Starry Night now.
Indeed, we cannot let the Starry Night collapse. I'll spare your life for now.
In an instant, the Ice Roar Candle Dragon felt his strength returning, and Night God Qianshuan also put away the remnants of the transformation snake, seemingly intending to let him go. Without any hesitation, the Ice Roar Candle Dragon tore open a wormhole and fled from the place. Watching the Ice Roar Candle Dragon disappear, Night God Qianshuan smiled to himself and said, "The Candle Dragon is also a kind of divine beast, but it has not devoured any ancient divine artifacts, nor has it even stepped into the realm of demigods. In the future, when Qianshen subdues it, he may gain a bit of the bloodline of the divine beast Candle Dragon." After escaping from the Ice Roar Candle Dragon's barrier, Qianshen ran for thousands of miles, constantly using the shadow clone technique along the way. In this way, even if the Ice Roar Candle Dragon chased after him, it would be difficult for him to confirm Qianqian's true location for a while. Qianqian wanted to escape from the Starry Night, but after finally cultivating to the 8th transformation here, he only had the last 2 transformations left to complete the cultivation of the 9 turns of the Netherworld completely.
Risks and benefits coexist. As long as I am careful in the future, it will be fine.
Qianqian comforted himself in this way, realizing that the Ice Roar Candle Dragon did not seem to have chased after him, which also eased his mind a lot. However, he felt somewhat strange. Who had used immortal techniques to stop the Ice Roar Candle Dragon inside the barrier just now? And now that the Ice Roar Candle Dragon had not chased after him, it was most likely that he had fought with the cultivator who had helped Qianqian. It could be imagined that the person who helped Qianqian must be a great emperor in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, facing an opponent like the Ice Roar Candle Dragon, they would not be able to hold on for a few minutes. Qianqian pondered among the cultivators he knew, and there were a few who had the ability to fight against the Ice Roar Candle Dragon. The great emperors I know, there are only Martial Dance Sister and Emperor Qiyu, but Emperor Qiyu's physical body is still in the Qiankuan bag, so it is impossible for him. I also used Divine Sense to search for Martial Dance Sister's aura just now, and she was not there at all.
Then who could it be?
Qianqian was puzzled, unable to figure out who had saved him and why. It took Qianqian a long time to find a place in the Starry Night where he could find the herbs he needed for cultivation. This time, Qianqian made a bold decision when he looked at these herbs. If he relied on these herbs to completely cultivate the 9 turns of the Netherworld, it would take a long time, and by then, the catastrophe would have already arrived, and he would not have much time left. If he wanted to complete the cultivation sooner, he had to find more cultivator bodies to accelerate the cultivation speed, and at the same time, his soul power level in cultivation realm could also be rapidly improved. Qianqian looked at his hands and thought of the reincarnation jutsu he had just used.
Shadow Clone Jutsu.
He summoned many clones to find the corpses of the deceased spirit beasts in the Starry Night and resurrect them using the reincarnation jutsu. Then, Qianqian ordered the spirit beast corpses to leave the Starry Night. Originally, Qianqian wanted them to wreak havoc in the Frigid Land, but few practitioners in the Frigid Land had reached the realm of the firmament, and they had no grudges against him.
Qianqian had no reason to kill them and take their bodies.
Ultimately, Qianqian planned to send these spirit beasts to the ancient continent to hunt down the people of the Seven Star Sect. In addition, Qianqian ordered his clones to accompany the spirit beasts to the ancient continent. Qianqian could now share information with these clones, so whatever the clone saw, he would receive feedback. This way, he could control and make judgments about what was happening on the ancient continent and what kind of practitioners the spirit beasts were hunting. Qianqian's plan was to send these spirit beasts to the ancient continent to hunt down practitioners who had reached the realm of the firmament or higher, and then bring back their bodies to the Starry Night for his cultivation. Under Qianqian's command, over 100 spirit beasts and clones that he had resurrected with the reincarnation jutsu left the Starry Night and headed towards the ancient continent. To avoid attracting the attention of the Ice Queen and other practitioners in the Frigid Land, Qianqian deliberately had them leave in batches. In the Frigid Land, the spirit beasts roamed freely after leaving the Starry Night, so no one would notice Qianqian's actions.
The only one who might uncover Qianqian's actions was the Ice Queen.
However, based on his previous judgment, there was serious internal turmoil in the Frozen Kingdom, and the Ice Queen might not have time to care about this.
So Qianqian was also gambling that the Ice Queen would not discover his actions.
Although it's somewhat cruel, I can only rely on this method to quickly enhance my strength.
Qianqian sighed.
He then found a quiet place and entered a state of cultivation. During his meditation, Qianqian constantly pondered how to expand his influence and strength. With the ability of the reincarnation jutsu, even the dead could be used by him. So now, Qianqian didn't necessarily need powerful practitioners of the Holy Realm to join the Chen sect. As long as he could find the bodies of Holy Realm practitioners, or even the bodies of Emperor Realm practitioners, Qianqian had a way to convert them into members of his Chen sect.
But Qianqian had no intention of doing these things. After weighing the options, Qianqian gave orders to the head of the Shao family, Shao Shan.
By the order of the sect master, conduct a carpet-style search in the ancient continent to find the bodies of practitioners of the Holy Realm or higher. At this time, Shao Shan, who was in the city of Tsang, was practicing in the sacred land of the mountains when he suddenly received this order in his mind, and he opened his eyes abruptly. He said to himself, "Search for the bodies of practitioners? What is the sect master's intention?" Recently, the Jinxian Hall has become more rampant, and many disciples of the Shao family outside have been killed. If the sect master can intervene, the people of the Jinxian Hall will be somewhat wary. Shao Shan tried to communicate with Qianqian, but after the message was sent, Shao Shan regretted it and felt that it was inappropriate to tell the sect master about this matter. Unexpectedly, the sect master quickly replied, "Once you find those bodies, I will send someone to help you. While searching for the bodies, if practitioners of the Jinxian Hall cause trouble, Xiaoshan, you can confront the Jinxian Hall.
Shen's sect fears no one."
Xiaoshan trembled all over, and the sect master's words had inspired him. Xiaoshan returned to the Xiao family and ordered all the disciples of the Xiao family to go out and search for the bodies needed by the sect master. At the same time, Xiaoshan also ordered them that if they encountered disciples of the Zuxian Palace in the future and the disciples of the Zuxian Palace initiated an attack, they should counterattack on the spot without holding back.
In the Starry Night, Xianxin was also puzzled to hear the three words Zuxian Palace.
He did not expect the Zuxian Palace to be so rampant, killing practitioners from any sect or family without mercy. He now informed Xiaoshan that there would be inevitable conflict with the Zuxian Palace in the future. Xianxin's determination to complete the cultivation of the Nether 9 transformation technique and advance to the Emperor realm was even greater.
Within a month, I must break through to the Emperor realm.
In the vast snowy land of the extreme cold, many towering soul beasts were heading towards the border between the extreme cold and the ancient continent. Several practitioners in the snowy land were puzzled as to why there were such a large number of soul beasts appearing in this area. Konglin Mountain, a powerful figure of the Seven-Star sect who had been staying at the border, also noticed that many large shadows appeared on the snowy land of the extreme cold, heading unimpeded towards the ancient continent. "Strange, so many soul beasts appearing near the border, this is the first time I've seen it,"
said an elder of the Seven-Star sect. "Order, send out a few disciples to the border to see what's going on," the elder ordered. The people below the order, along with several practitioners, went to the border. They were surprised to find that there were at least hundreds of soul beasts coming towards them. They hurriedly tried to report back, but one of the soul beasts suddenly launched an attack without warning. Hundreds of soul beasts launched attacks at the same time, and half of them had even reached the realm of sanctity. The few Seven-Star sect practitioners who came to explore the border were unable to react in time and were instantly killed. The elder of the Seven-Star sect on Konglin Mountain saw this scene and immediately ordered, all Seven-Star sect practitioners stay away from the border and retreat to Konglin Mountain. Although those practitioners of the Seven-Star sect had reached the realm of the firmament or even sanctity, they were still frightened by the huge army of soul beasts and fled in panic back to Konglin Mountain. Under the command of Tian Shan Kong, they guarded the border between the ancient continent and the extreme cold with a group of Seven-Star sect practitioners. If Qianxin returned from the extreme cold to the ancient continent, he would have to pass through here. Once Qianxin was discovered, they had to immediately report to Tian Shan Kong. However, the elder never expected that so many soul beasts would appear from the extreme cold and directly attack the ancient continent. Report to the elder, the group of soul beast army shows no sign of stopping. It seems they intend to cross the border and enter the ancient continent directly. A disciple of the Seven-Star sect knelt before the elder. Cold sweat dripped from the elder's forehead. They were facing hundreds of soul beasts, half of which had reached the realm of sanctity. It was impossible for them to stop them. Although these soul beasts entering the ancient continent had nothing to do with the Seven-Star sect, he did not care whether they would harm the practitioners. He only worried that if Qianxin was mixed in with the army of soul beasts and took advantage of the chaos to return to the ancient continent, if he was discovered by Tian Shan Kong and the Seven-Star Emperor, his head would not be safe. After weighing the situation, the elder immediately ordered, "Everyone, evacuate from Konglin Mountain. There are so many soul beasts, all of them are from the Starry Night. If we stay here, we are likely to die here." "Yes." The elder, along with a dozen disciples of the Seven-Star sect, quickly left Konglin Mountain and headed towards the sect's gate, reporting the situation of the Soul Beast army from the extreme cold advancing towards the ancient continent. As the Soul Beast Legion entered the ancient continent, many cultivators received this news and discussed why such a large Soul Beast Legion would come to the ancient continent from the extreme cold region. Many curious cultivators who went to investigate were indiscriminately killed by these soul beasts. Afterwards, the Thousand Shen's avatars lurking among them collected the bodies and transported them back to the Starry Night. Thousand Shen looked at the numerous bodies brought back every day, a look of joy on his face. Although not every body was that of a cultivator who had reached the celestial realm or higher, the proportion was still quite objective. The combat power of the Soul Beast Legion formed by the use of the rebirth of filth was very objective. Even when facing the attacks of dozens of Holy Realm powerhouses, they could still successfully kill them. Thousand Shen used the bodies of cultivators that did not meet his cultivation requirements to once again use the rebirth of filth, transforming them into living dead and sending them to Tsangcheng. It's just right to revive these useless bodies, so they can help the Xiaojia, and it's not a waste of any body, Thousand Shen said to himself, feeling some regret that he hadn't developed the immortal art of rebirth of filth earlier.
He now sat in the starry night, tirelessly cultivating, and could also control the resurrected bodies and avatars to share external information, while having them transport bodies back, which was a completely beneficial situation.
It feels like I'm looking down on the world.
Father, many of the disciples we sent out have reported that there have been many inexplicable cultivators helping us recently. Xiaozhan respectfully said to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan's face lit up and he said, they should be the people the sect master sent to help us.
What is the cultivation realm of these people?
Most of them are cultivators of the void realm and the celestial realm, and we have not yet found any cultivators of the holy realm, Xiaoshan said with a slight disappointment after hearing this.
Because he was very clear about the strength of the Zuxian Hall, the cultivators of the Zuxian Hall were at least holy realm powerhouses, and there were also many cultivators who had reached the level of quasi-emperor.
Now, the sect master of the Chinamen only sent him cultivators of the void realm and the celestial realm. If they relied on the strength of these cultivators to fight against the Zuxian Hall, they would have no chance of winning. Seeing Xiaoshan's furrowed brow, Xiaozhan said, Father, I know what you are worried about. Although the cultivation realm of those cultivators is not up to our ideal level, but what?
Xiaoshan looked at Xiaozhan hesitating to speak and hurriedly asked. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiaozhan spoke in a low voice, however, those cultivators don't seem to be normal living cultivators.
Their immortal shadows are very dim, and when our disciples communicate with them, they don't respond at all, as if
they are like a group of living dead.
In addition, there has been a powerful soul beast legion entering the ancient continent from the extreme cold region recently. Other cultivators who went to investigate, wanting to hunt them to improve their soul power level, were all indiscriminately attacked and killed by those soul beasts. When our disciples of the Xiaojia approached, they acted as if they couldn't see them. Xiaoshan's face became serious, and he had a guess in his mind.
He narrowed his eyes and said, What do you mean?
Xiaozhan lowered his voice and said to Xiaoshan, Father, I don't think this is a coincidence.
Have you asked the sect master about this soul beast legion?
Xiaozhan did not continue speaking, just staring at Xiaoshan. After a long time, Xiaoshan nodded and waved his hand at Xiaozhan. I will go ask the sect master. Speed up the progress of collecting the bodies of cultivators for the sect master.
The sect master is likely implementing some plan, and we must not hold back his progress because of us.
Shadow Qianchen came out of the gate and saw the Soul Beast Legion advancing, a satisfied smile on his face.
It seems that you have already mastered the essence of divine writing and are able to develop such immortal techniques. But they have already threatened the position of my Zuxian palace, I cannot let them stay.
After Shadow Qianchen finished speaking, he tore open a wormhole, used spatial jumping, and appeared in the center of the Soul Beast Legion.
Dark absorption.
Shadow Qianchen revealed his immortal shadow, clapped his hand on the ground, and after reciting the divine writing of silence, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. The soul beasts seemed to be unable to move forward as if they had fallen into a swamp. They focused their attention on Shadow Qianchen and launched their attacks together, but all the immortal techniques they displayed were absorbed into the black hole on the ground. After absorbing their immortal techniques, the suction force of the black hole on the ground became even stronger, and all the flesh and blood of the soul beasts were sucked into it. After a moment, there were only 100 soul beast skeletons left on the ground. Qianchen, who was practicing in the extremely cold land, suddenly shivered.
All the soul beasts are dead? How could this be?
Qianchen felt that all his connections with the soul beasts had been completely severed, and suddenly opened his eyes, feeling very strange.
Could it be that a cultivator in the Emperor realm took action and directly killed those soul beasts?
Qianchen deliberately avoided the 10 major sects other than the 7-star sect, in order to prevent offending them and causing the great emperors of those sects to directly wipe out the Soul Beast Legion.
But what's going on now?
Qianchen quickly shifted his gaze to one of his avatars present, and saw that the Soul Beast Legion had turned into 100 skeletons, and in the center of those skeletons, there was a cultivator with a black immortal shadow behind him.
This person was wearing a black mask, and Qianchen recognized him at a glance.
The Lord of the Zuxian Palace, Dark Emperor. Qianchen concentrated, never expecting the Dark Emperor to take action so quickly and directly wipe out his Soul Beast Legion, even faster than he had imagined. Just as Qianchen was about to retract his gaze, the Dark Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked at this avatar of his, grinning. Qianchen, long time no see.
What?
Qianchen did not hesitate, immediately retracted his gaze, and directly made that present avatar disappear. At this moment, he was still in shock, recalling the profound gaze of the Dark Emperor just now, and instantly saw that his gaze was on that present avatar.
But what did the Dark Emperor mean by long time no see?
Qianchen was very clear that the only place where he and the Dark Emperor had met was at the 100 Sects Conference. At that time, he was fighting against a cultivator of the Yao sect on the stage, and Qianchen was sitting below watching, and the two of them had no communication at all, not even eye contact.
How did the Dark Emperor recognize him? Xianchen was instantly plunged into contemplation.
Just now, he saw the profound eyes of the Dark Emperor and always felt that he had seen him somewhere, feeling very familiar.
Hey, Xianchen, I finally found you.
Suddenly, a hand patted Xianchen's shoulder, pulling him back from his contemplation. Hearing the familiar voice, Xianchen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned his head. Standing behind him was the night god Xianxuan, who had been separated for several months. She had her hands behind her back, looking at Xianchen with a smile on her face, and a hint of shyness in her eyes.
Xianxuan, why are you here at Starry Night too?
Xianchen quickly stood up from the ground, wishing he could hug night god Xianxuan immediately, but his reason restrained him from this inappropriate behavior. Unexpectedly, night god Xianxuan took a step forward, opened her arms very generously, and hugged Xianchen. After 2 seconds of silence, she said with a hint of resentment in her voice, "After coming out of the Void Star Realm, I waited for you there for a long time, but I never saw you. It's been a long time, I thought you might have gone to Starry Night, so I rushed to Starry Night without stopping."
Since you didn't look for me, I came to find you.
Xianchen was slightly stunned, his expression somewhat awkward. When Xianchen and Yeshen Xianxuan separated in the Void Star Realm, he went to wait for Yeshen Xianxuan in Makung for 3 days, but at that time, Emperor Qiyu said that he could not stay there. Helpless, he immediately rushed to Xingye. It turned out that it was a very wise decision not to bring Yeshen Xianxuan at that time. Otherwise, when he was in Konglin Mountain, Xianchen himself almost fell into the hands of the Seven Star Sect, let alone if he had brought Yeshen Xianxuan with him. Looking at Yeshen Xianxuan's resentful expression, Xianchen instinctively reached out and touched her head, whispering, "I'm sorry, Xianxuan. I came out of the Void Star Realm and waited for you in Makung for several days, but I couldn't find you. In addition, the situation was urgent at that time, and I couldn't wait any longer, so I rushed towards Xingye. On the way, I also encountered considerable danger. If you had been with me at that time, I wouldn't have been able to protect you." Listening to Xianchen's response, Yeshen Xianxuan did not speak again. In fact, she was very clear about what Xianchen had been doing in the ancient continent those days. Seeing Xianchen's hurried explanation, Yeshen Xianxuan couldn't help but chuckle and said, "All right, anyway, I have found you now. Let's just let the past go." Xianchen nodded, puzzled. "How did you come to the extreme cold land alone? It took me quite a bit of effort to get here." I have my ways. If you had brought me, it would have been much more convenient. How could you leave me alone?" Xianchen scratched his head awkwardly and fell silent. After a long time, Yeshen Xianxuan said, "How is your cultivation progressing?" When it came to cultivation, Xianchen's expression finally returned to normal. He showed Xianxuan the immortal shadow and the activation of the Netherworld Overlord's physique, saying, "It's almost there. I can refine the cultivation technique I've been practicing to the extreme. By then, I will be able to return to the ancient continent and seek revenge on the Seven Star Sect. By the way, Xianxuan, have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation realm in the past few months?" In fact, Xianchen's question was also a probe of Yeshen Xianxuan. Emperor Qiyu had said that there was a very powerful cultivator behind Yeshen Xianxuan. Although Xianchen believed that she had really been looking for him for such a long time, there must have been the help of that powerful individual on the way. Otherwise, as a cultivator of the celestial realm, she could not have come to the extreme cold land so easily. Yeshen Xianxuan saw through Xianchen's intention at a glance, but still pretended to be very naive, saying, "No, I'm still in the celestial realm. It's not easy to make breakthroughs in cultivation realm." "All right." Xianchen did not ask further, and then sat down cross-legged. Thinking that his Soul Beast Legion had been annihilated by the Shadow Emperor in less than 10 days after arriving in the ancient continent, Xianchen felt somewhat depressed. He had only obtained about 20 or 30 useful bodies in these days, and with the help of the herbs in Xingye, he had just completed the 8th turn of the Netherworld 9 transformations. Next, there was only the 9th turn left, which was also the most important one. To completely finish the cultivation, Xianchen estimated that he would need at least 50 bodies of the Holy Realm. Throughout the entire cultivation world, perhaps only the top 5 sects had so many Holy Realm experts. Even if the Soul Beast Legion had not been annihilated, Xianchen was not confident that he could have them kill 50 Holy Realm cultivators, which would have crossed the bottom line of the sect. Once he really took action, the sect masters of the top 10 sects would not sit idly by and would definitely rise up to attack him. Seeing Xianchen's troubled expression, Yeshen Xianxuan said, "Xianchen, what are you thinking? Your eyebrows are almost twisted together." "Ah, you're just a celestial realm cultivator. It's useless to tell you." Yeshen Xianxuan pouted and said, "Tell me, maybe I can help you solve it?"
looking at the persistent questioning of Yesen Xianxuan, helplessly sighed and said, "Well, did you see the group of soul beast legions from the extreme cold land to the Hanggu continent when you came?" Yesen Xianxuan blinked and nodded. "Yes, I saw them. I was wondering why there were so many soul beasts heading to the Hanggu continent at that time. If I tell you that those soul beasts are all under my control?" "What? All those soul beasts are under your control? How could you possibly do that with so many soul beasts?"
Yesen Xianxuan looked surprised. Although she had known that these soul beasts were manipulated by Qianqian, she still had to pretend to be surprised. Qianqian nodded slightly and continued, "They are under my control, but they are already dead. My immortal technique can only manipulate corpses. Not only the corpses of soul beasts, but I can also control the corpses of cultivators. However, the group of soul beast corpses that I controlled were all killed by the Lord of the Jinxian Palace and the Dark Emperor just now. There are almost no soul beast corpses left in the Starry Night, and now I urgently need a powerful legion." After listening to Qianqian's words, Yesen Xianxuan fell into contemplation. After a long time, Yesen Xianxuan said, "So, you need more soul beast corpses or cultivator corpses now, and then use your immortal technique to resurrect them, and then they will become your subordinates?" Qianqian nodded and said, "That's right, but such a large number of corpses cannot be found everywhere, so I am worried about this."
Yesen Xianxuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Well,
in the world of cultivation, there is indeed a place with many corpses, and all of those corpses have reached the level of emperor." Then, Yesen Xianxuan told Qianqian about the place she mentioned, where there were countless emperor-level corpses. This place was actually heard by Qianqian. It was the closed-off divine realm. In ancient times, the passage to the divine realm was not closed. As long as a cultivator reached the holy realm, they had the qualification to enter. Because there were still sects at that time, the number of cultivators at the emperor level was tens of times more than it is now. In the divine realm, there were emperor-level cultivators everywhere, and even more powerful were the dominator-level cultivators, known as the dominators on the road. One level higher were the true gods. Later, as time passed, conflicts arose among the emperor-level cultivators, and they formed factions and fought in the divine realm, and many emperor-level cultivators fell, leaving their corpses in the divine realm forever. Not only emperor-level cultivators, but there were also several gods who fell into madness due to their cultivation in the divine realm. So, if you want to know where there are the most powerful cultivator corpses, it's definitely the divine realm. After Yesen Xianxuan finished speaking, she looked at Qianqian. Qianqian was surprised. He didn't expect such a history in the divine realm. Although the divine realm is now closed, if he really had a way to enter it, not to mention that emperor-level cultivator corpses were everywhere, if he could find one and use the impure earth reincarnation to resurrect him, Qianqian's strength would be qualitatively improved. Moreover, Yesen Xianxuan also mentioned that there were fallen gods in the divine realm. Qianqian knew that his current strength might not be able to resurrect the corpses of those gods, but in the future, when he reached the emperor level, there was a possibility. In the world of cultivation, no one else had the immortal technique of impure earth reincarnation. Once Qianqian could enter the divine realm, he would probably be at the peak not only in the Hanggu continent but also in the entire world of cultivation. It does sound exciting, but everyone knows that the passage to the divine realm has been closed. It's impossible to enter the divine realm, right? Qianqian came back to his senses from his excitement. Yesen Xianxuan shook her head and said meaningfully, "Have you forgotten the divine text forbidden technique used by the Dark Emperor of the Zhuxian Palace at the 100 Sects Conference? It is a forbidden technique inscribed on the divine realm stele. Only those who have been to the divine realm can learn it. Obviously, the Gate Emperor and the Dark Emperor have been to the divine realm." At this moment, Qianqian remembered the Gate Emperor's special ability. The Gate Emperor could open a gate anywhere. Could it be that the divine text forbidden technique learned by the Dark Emperor was the result of the Gate Emperor opening a gate in the divine realm and they entered inside? Qianqian wanted to ask Yesen Xianxuan, but he found her looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Obviously, Qianqian's guess was correct. After a long silence, Qianqian spoke again. "Qianxuan, are you suggesting that I should go find the Dark Emperor and the Gate Emperor?" "I didn't say that." Yesen Xianxuan smiled brightly. "The people of the Zhuxian Palace are killing cultivators all over the Hanggu continent, making many places uninhabitable and causing suffering to living beings. I am going to find them to cooperate. How is that possible?" Qianqian knew about the evil deeds of the people of the Zhuxian Palace, and he couldn't accept cooperating with cultivators who used such cruel methods as the Dark Emperor and the Gate Emperor. "Qianqian, in the world of cultivation, there is no emperor who is just. If you want to become strong, you must let go of some of your pride. The so-called strong help others, the sage helps themselves. Only when you become a stronger existence can you talk about justice and uphold everything you want to uphold in your heart." The strong help themselves, the sage helps others. Xianchen murmured to himself, lost in thought. After that, he had his own thoughts and did not discuss the matter with Yesen Xianxuan again. And Yesen Xianxuan also tactfully did not mention this topic again, sitting quietly on the side.
Xianxuan, it's not safe in the Starry Night anymore. I recently had a conflict with a King Realm's soul beast inside, and if I stay here, I don't know when it will come after me. In 2 days, after I collect enough herbs, let's leave here.
Yesen Xianxuan nodded without expressing any opinion. Xianchen looked at the blue-purple night sky, feeling somewhat melancholic. Originally, he was the only one in the Starry Night, planning to continue his adventurous cultivation. After all, there were plenty of herbs here. Although the Yuming 9 transformation technique had only 1 transformation left, it was difficult to rely on these herbs to make further progress, but it was still better than not cultivating at all. Now that Yesen Xianxuan had also come to the Starry Night, Xianchen was not confident in being able to protect her, so he had to make a decision to leave the Starry Night. After leaving the Starry Night, it did not mean the end of his cultivation journey. In the Hanggu continent, Shaoshan was constantly helping him search for the bodies of cultivators. Although the quantity was not as much as the Soul Beast Legion had brought him before, after a month, there were nearly 10 bodies. However, the catastrophe was about to come, and within a month, Xianchen had to break through to the King Realm, and he must not fail to advance for any reason. In the following days, Xianchen let Yesen Xianxuan stay in his boundary enchantment, while he went around the Starry Night to collect herbs. What puzzled Xianchen was that he used to occasionally see a few soul beasts around, but these 2 days, no matter where he went, it was difficult to see any soul beasts. And he also completely lost the sense of the Ice Roar Candle Dragon's presence, as if it had disappeared from the Starry Night. Strange, it took so much effort to keep me here, but now I can't see it at all. Could it be that the cultivator who saved me back then injured it? Despite feeling very puzzled, Xianchen couldn't afford to think about these things and quickly collected the herbs. This was the last night that Xianchen and Yesen Xianxuan stayed in the Starry Night. Xianchen sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to share the perspectives of his avatars in the Hanggu continent. 100 avatars were sent out, but now only a dozen or so remain. Most of them disappeared due to insufficient soul power, while others perished in conflicts with other cultivators while collecting corpses. After obtaining little useful information, Xianchen once again invested his divine sense into the Qiankuan bag. The physical body of Emperor Qiyu was still quietly lying there, emitting only a very weak aura. Xianchen really wanted to extract the Emperor's power from his body and return it to him, but he was unable to do so as he had not yet reached the Emperor realm. At this moment, Xianchen found a golden token in the Qiankuan bag. He picked it up and saw the words "Token of Heroes" written on it. Xianchen remembered that this was given to him by Emperor Qiyu, who had informed him that if he encountered an organization called the Rain Pavilion, he could directly assume the position of the Pavilion Master by presenting this token. After putting the token into the Qiankuan bag, Xianchen had forgotten about it. Now, seeing the token, Xianchen was deeply moved and also had a new idea. At this time, when he was in great need of manpower, if he could find the location of the Rain Pavilion and present the token, he could directly become the Pavilion Master. In this way, he could also give orders to the members of the Rain Pavilion. After all, this was something given to him by Emperor Qiyu, so the Rain Pavilion must be quite extraordinary. Xianchen took the token out of the Qiankuan bag and immediately asked Night God Xiansun, "Xiansun, do you know an organization called the Rain Pavilion?" Night God Xiansun furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "I know, but why do you ask?" Xianchen scratched his head and said, "Someone gave me this token before, saying that by presenting it in the Rain Pavilion, I could directly become the Pavilion Master. So I want to ask you, where exactly is the Rain Pavilion?" Seeing the golden token in Xianchen's hand, Night God Xiansun's expression changed suddenly. Obviously, she did not expect Xianchen to have such a treasure. Night God Xiansun was genuinely surprised. She did not expect that Xianchen had such a deep connection with the Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion, who had actually given him the Master Token. After her surprise, Night God Xiansun said, "My goodness, you actually have this token." The Rain Pavilion is an assassin organization, but it is very mysterious, with branches scattered throughout the cultivation world, and they have strongholds in almost every place. As for where their headquarters is, I don't know. Perhaps it's in the extremely cold regions. Speaking of the Rain Pavilion, it's not a very likable organization. They instigate coups everywhere, and only their own people know what their intentions are. It is said that the cultivators of the Rain Pavilion are hidden in many sects and royal families. There are even rumors that the master of a certain powerful sect is also a member of the Rain Pavilion. After listening to Night God Xiansun's explanation, Xianchen was dumbfounded. He had thought that the Rain Pavilion might be a formidable sect, but he had not expected it to be so enigmatic. However, the composition of the rain pavilion was very similar to the Chen Gate that Qianchen had established. There were no fixed strongholds, and the cultivators who joined were scattered all over. Qianchen realized that Emperor Qiyu was very likely the pavilion master of the rain pavilion, but why had he never mentioned it to him before? At the same time, Qianchen also caught an important piece of information from Night God Qian Sun's words. Coup! Now the Frozen Kingdom was in turmoil, with assassins infiltrating the Ice Palace, aiming to foment a coup. Could it be that this coup in the Frozen Kingdom was related to the Rain Pavilion? If the Rain Pavilion was indeed manipulating everything behind the scenes, then once Qianchen became the new pavilion master, it would be equivalent to standing on the side of the Ice Queen? As Qianchen pondered all this, he carefully put away the token. Let's go out. If we can find the stronghold of the Rain Pavilion in the extreme cold, I will have many powerful helpers. Yesen Qianchuan looked at Qianchen and asked, Qianchen, tell me the truth. Where did you get this token from? Qianchen hesitated for a moment. In the past, Yesen Qianchuan would not have asked him where the token came from, but this time she took the initiative to ask. After hesitating for a few moments, Qianchen decided not to hide it from her. He already regarded Yesen Qianchuan as the closest person to him, so there was no harm in telling her about the Emperor Qiyu. Qianchen then recounted his entire experience of knowing the Emperor Qiyu to Yesen Qianchuan. After listening, Yesen Qianchuan furrowed her brows and sighed. I didn't expect that Emperor Qiyu is not dead, and he has been following you all this time. What's even more shocking is that he is actually the master of the Rain Pavilion, which no one could have imagined. Qianchen smiled bitterly and said, who would have thought that this old man had such a status? When he gave me this token, I didn't take it seriously at all. As dawn approached, Qianchen and Yesen Qianchuan left Xingye. When they left, Qianchen used his divine sense to scan Xingye, but still found no trace of Wubu. Strange, Wubu has been gone for at least half a month. Why would it take her so long to find the Ice Queen? Qianchen felt that something was not right, but he did not have too much suspicion. After all, Wubu was a great emperor of the Emperor realm, and she was unlikely to be in any danger. After Qianchen and Yesen Qianchuan left, the chief of the Black Gold Ape tribe appeared at their original location, looking thoughtfully at the withered herbs on the ground. Is he practicing the Nether 9 transformation technique? After coming out of Xingye with Yesen Qianchuan, Qianchen felt that the surrounding environment had changed slightly, but after carefully surveying the area, he did not find anything particularly strange. Qianchuan, did you encounter any strange phenomena on the way to Xingye? Qianchen asked Yesen Qianchuan. Because before entering Xingye, Qianchen and Wubu had heard the Ice Queen mention the coup, and now it had been a month, so there might have been many things that Qianchen did not know about happening outside. Yesen Qianchuan had only entered Xingye a few days ago, so she might know something. However, Yesen Qianchuan shook her head, indicating that she had not encountered any particularly strange phenomena. Qianchen looked at the towering ice palace not far away. He had the urge to go back again. He wanted to know from the Ice Queen where Wubu had gone. It was clear that Wubu was eager to fully cultivate the Nether Tyrant body. After reaching the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to have a qualitative change in one's own strength. And like Wubu, who had a dual cultivation physique, as long as she could bring both refining body physiques to the highest level, she would be outstanding among the great emperors. However, Wubu had not returned to Xingye for a long time. Qianchen, are you worried about something? Yesen Qianchuan noticed Qianchen's hesitation. No, nothing. Let's leave the inner city quickly and see if we can find the practitioners of the Rain Pavilion in the Icebound Kingdom. Qianchen finally gave up the idea of finding the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen already had an inexplicable hostility towards Qianchen. If Wubu had not stopped her magic last time, Qianchen would probably not have had the chance to stand here now. Qianchen and Yesen Qianchuan arrived at the gate of the inner city and found that there were no guards at the gate, and there were hardly any practitioners coming in and out. Qianchen then noticed that not only were there no guards at the gate, but there were also few practitioners on the streets. Before he and Wubu entered Xingye, practitioners were not so scarce. After leaving the inner city, there was not much change in the outer city, and the streets were still bustling. Xian Yun, how do you think I should go about finding the people from the Rain Pavilion? It's a very mysterious organization after all. I can't just go around asking everyone about the Rain Pavilion, can I? Yesen Xianyun smiled lightly and teased, Qianchen, I've noticed that you always like to ask me for advice or consider my opinions on everything you encounter. What, do you think of me as your girlfriend now? Ha! Qianchen was stunned for a moment, not initially understanding what Yesen Xianyun had just said. When he finally realized, his face turned red in an instant. He was about to retort, but upon careful consideration, he realized that what she said seemed to be true. During this time, Xianchen had indeed sought Yesen Xianyun's opinions on many things and hadn't made any substantial judgments on his own.
Yesen Xianyun had always been advising and strategizing for him. Xianchen hurriedly explained, "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by thinking of you as my girlfriend? I just think your advice is good and wanted to ask for your opinion." Yesen Xianyun didn't believe him and deliberately leaned closer to Xianchen, saying, "Really? If you don't think of me as your girlfriend, then what do you think of me as? Just a regular friend? I don't believe that."
This time, Xianchen didn't hesitate at all and said firmly, "I indeed don't think of you as a regular friend.
I've always treated you like my own sister. I'm not lying to you." "Sister?"
"Yes, sister." Yesen Xianyun felt surprised and a sense of indescribable loss in her heart. In the end, Yesen Xianyun didn't continue to question Xianchen about this matter, but her tone changed and lost its previous liveliness. "It's not difficult for you to find the Rain Pavilion. After all, you have the master token of the Rain Pavilion in your hand. If the people from the Rain Pavilion really have a base in the extreme cold land, there must be their informants everywhere. As long as you take the token to the auction, the people from the Rain Pavilion will definitely come to you. But if I really do that and the guards of the ice-sealed country find out, wouldn't I be openly opposing them?" Xianchen frowned. Yesen Xianyun gave Xianchen a blank look and said, "Who do you think has seen the master token of the Rain Pavilion? How could the guards of the ice-sealed country recognize it?" "Only the people from the Rain Pavilion would know, although it's not impossible for some well-traveled cultivators to recognize it.
But if you want to find the Rain Pavilion, this is the fastest way."
Xianchen looked at her suspiciously and only after a while said, "According to you, few people would recognize this token. How did you recognize it?" "Well, brother, you don't need to worry about that. Little sister also has her own secrets."
Xianchen and Yesen Xianyun arrived at the auction venue of the ice-sealed country.
Xianchen remembered that the last time he came to this auction was with Wubu, but now he had no idea where Wubu had gone.
"Sir, are you going to auction this golden token?" the auction venue staff asked respectfully. Xianchen nodded and said, "The starting price is 1 million.
The staff looked hesitant and said, "Sir, the starting price you said is too high. I'm afraid no one will bid. But if the value and purpose of your item do reach that price, it's not impossible. However, you need to provide an introduction, otherwise, even if our auction venue guarantees it, no one will be willing to bid."
"No need, just mark the starting price.
Those who recognize it will naturally bid high." "Okay, sir." The reason Xianchen set such a high starting price was because he was afraid that there might be some wealthy people who, whether they recognized the token or not, would directly buy it.
At that time, Xianchen would regret losing the token.
After all, his real purpose in auctioning the token was not to sell it, but to show it to people. Once the person from the Rain Pavilion recognizes this token, they will definitely mobilize all their forces to find Xianchen. Xianchen and Night God Xiansun found their seats and waited for the auction of the token to begin. As the auction began, the first few items that appeared did not interest Xianchen at all, and he sat in his seat with his eyes closed. At this moment, Night God Xiansun spoke up, "Xianchen, do you remember the auction in the Kobo City and the underground black market in the Halfsang Desert?"
"Ah, I remember. What about it?" Xianchen looked at Night God Xiansun in confusion.
"We have known each other for several months, and I have accompanied you to many places.
Aren't you curious about my true identity and why I have been following you all this time?" Night God Xiansun's eyes flickered with an emotion that she couldn't quite express. Her words left Xianchen in silence.
They had known each other for so long, and Xianchen had indeed thought about Night God Xiansun's true identity. The Rain Emperor had also mentioned that there was a very powerful cultivator behind her. So, Xianchen had thought about this more than once. Xianchen also remembered that Night God Xiansun had initially followed him after they met outside the venue of the 100 Sects conference and he had saved her while she was climbing over the palace wall. Later, it was on the night when the 7-star sect attacked the Eternal sect, and the 7-star Emperor appeared. Night God Xiansun's friend with extremely fast speed saved him, and since then she had been following Xianchen. As for her identity, Xianchen had long ceased to care, not only because Night God Xiansun had saved him and he felt grateful, but also because he felt that Night God Xiansun was very much like his own sister in the original world, lively and lovely, bringing him a lot of warmth in this strange world. Thinking of this, Xianchen smiled gently and said, "Your identity? I have been curious, but if you were willing to tell me, you would have told me long ago. As for your purpose, I don't care. You saved my life, so, my life is yours. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I am willing to give it to you." Night God Xiansun's mouth slightly opened. She had not expected such a response from Xianchen. She was touched deep down. At this moment, the auction finally reached the Rain Pavilion's token that Xianchen had consigned.
"Everyone, the next item is a pure token.
The consignor has set the minimum price at 1 million. As for its use, the consignor has not yet explained.
Interested parties can start bidding.
After the auctioneer finished speaking, he signaled all the bidders to start bidding. As Chen Chen had expected, no one rashly raised the bid. 1 million was already an astronomical figure, and although there were many wealthy cultivators, they were not foolish enough to spend so much money on a token whose use and value were unknown. In the end, after an extremely long silence, no one raised the bid, and the token consigned by Chen Chen was unsold.
Let's go to the backstage and get back this token. If there really is someone from the Rain Pavilion, they will come to me on their own.
Chen Chen stood up and said to Night God Xiansun beside him. Night God Xiansun just nodded slightly without speaking, still immersed in the words Chen Chen had just said to her. In the backstage, the staff returned the token to Chen Chen and said, "Sir, as I said, if you don't specify its use and value, no one will bid so much for it."
Chen Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. If no one bids, it means they don't know its worth.
The value of this token far exceeds 1 million.
As for the consignment fee, I have already paid it."
Sorry for the trouble.
Chen Chen and Night God Xiansun left the auction venue and then found an inn to stay in.
Chen Chen planned to wait in this inn for a few days. If a cultivator from the Rain Pavilion really noticed this token, it wouldn't be long before they came looking for him. As the sky gradually darkened, the number of pedestrians on the street also decreased.
Chen Chen knew that the curfew was about to begin.
Soon, the sound of the guard team came from the street, warning anyone not to go out. Chen Chen sat cross-legged on the bed practicing the ghostly 9 revolutions technique, but also kept an eye on any changes around the inn, so he could immediately sense if anyone approached. As expected, after an hour of curfew, Chen Chen felt that the inn had attracted a lot of attention, and there was also a faint approaching presence nearby. As expected, there are people from the Rain Pavilion in this extremely cold place, Chen Chen muttered, ending his practice.
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door.
Chen Chen got up to open it, only to find no one outside.
He looked around the corridor and found nothing. Closing the door, as Chen Chen was muttering to himself, he turned around and found a middle-aged man standing by the bed, staring at him with a sharp gaze.
"Do you have the token of heroes?"
the middle-aged man asked.
Chen Chen nodded and then took out the token from his bag.
When the middle-aged man saw the token, his expression instantly became respectful, and he knelt down in front of Chen Chen. Vice Master Ao Chen pays his respects to the master of the pavilion. Chen Chen was surprised that this man named Ao Chen would kneel down so decisively.
Did he not doubt at all where I got the token of heroes from? Vice Master Ao Chen, right.
Please get up quickly, there's no need for such a grand gesture, Chen Chen said.
Yes.
Ao Chen stood up straight in front of Chen Chen, and the two looked at each other in silence.
Chen Chen felt a bit awkward and touched his nose, saying, "Aren't you curious at all about where I got the token of heroes?"
Ao Chen spoke with great respect. "I have no doubt at all. The former master said that once the token of heroes leaves his hands, it will self-destruct. The fact that you can now have the intact token of heroes means that it must have been personally handed to you by the former master, otherwise it would have self-destructed long ago."
Chen Chen was surprised and confirmed the identity of the former master of the Rain Pavilion as Emperor Yu.
When Emperor Yu handed the token of heroes to Chen Chen, he had decided to make Chen Chen the new master.
At the same time, Chen Chen also saw the strict discipline of the Rain Pavilion.
This vice master had never met Chen Chen, and Emperor Yu had never consulted him, but just seeing the token of heroes, he willingly submitted to Chen Chen.
Chen Chen nodded, and Ao Chen continued, "May I ask, where is the former master now?"
For 100 years, the former master has not contacted us. There are rumors outside that the former master has already fallen, but the people inside the pavilion still believe that the former master is alive.
The former master.
He cannot show himself now, but he has not fallen.
Given time, he will reappear, Chen Chen said.
Ao Chen's face showed joy,
and then he did not speak again. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "Vice Master, how many people are there in the Rain Pavilion now?"
Reporting to the master, there are a total of 5,782 practitioners, spread throughout the world of cultivation. Chen Chen was surprised.
Such a large number could easily rival the top 10 sects.
If among these practitioners there were over 100 Saint Realm experts, it would be easy to surpass the top 10 sects. Behind Emperor Yu, there was such a force, so why did he not show himself for 100 years, even though he had such a powerful organization?
What was the reason for this?
In the end, Chen Chen did not dwell on this matter and decided to ask about it after Emperor Yu was resurrected.
Chen Chen looked at Ao Chen and asked, "Vice Master, where is the headquarters of the Rain Pavilion?"
Reporting to the master, "Judging from your appearance, the former master probably did not tell you much about the structure and composition of the Rain Pavilion.
Do you need me to give you a detailed introduction to the Rain Pavilion? Qian Chen nodded. Next, Ao Chen began to explain the Rain Pavilion to Qian Chen.
In fact, the Rain Pavilion did not have a so-called headquarters or base. Because the Rain Pavilion operates very mysteriously, setting up a headquarters would expose it to the public eye. Therefore, there is no headquarters, and each base will be relocated periodically, ensuring the Rain Pavilion's longevity. The positions established in the Rain Pavilion are quite different from those of traditional organizations. The positions include the Pavilion Master, Deputy Pavilion Master, Outer Pavilion Elder, and Inner Pavilion Elder. Currently, there are 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters, with Ao Chen being one of them. Ao Chen revealed that although he is the highest-ranking Deputy Pavilion Master, the other 2 are much stronger than him. Qian Chen instinctively asked, "May I ask Deputy Pavilion Master Ao, what is your current cultivation level?" "Emperor Realm," Ao Chen replied. Qian Chen was not particularly surprised, as he had long suspected that the high-level practitioners of the Rain Pavilion had reached terrifying cultivation levels. However, when Qian Chen heard Ao Chen say that he was in the Emperor Realm, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Moreover, Ao Chen had just mentioned that the strength of the other 2 Deputy Pavilion Masters surpassed his own. This meant that the other 2 Deputy Pavilion Masters had already become outstanding figures in the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, Qian Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that all 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters had reached the Emperor Realm, while he, as the Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion, was only at the Saint Realm level, with his actual strength barely reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. It was at this moment that Qian Chen remembered to ask Ao Chen, "Deputy Pavilion Master Ao, I heard news of a political upheaval in the inner city of the Icebound Kingdom some days ago. Was that your doing?" Ao Chen's expression changed, and this time he did not respond directly to Qian Chen's question, instead falling into a moment of silence. Qian Chen became even more puzzled, waiting for Ao Chen's response. After a long while, Ao Chen said, "I'm sorry, Pavilion Master. In fact, 100 years ago, after the old Pavilion Master no longer contacted me, the Rain Pavilion split into 2 factions, the conservative faction led by me, and the ruling faction. The ruling faction has always aspired to pursue political power, aiming to control the political power of a certain kingdom, fulfilling their ambitions for power. I have always strongly opposed their actions. However, in recent years, the majority of the practitioners within the pavilion have become members of the ruling faction, leading to the outside world spreading rumors that the Rain Pavilion is an organization disrupting the country's politics, resulting in an unusually poor reputation." Ao Chen's tone was filled with helplessness, clearly indicating his unwillingness to see such a situation. Qian Chen also roughly guessed why Deputy Pavilion Master Ao had appeared in the extremely cold region. It was probably because the ruling faction aspired to control the political power of the Icebound Kingdom, but Ao Chen had become a hindrance to their actions, leading him to bring other practitioners to the extremely cold region. At this point, Ao Chen continued, "Pavilion Master, you have now become the new Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion. As long as you give the order, the ruling faction will immediately cease their actions. Those people have greatly underestimated the strength of the Ice Queen. According to the information I have received, the Ice Queen has already reached the level of a sovereign in her cultivation, truly becoming a ruler on her path. Once the Ice Queen is thoroughly provoked, she will definitely spare no effort to eliminate the Rain Pavilion. You, as a mere Saint Realm powerhouse, have no ability to protect the Rain Pavilion." Ao Chen's gaze was resolute, hoping that Qian Chen could stop the ruling faction's reckless actions. "Deputy Pavilion Master, since they dare to defy the old Pavilion Master's orders and launch a coup to seize the political power of the Icebound Kingdom, I'm afraid they won't heed my intervention either?" Qian Chen inquired. Unexpectedly, Ao Chen shook his head. "No, they have not defied the old Pavilion Master's orders. The old Pavilion Master never said that the people of the Rain Pavilion should not interfere in a country's political power. It's just that when the old Pavilion Master was still around, they would consult him before taking action. Now, as long as you can give the order, they will definitely not act recklessly towards the Icebound Kingdom." Qian Chen was still hesitant, but Ao Chen took a step forward, as if pressuring Qian Chen. At this moment, Qian Chen also understood and decided to agree to Ao Chen's request. After all, Qian Chen is the newly appointed Lord of the Rain Pavilion, and he knows nothing about the affairs inside the Rain Pavilion. He must gain a confidant within the Rain Pavilion, otherwise, even the biggest deputy lord, Ao Chen, does not support him. So, Qian Chen plans to buy Ao Chen's favor. Moreover, it is indeed very unwise for the Rain Pavilion to launch a coup against the ice-sealed country. Ao Chen has said that the Ice Queen has already stepped into the realm of dominion, becoming a dominator. Qian Chen knows what this means. The Ice Queen has become a semi-divine existence. No wonder Wu Bu shows great respect to the Ice Queen. Wubu may not know that the Ice Queen has reached the realm of dominion, but she certainly knows that the Ice Queen's power surpasses hers. Xianchen nodded and promised Ao Chen, "Alright, Deputy Lord Ao, I will issue orders to them not to continue interfering with the political power of the ice-sealed country. However, how should I contact them?" Ao Chen smiled and said to Xianchen, "Lord, you just need to take out the token of heroes, infuse it with soul power, and give direct orders. Everyone in the Rain Pavilion will hear it." After Ao Chen finished speaking, he knelt down again and said, "Lord, I will leave now. Our brothers outside are using soul power to maintain our conversation space, preventing the guard team from noticing. We are too close to the Ice Palace, and staying here for too long will be noticed by the Ice Queen." "Alright, you may leave. But how can I find you later?" "I will have someone follow you. As long as you want to see me, they will inform me immediately." Xianchen nodded, and Ao Chen planned to leave Xianchen's room. "Deputy Lord Ao, wait." Ao Chen turned back in confusion. "Lord, do you have any other orders?" "Mobilize the Brothers of the Rain Pavilion to help me find the bodies of practitioners at the celestial realm and above, and they need to have a physique that reaches the level of immortal body. The more, the better." Ao Chen left, and Xianchen held the token of heroes in his hand, lost in thought. Xianchen did not expect that Emperor Qiyu had not been in contact with the Rain Pavilion for a full 100 years, leading to a polarization within the Rain Pavilion, dividing into the conservative faction and the ruling faction. At the same time, Xianchen was also surprised by the strength of the Rain Pavilion. He did not expect that all three deputy lords had reached the realm of emperor. It is worth noting that an organization with 3 emperors, even in the Eternal Continent, would definitely rank among the top 5 sects. Even the once 10th-ranked Qingyun Pavilion only had the Qingyun Emperor. However, Xianchen speculated that these 3 deputy lords had probably ascended to the Emperor realm before the incident with Emperor Qiyu. Emperor Qiyu probably did not even know that the organization he had founded had reached such an astonishing existence. Otherwise, he would not have hidden in the dark and then sought cooperation with Xianchen. The 3 emperors must have a way to restore his physical body. Ao Chen also gave Xianchen a shocking piece of news: the Ice Queen had already become a dominator at the realm of dominion. Xianchen had never seen this level of cultivation, and had only heard of it from Patriarch Bodhi. It seems that the calamity has made many strong individuals eager to enhance their own strength, to ensure that they will not perish during the calamity. Xianchen muttered to himself. This probably explains why the 7th Star Emperor and the Demon Sect are so eager to obtain ancient divine artifacts. They probably all want to obtain divine power from the ancient divine artifacts to ascend to the realm of dominion. Shortly after, Xianchen's door was knocked on again, and the voice of Yesen Xianxuan came from outside. "Xianchen, have the people from the Rain Pavilion already left?" "Yes, come in." Yesen Xianxuan pushed open the door at the sound of the response, cautiously peeked in, and after confirming that only Xianchen was inside, she walked in. She changed her hairstyle. Her silver hair used to be loose, but now she has 2 braids, which makes her look very cute. "I felt a strange presence in the room next to yours just now." "It must be someone from the Rain Pavilion. What did they say to you?" Yesen Xianxuan played with her braids and casually asked. Xianchen looked at Yesen Xianxuan meaningfully. Aochen deliberately used fairy magic to seal the aura of this inn for the people who came with him. Aochen also used the fairy magic to hide his own aura, but Yesen Xianxuan said she felt Aochen's aura. Aochen is a great emperor at the emperor level, and his ability to hide his aura is several levels stronger than Xianchen's. Even if Xianchen went to the room next door, he probably wouldn't be able to sense it. But Yesen Xianxuan did. Xianchen remembered the question Yesen Xianxuan asked him at the auction venue just now. Wasn't she curious about his identity? At this moment, Xianchen harbored great doubts. Yesen Xianxuan was just a practitioner at the Sky Realm. Why could she always do such surprising things to Xianchen? They didn't say much, just asked about the token and admitted straightforwardly that I am the new master of the Rain Pavilion. Xianchen smiled slightly at Yesen Xianxuan. This time, he did not tell Yesen Xianxuan the entire conversation. Yesen Xianxuan blinked. "Is that so? Just that?" "Yes, just that." "Oh, okay." Xianchen and Yesen Xianxuan fell into silence. Xianchen was very clear that Yesen Xianxuan definitely did not believe what he said, but she did not ask further, which did not quite fit Yesen Xianxuan's curious nature. Perhaps she also felt that Xianchen was starting to be reserved towards her. In a very long silence, Yesen Xianxuan was the first to break it. She shook her braid and said, "Since you're okay, I'll go back to sleep. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Yesen Xianxuan gently closed the door, and Xianchen felt as if she had never been to his room. But the lingering fragrance of the young girl in the room proved that Yesen Xianxuan had indeed been here. Xianchen did not think about these things.
He took off the hero token, infused it with soul power, and then lowered his voice. Members of the Rain Pavilion, I am the new master of the Rain Pavilion. I have learned from Vice Master Auchen about the current situation inside the pavilion. The ruling faction wants to interfere with the politics of the Icebound Kingdom. All members of the ruling faction, immediately vacate your positions and cease your actions. The Ice Queen has entered the Dominator realm. With the current strength of the Rain Pavilion, we cannot compete with her at all. I do not want any mishaps in the Rain Pavilion. After saying this, Xianchen withdrew the soul power from the hero token, looked at the night sky outside the window for a while, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In the past few months of practicing in the Starry Night, Xianchen had rested in a state of practice and had not truly slept. Although he did not feel tired, sleeping was a daily necessity for him in his original world, and Xianchen did not want to forget this habit. The longer he stayed in the immortal world, the more he felt like a person of the cultivation world, which was not a good sign for him. Medicine Sect. Muyu stood in front of her father, the sect master of the medicine sect, Yaodi. Father. Yaodi affectionately touched Muyu's hair and said, Xiaoyu, you have been away from the medicine sect for some time. I asked you to bring back Qianchen. Have you seen him? Muyu looked hesitant for a moment before nodding to Yaodi. Yaodi's face lit up and he asked, where is he now? Yaodi wanted to see Qianchen and borrow the longevity bell from him so that he could take the final step and enter the Dominator realm. However, what Yaodi did not know was that Qianchen had become the notorious sect master of the Extermination Hall and the Shadow Emperor in the ancient continent over the past few months. The Evening Rain hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell the truth to her father. Father, actually, Qianchen is the head of the Zhuming Palace. After saying this, the Evening Rain immediately lowered her head. The Medicine Emperor was stunned for a moment, he could hardly believe his ears. He stood up suddenly and said to the Evening Rain, Xiaoyu, what did you say? You said Qianchen is the head of the Zhuming Palace? The Shadow Emperor? The Evening Rain nodded lightly. The Medicine Emperor's eyes twitched, and he said, Xiaoyu, are you joking with me? I went to the 100 Sects conference back then, and the head of the Zhuming Palace was sitting in the position of the talented person. Qianchen even challenged Yao Fei of the Taishan sect on the stage. They both appeared at the 100 Sects conference at the same time. Before the Medicine Emperor finished speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes and thought of another possibility, his face becoming extremely ugly. Could it be that Qianchen used the technique of splitting himself, and the Qianchen who challenged Yao Fei at that time was just a clone of the Shadow Emperor? Could it be that Qianchen used the technique of splitting himself, and the Qianchen who challenged Yao Fei at that time was just a clone of the Shadow Emperor? The Medicine Emperor murmured, and finally sat heavily in his seat. He did not doubt Qianchen's ability. After all, Qianchen could use ancient artifacts, something that even he, as a practitioner of the Emperor realm, could not do to this day. Ancient artifacts, throughout the history of the cultivation world, there has never been a practitioner who is not a deity who can use them. Qianchen himself is a miracle. For a long time, the Medicine Emperor sighed. The intention of the Zhuming Palace was very clear. When he initially attacked various sects, he deliberately avoided the top 10 sects. The purpose was to first rely on the recovery of these small sects to strengthen the power of the Zhuming Palace. In the future, it would prepare for the annexation of the top 10 sects. Therefore, the annexation of the Medicine sect was only a matter of time. Originally, the Medicine Emperor wanted to rely on the longevity clock to advance to the Dominator realm and become the Dominator on the road, so that even if the Shadow Emperor and the Gate Emperor acted at the same time, they could not harm him. Now it seems that the idea of relying on the longevity clock to become the Dominator on the road is going to be in vain. At this time, the Evening Rain said to the Medicine Emperor, Father, you don't need to worry. Actually, Qianchen and I are already together, he won't trouble the Medicine sect and you. The Medicine Emperor stared at the Evening Rain with wide eyes, and the Evening Rain blushed and lowered her head. Xiaoyu, you and Qianchen, that is, the Shadow Emperor, are together? The Evening Rain's voice was as soft as a mosquito's yes. The Medicine Emperor fell into silence again. He loved his daughter very much. If she really had feelings for Qianchen, he would not interfere. But the Medicine Emperor also knew very well that Qianchen had already reached a critical point. If he could not advance to the Dominator realm, the actions of the Zhuming Palace would be tantamount to accelerating their own destruction. Originally, he had used the forbidden technique of divine writing at the 100 Sects conference, which was seen as a thorn in the eyes of many emperors, and it would lead to the acceleration of natural disasters. In addition to his current actions disrupting the order of the ancient continent and the massacre of practitioners, causing suffering in many places on the ancient continent, he had already violated too many taboos. Before long, the head of the Tiantian sect, the Heavenly Emperor, who had been a great emperor for 100 years,
would gather many emperors to resist the Zhuming palace. By then, both Qianchen and the Gate Emperor would be in great danger. The head of the Tianxian sect, the Heavenly Emperor, had already become a great emperor of the Emperor realm for 100 years, and his strength was considered the ceiling of practitioners on the ancient continent. Even if Qianqian's talent was terrifying, he could not be a match for the Heavenly Emperor. The Medicine Emperor said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, do you really have feelings for Qianqian? You can also see his actions. Throughout history, people like him have had a very tragic end." The Evening Rain replied, "Father, I know that Qianqian's actions have made many practitioners despise him, but he has been very good to me. I really love him. Even if he is at odds with the whole world, I will stand behind him." Xiao Yu. The Medicine Emperor looked at the stubborn Mu Yu, sighed, and ultimately did not persuade her further. His daughter was good in every way, but once she made up her mind about something or someone, she would go forward without looking back. "Xiao Yu, since you have made this choice, I won't persuade you anymore. However, I still hope to see Qianqian once. This time, not for the longevity bell, but to see your beloved, also to fulfill your mother's wish." Mentioning Mu Yu's mother, the Medicine Emperor's face revealed a dim expression. Over the years, the Medicine Emperor had been constantly refining medicine, hoping to create a pill that could bring the dead back to life, hoping to revive Mu Yu's mother who had passed away many years ago. But how could such a pill exist in this world? "Understood, father. I will tell Chen Chen, and next time I come back, it will definitely be with Chen Chen." Chen Chen woke up in the morning and went to wake up Night God Shensun. "Shensun, if you don't mind waiting for me at the inn, I need to go find the people from the Rain Pavilion to discuss some matters with them." Shen Chen planned to find Ao Chen and inquire whether the people of the ruling faction had stopped their actions. "Okay," Night God Shensun said indifferently, then returned to her room. Shen Chen felt strange. He felt that Night God Shensun had been acting unusually today. She had become very cold since last night, and Shen Chen knew that there was a rift between them, which led to the current situation. However, Shen Chen decided to go find Ao Chen first and resolve the matter of the ruling faction's attempt to launch a coup. As for the matter of love between them, he would deal with it after he returned. Shen Chen left the inn and then found a secluded place, taking out the token. Soon, a man in a black robe appeared beside Qian Chen. He knelt in front of Qian Chen and said, "Master, I am the closest person to the deputy master. My name is Yi Lin. Do you have any orders for me? Help me inform Ao Chen that I need to see him." "Okay." Yilin disappeared again, and Qian Chen stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Ao Chen to arrive. Before long, Ao Chen appeared in front of Qian Chen without a sound. "Master, you are looking for me." Qian Chen said, "I issued the order last night. Have the people of the ruling faction stopped their actions? I have someone undercover in the ruling faction. They have already sent word that the ruling faction's people have all withdrawn from the icebound country and are now waiting in the snowy land of the extreme cold region." Qian Chen felt slightly surprised. He had not expected the people of the Rain Pavilion to be so obedient. Even the dissenting ruling faction had not delayed at all and had immediately followed his orders. It could be seen how strict the discipline of the Rain Pavilion was. Then, Qian Chen said, "By the way, is there any news about the bodies you were asked to find for me? We sent people to search last night, and we have found a total of 20 bodies. However, it is quite difficult to bring so many bodies into the icebound country due to the strict security. They are currently being kept in the snowy land of the extreme cold region. Master, you can come with me to inspect them." Qian Chen was overjoyed. He had not expected the efficiency of the Rain Pavilion to be so high. After thinking for a moment, he immediately decided to leave the icebound country and go to the border of the extreme cold region to begin his cultivation. "By the way, there is a friend staying at the inn where I stayed last night. I will go get her now, and then you can leave the icebound country with me." "Yes." Qian Chen returned to the inn and knocked on Night God Qiansun's door. Night God Qiansun opened the door, looked at Qian Chen, and he said, "Qiansun, come with me to leave the icebound country. I need to cultivate outside, and there are too many people from the Ice Queen's faction here." "I'm sorry, Qian Chen, I may not be able to accompany you anymore." Night God Qiansun's words stunned Qian Chen, and he hurriedly asked, "Why?" "I have some personal matters to attend to." After a pause, Yesen Xinshuan showed a smile and said, "Shenshin, there is a gap between us, and it is my lack of honesty that has led to the current situation. At first, I didn't expect to walk with you all the way here, so I concealed my identity. You will soon know about my true identity." Shenshin was a little confused, not understanding why Yesen Xinshuan would say these words to him. By the time Qian Chen reacted, Yesen Xinshuan had already left with her things. Xinshin wanted to chase after her, but he couldn't move his feet no matter what. Xinshin looked in horror at the direction Yesen Xinshuan had left, not knowing when she had used her celestial arts on him, rendering him unable to move. And all of this was done right under Qianqian's nose, as she used her celestial arts without even revealing her celestial shadow. Moreover, she was just a practitioner in the realm of the heavens, so how could she achieve this in front of Qianqian, a strong practitioner in the realm of the saints, without Qianqian noticing at all? Qianqian stood frozen in place, taking half an hour to recover. At this moment, Qianqian felt that his relationship with Yeshen Qianxuan was like walking on thin ice. How is this possible? Qianqian recalled the past, realizing that Yeshen Qianxuan seemed to know everything. Anything he didn't understand, as long as he asked her, Yeshen Qianxuan could give him an answer. Yeshen Qianxuan knew too much, and Emperor Qiyu had also said that there was an extremely powerful practitioner behind her. She was now able to use her celestial arts in silence in front of Qianqian, clearly indicating that her strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Soon, Qianqian also thought back to the time in Sancheng when an realm emperor appeared in the mountains, and Yeshen Qianxuan happened to be practicing in the mountains at that time. Was all of this really just a coincidence? Qianqian used to think so, but now looking back, it seemed that none of this was a coincidence. Could it be that the newly promoted realm emperor that day was Yeshen Qianxuan? Qianqian was startled by his own thoughts, but now the only explanation for Yeshen Qianxuan's silent use of celestial arts in front of him could only be that her strength surpassed Qianqian's. Otherwise, how could she achieve this? In addition, a few days ago, in the starry night, facing the ice roar candle dragon, Qianqian had already fallen into a predicament, and at that time, a very powerful practitioner had appeared. Shortly after Qianqian escaped, he met Yeshen Qianxuan. Was this another coincidence? As Qianqian was thinking, Aochen appeared behind him and said, "Master, I sensed an unusual aura just now, not like you using celestial arts, so I came to check immediately. Where is your friend?" Qianqian smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing, she had something to attend to and couldn't come with me. Let's leave now." Aochen didn't ask further, leading the way ahead, and left the Icebound Kingdom with Qianqian. Qianqian and Aochen left the Icebound Kingdom without any hindrance. It was only then that Qianqian remembered that he had not contacted Wu Wu. It was somewhat inappropriate for him to leave like this without saying goodbye. But Wu Wu was after all an emperor, and Qianqian couldn't contact her now, so he had to dismiss this thought. Walking with Aochen in the snowy field for a long distance, Aochen silently recited divine texts, and a snow pit appeared in the vast expanse of snow. "Master, the others from the rainy pavilion are all here." Qianqian nodded and jumped into the snow pit. Aochen followed closely, and after he jumped in, the snowfield returned to its original appearance, with no one able to detect the huge snow pit here. After falling into the interior of the snow pit, Qianqian found it to be like a palace, surrounded by practitioners. "Welcome, Master," these practitioners said in unison, all kneeling down. Qianqian was startled by the scene, even feeling a bit exhilarated. Is this the feeling of being above everyone else? Aochen walked ahead, leading Qianqian towards the interior. Soon, Qianqian saw many practitioners frozen in ice. These were the people of the Rain Pavilion, the bodies of the collected practitioners. "Pavilion Master, these 20 bodies have all reached the Saint Realm, and some have even reached the low-grade Saint Physique. The others are still searching for bodies and will soon bring them here," Aochen said respectfully. Qianqian nodded, satisfied. With these bodies, once he absorbed them all, he would be able to complete the cultivation of the Nether 9 transformation technique. Then, he would easily advance to the Emperor Realm. Qianqian's expression changed, and he asked Aochen, "Is it safe here?" Reporting to the Pavilion Master, "It is very safe here. Our people have already monitored a radius of 10 miles, and no one will discover this place," Aochen replied. Qianqian nodded and then said, "I will enter a state of cultivation for a long time. Once successful, I will advance to the Emperor Realm. As for the safety issue, Vice Pavilion Master Ao, I will rely on you." Aochen looked surprised and said, "Pavilion Master, you are going to advance to the Emperor Realm?" "Yes, the catastrophe is about to come, and I must quickly step into the Emperor Realm. By the way, how much do you know about the 7-Star Sect?" Previously, in Qianqian's own organization, the Chunmen, there were not many people, and the most powerful were Xiao Shan and Hua Buzhan. However, in Sancheng, Hua Buzhan left without saying goodbye, claiming to be from Chenmen, which was a bit far-fetched. But now, with the power of the Rain Pavilion, as the new Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion, Qianqian's power had become extremely strong. If he wished, he could completely launch an attack on the 7-Star Sect, seeking revenge for the 3 Masters and the disciples of the Eternal Sect who had died. "Pavilion Master, the 7-Star Sect is not very powerful in itself. Only their sect master, the 7-Star Great Emperor, is a bit tricky. Apart from that, there is nothing you need to worry about." Qianqian narrowed his eyes and said, "Good, in that case, after I finish my cultivation and step into the Emperor Realm, I will gather all the people of the Rain Pavilion and destroy the 7-star sect with me." In the Void Star realm, the huge bronze door made a loud noise, and a loud roar came from inside the door. "Emperor, I will soon break through this bronze door. When I see the light of day again, it will be the day of your downfall. Su Song, come over here." The next moment, an old man with white hair appeared in front of the bronze door. He was the current sect master of the Void Saint sect, Su Song Emperor. "Ancestor, what are your orders?" Su Song Emperor knelt in front of the huge bronze door, completely devoid of the aura of a sect master. Because the person inside the bronze door was the founder of the Void Saint sect, the Void Saint Ancestor. Many years ago, the Void Saint Ancestor and the Emperor had engaged in a battle that lasted for decades. In the end, the Emperor emerged victorious and used powerful immortal techniques to seal the Void Saint Ancestor inside this huge bronze door. Many years ago, the Void Saint sect was the first sect of the ancient continent. After the sealing of the Void Saint Ancestor, the Emperor's Heavenly God sect gradually grew and eventually became the first sect of the ancient continent. The Void Saint sect moved to the Void Star realm and found a relatively stable area, but its status and resources plummeted in the ancient continent. "Su Song, the Emperor's seal is about to be broken by me. It's time for our Void Saint sect to reappear in the world." The hoarse voice of the Void Saint Ancestor came from inside the bronze door. Su Song Emperor was overjoyed. He had led the Void Saint sect in the Void Star realm for too many years, and there were hardly any resources here, only scattered soul beasts. However, in the Void Star realm, the soul power levels of all the practitioners of the Void Saint sect have reached a terrifying level. Although the members are far fewer in number compared to other sects, each one is an elite among elites. The Emperor of the Void Warehouse quickly said, "Ancestor, do you mean to start preparing to take all the people of the Void Saint sect out of the Void Star realm?" "Not in a hurry, we must make complete preparations. Once I break through this seal, the Heavenly Emperor will immediately sense it, so there can be no mistakes. These days, I have also felt the turmoil in the outside world within the Bronze Gate. What's going on with the sect called the Zuxian Palace? I can no longer sense the aura of the Emperor of the Qingyun Gate." The Void Saint Ancestor hardly ever inquires about the news from the outside world, but the Emperor of the Qingyun Gate was once his trusted aide. After the sealing of the Void Saint Ancestor, the Emperor of the Qingyun Gate established his own sect, the Qingyun Pavilion. Several months ago, the Void Saint Ancestor had already lost the sense of his former follower. The Emperor of the Void Warehouse said, reporting to the Ancestor, "The Zuxian Palace is a newly emerging sect that slaughtered many practitioners several months ago, including the Qingyun Pavilion. The Emperor of the Qingyun Gate has already fallen in battle with the Zuxian Palace's sect master, the Shadow Emperor." The Void Saint Ancestor fell silent for a long time, then sighed and expressed his confusion. Why hasn't the Heavenly Emperor intervened to destroy such an arrogant and overbearing sect as the Zuxian Palace? Reporting to the Ancestor, "Even I do not know. I do not have much information about the outside world." The Void Saint Ancestor did not speak further and let the Emperor of the Void Warehouse leave. "Heavenly Emperor, are you also going to break through to the Emperor realm and become the master of the road? However, you are still a step behind. I have already entered the realm of mastery. I must thank you, Bronze Gate, otherwise, I might not have been able to ascend smoothly." This is the 10th day of Qianshan entering the state of cultivation. He has integrated all the herbs he collected during the starry nights into his cultivation. At the same time, he has also integrated the bodies of all the Holy Realm experts he found in the Rain Pavilion into his cultivation, drawing on their immortal power. Finally, on the 10th day, he touched the last turn of the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld, the 9th turn. When Qianshan cultivated the 9th turn, he clearly felt many uncomfortable sensations in his body, often feeling that he was about to lose control of the power within him, as if it was about to burst out. Fortunately, Qianshan had the longevity bell, relying on its power to suppress all the discomfort brought by the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld. On the 15th day, Qianshan could no longer restrain the self-manifestation of the Nether Hammer within his body. At the same time, his immortal shadow was also stimulated and emerged on its own, taking up the Nether Hammer and hammering Qianshan's body one blow at a time. Qianshan knew that this was the Nether Hammer tempering his body. Although his body was already covered in cuts and bruises from the Nether Hammer, he gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain and the tearing sensation in his soul. This immense energy made Ao Chen, who had been guarding nearby, feel extremely shocked. Ao Chen rushed into the place where Qianshan was cultivating several times to check, only to see a golden bell attached to Qianshan's body, and Qianshan's immortal shadow wielding a large hammer and striking Qianshan. This is the longevity bell and the Nether Hammer. Ao Chen showed a shocked expression, even though he had previously believed in Qianshan very much, all because Qianshan held the token of heroes. The old pavilion master had given the order that whoever held the token of heroes, all the people of the Rain Pavilion must unconditionally obey him. When Ao Chen first saw Qian Shen, he learned that he was just a Holy Realm expert. Ao Chen was very puzzled as to why the old pavilion master would hand over the token of heroes to such an ordinary person. But now Ao Chen saw the two ancient divine artifacts appearing next to Qian Shen, and Qian Shen could actually use them completely. Ao Chen finally understood why the former sect master handed the command token to Qian Shen. A Saint Realm powerhouse who can use ancient divine artifacts throughout the entire cultivation world, there is no second one to be found. Once Qian Shen successfully breaks through to the Emperor Realm, then on the Eternal Continent, as long as it is an Emperor Realm Emperor, there is simply no possibility of fighting him.
At that time, Qian Shen will be a great emperor wielding two divine artifacts.
On the 20th day, Qian Shen had already completely absorbed all of his body, and at this point, his skin surface had been completely refined by the nether hammer, with his flesh and blood appearing indistinct. Even Ao Chen, upon seeing this scene, felt his heart pounding. Qian Shen had already successfully cultivated the 9th transformation of the Nether 9 Revolutions technique, and had already reached a state of great perfection. However, he was still unable to exit from the state of cultivation, and he was also unable to make any movements or sounds. Ao Chen, who was guarding by the side, completely did not notice anything unusual about Qian Shen, and he still thought that Qian Shen had not completed his cultivation. Just at this moment, the tightly closed eyes of Qian Shen no longer saw darkness, but a golden light flashed, and the longevity bell appeared. As the longevity bell continued to grow larger, a huge arm stretched out from the sky and picked up the longevity bell. Qian Shen looked up and saw a golden giant nearly 1,000 meters tall appearing in front of him. This giant was naked from the waist up, with only a loincloth covering the lower body, and his muscles appeared extremely strong.
Mortal, you have finally stepped into the Emperor Realm.
The giant spoke with a deep voice, but what surprised Qian Shen was that the giant spoke in divine language, and it was exactly the same as the voice he had heard when the longevity bell turned into a tattoo and attached to his back in the Eternal Sect.
So the giant in front of him was actually the god of longevity? The longevity bell is my divine artifact.
Leave it in the mortal realm and wait for a destined person to accept it.
Only when reaching the Emperor Realm can it be activated. Mortal, my divine artifact is bestowed upon you.
Come to my divine realm in the God world, there you will find what you desire even more. This was the voice that Qian Shen had heard in his mind when the longevity bell turned into a tattoo and attached to his body at that time. And these two sentences were all spoken in divine language, and the voice and tone were completely consistent with the golden giant in front of Qian Shen. Qian Shen could be sure that the golden giant in front of him was definitely the owner of the longevity bell, the god of longevity.
Are you the god of longevity? Qian Shen tentatively asked the golden giant in divine language. The golden giant replied, yes, it is I.
From the moment you gained my divine power to becoming an Emperor Realm, you have only spent such a short time. Even the practitioner called the Emperor of Longevity spent hundreds of years. Qian Shen realized that the Emperor of Longevity mentioned by the god of longevity might have been a practitioner recognized by the god of longevity before him. For some reason, the divine power of the god of longevity could be given to Qian Shen again. God of longevity, when the longevity bell turned into a tattoo and attached to me, I heard your voice.
Once I reach the Emperor Realm, can I fully use the longevity bell?
The god of longevity nodded, and Qian Shen continued to ask, you also told me to go to the divine realm to find your divine sight. What is there? Qian Shen had heard about the divine realm more than once, but the path to the divine realm had been completely closed. Now that the god of longevity had appeared, Qian Shen wanted to quickly inquire if there were any other ways to enter the divine realm. Once Qian Shen could enter the divine realm, he would be invincible in the entire cultivation world. Just imagine, the divine realm is filled with Emperor Realm and road dominating beings, and even the bodies of deities. Once Qian Shen uses the immortal rebirth technique, at that time, many powerful practitioners would be resurrected by Qian Shen, and he would become an invincible existence in an instant. The eternal god did not rush to answer Qian Shen's question, but said to Qian Shen, mortal, I have sensed the divine power of other gods on you.
I believe you have not only received my blessing of immortality, but also the recognition of other gods, right?
Qian Shen was taken aback, nodded, and did not hide the truth. Yes, I have also gained the divine power of the underworld god. The eternal god chuckled and continued, in that case, you must have already seen the remnants of the underworld god. You should be aware that once a god ascends, they cannot stay in the mortal realm. So, the one communicating with you now is just a remnant of me. As for what is in my divine realm, only my true form knows.
I cannot answer that question for you.
Qian Shen felt a bit disappointed, but it quickly passed. His ultimate goal was not to inquire about what was in the eternal god's divine realm, but to ask how to reach the divine realm.
So, how can I go to the divine realm? The path to the divine realm has been completely closed. Even if I want to find your divine realm in the divine realm, I need a way to enter.
The eternal god placed the eternal clock in front of Qianchen and said softly, "This is my weapon."
Even though the divine realm is closed, using a divine artifact can still open the path to the divine realm. Do you think ancient artifacts can only be used for battle? Qianchen looked at the eternal clock in disbelief.
He had never expected that ancient artifacts could still have the ability to open the divine realm. If that were true, Qianchen wouldn't need to bother finding the Gate Emperor, he could simply go to the divine realm on his own. At that moment, Qianchen suddenly realized that perhaps the ultimate goal of the Seven-Star Emperor in seeking ancient artifacts was to use them to open the path to the divine realm and enter it. The realm of the sovereign, which only existed in legends, likely required a journey to the divine realm for ascension.
So, had the Ice Queen already become a sovereign on her way, or had she already been to the divine realm long ago?
Qianchen recalled that at the 100 Sex Conference, the Ice Queen had been the first to mention the divine incantations used by the Shadow Emperor, which were inscribed on the divine steel in the divine realm. However, the passage to the divine realm had long been closed before the Ice Queen was born, so she would only know what was on the steel if she had been to the divine realm. At the time, Qianchen had not yet encountered such things and had never suspected it. No wonder the Ice Queen had not appeared on the Eternal Continent after the 100 Sex Conference and was extremely wary of every emperor going to the frigid lands. Perhaps after the 100 Sex Conference, the Ice Queen had realized that her journey to the divine realm had been exposed. Qianchen thanked the Eternal God with a clasped fist, and the Eternal God waved his hand.
The Eternal Clock shrank again and turned into a tattoo on Qianchen's back. You are the most knowledgeable mortal in divine incantations that I have ever met.
I must say, it is quite surprising to me, said the Eternal God.
I sense that your world has been targeted by an evil god. He is already very close to you.
You had better hurry to the divine realm and find my divine realm. After saying this, the Eternal God turned and walked into the golden light, quickly disappearing from Qianchen's sight. Qianchen had not yet left the barrier created by the Eternal God, but was pondering the words of the Eternal God. The fact that the evil god was already close to the cultivation world meant that a catastrophe was imminent.
Qianchen estimated that there was probably less than a month left before the catastrophe would completely descend on the cultivation world. I shouldn't think about this now.
I can see the remnants of the Eternal God, which means I have already cultivated to the Emperor realm. All I need to do next is to revive the Qiyu Great Emperor and find a way to enter the divine realm.
After enduring for so long, I am finally going to be invincible. Qianchen's excitement grew faintly.
He had been repressed for too long, and although he was proficient in divine incantations, he had been unable to fully utilize them.
But once he entered the Emperor realm, his ability in divine incantations would be infinitely magnified, especially after entering the divine realm.
When Qianchen's mind moved, he left the boundary of Changxingxian, and he suddenly opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged. A golden light flashed from his eyes, and a huge column of energy shot straight into the sky where he was, affecting the entire extremely cold land. In the Ice Palace, the Ice Queen felt the immense energy and furrowed her brows slightly.
In my extremely cold land, a new emperor is born. This aura seems familiar, could it be?
The Ice Queen's expression became somewhat unpleasant. She had already remembered Qianchen's aura, but she didn't expect that in such a short time, Qianchen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, openly completing the promotion in the extremely cold land. The energy column continued for several minutes, and the flesh and blood that had been opened up by the nether hammer during Qianchen's cultivation was also recovering at a visible speed. Qianchen's body and height had undergone tremendous changes, all due to the promotion to the Emperor realm, and he could feel the power from his dantian. As the energy column gradually disappeared, the intense golden light around Qianchen also vanished, and disciples from the Rain Pavilion rushed over, kneeling before Qianchen under Ao Chen's lead. Congratulations, Pavilion Master, on your promotion to the Emperor realm. The voices of the crowd echoed throughout the entire snow pit cave.
Qianchen put away his black immortal shadow, clenched his fist, and now he could clearly feel the Emperor's power from Qiyu Great Emperor within his body.
He had finally stepped into the Emperor realm, becoming a true Emperor. Next, he would fulfill the promise he made to Qiyu Great Emperor, first returning his Emperor's power to his body, and then helping Qiyu Great Emperor find a way to restore his physical body.
Ao Chen stepped forward and said, "Pavilion Master, what is your Emperor's name?"
After a moment of contemplation, Qianchen replied, "Emperor Qianchen."
However, this title may only be temporary. The realm of the Great Emperor is not the height I want to achieve.
After resurrecting the former Pavilion Master, I will immediately strive for the Dominator realm.
Pavilion Master, are you saying you want to resurrect the former Pavilion Master? Ao Chen's tone was filled with excitement.
He had never expected that right after stepping into the Emperor realm, the Pavilion Master would decide without hesitation to resurrect the former Pavilion Master. He had once thought that Qianqian was someone who coveted power, especially since he had instructed them to immediately search for a large number of practitioners' bodies as soon as he took over the Rain Pavilion. When Qianqian mentioned the matter of resurrecting the former Pavilion Master before, Ao-chan had thought it was just something Qianqian had casually mentioned. He never expected that now, after stepping into the Emperor realm, Qianqian would not hesitate at all. Qianqian nodded at Ao-chan and said, however, we cannot stay in the extremely cold land. My recent promotion has already alerted the Ice Queen, or rather, she should now be called the Ice Dominator. Notify all members of the Rain Pavilion to evacuate from the extremely cold land and head to the ancient continent. Yes. With a command from Qianqian, Ao-chen immediately issued orders to all members of the Rain Pavilion to evacuate from the extremely cold land and transfer all their bases to the ancient continent. As Qianqian and the members of the Rain Pavilion were busy relocating their bases, a woman in the distance used her immortal arts to completely conceal her aura. She was none other than Wu Wu, who had been missing for many days. Wu Wu had been entrusted by the Ice Queen to investigate the political upheaval in the Icebound Kingdom. After a thorough investigation, she discovered that the upheaval was indeed related to an ancient organization, which turned out to be the Rain Pavilion. Wu Wu did not know that this organization was founded by her master, Shiyu Great Emperor. Under her investigation, she learned that members of the Rain Pavilion had long since infiltrated various positions in the Icebound Kingdom, and there were traitors within the Icebound Kingdom's guard. Initially, Wu Wu had found the Rain Pavilion's base in the extremely cold land, but to her surprise, all the people in the base had evacuated overnight, leaving without a trace. Wu Wu concealed her aura and followed the members of the Rain Pavilion as they left the Icebound Kingdom, setting up camp in the snowy wilderness. Wu Wu was preparing to tell the Ice Queen about her discovery, but then she saw an energy column that only appears when reaching the Emperor realm in the vast snowy field. As she approached, she found the aura of this energy column to be exceptionally familiar. Wasn't this the aura of Qianqian? It seems that he has completely succeeded in practicing the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld. Wu Wu sighed. She had intended to go and meet Qianqian, but she was shocked to see many people from the Rain Pavilion by his side, showing great respect and occasionally calling him the Pavilion Master. How is this possible? Qianqian is the Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion? Watching the people of the Rain Pavilion seemingly planning to leave the extreme cold land with Qianqian, Wu Wu was at a loss for words. She had never expected that the Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion, which she had been investigating all along, had been by her side all along. Without delay, Wu Wu left and returned to the Ice Palace, where she told the Ice Queen about her investigation over the past month. Emperor Wu, are you saying that the people of the Rain Pavilion have all withdrawn from the extreme cold land? The Ice Queen looked at Wu Wu with disbelief. Wu Wu nodded and added, and I have also found out the identity of the Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion. To be honest, this has shocked me. The Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion is Qianqian. Upon hearing Qianqian's name, the Ice Queen raised her eyebrows, clearly not expecting that the leader of the powerful organization of the Rain Pavilion was just a 20-year-old young man. Especially since, just a month ago, the Ice Queen had almost killed him. After a moment of silence, Wu Wu said, the Rain Pavilion has a long history, and there are many practitioners who are stronger than Qianqian. The reason he was able to become the Pavilion Master is partly due to inheriting the will of the former Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion, who may now be dead. Well, I pretty much thought the same. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will fulfill my promise to you now. But you have to promise me that when the catastrophe comes, you won't join forces with the people of the ancient continent, otherwise my actions now would be helping my enemies. The Ice Queen said to Wu Wu with great seriousness. Wu Wu nodded, rest assured, I have never been willing to join forces with that group of people. After receiving Wu Wu's assurance, the Ice Queen silently recited a divine text, and in an instant, a crystal-clear bow and arrow appeared in her hand. When Wu Wu saw this bow and arrow, she exclaimed, isn't this the ancient divine weapon, the Ice Crescent bow? Wasn't it supposed to have fallen into the 0-degree snow cave long ago? The temperature in the 0-degree snow cave is constantly below absolute zero, and it is impossible for anyone to approach it. I also paid a considerable price to obtain it. It took me 200 years to obtain the divine power of the Ice Crescent bow. The Ice Queen looked at the bow and arrow in her hand, recited the divine text again, and a twisted chaotic door appeared in front of Wu Wu. This is the passage to the divine realm. After you go in, you should always stay alert. After all, that is the space of the gods, and there are too many divine souls wandering around, with the risk of being possessed at any time. Good luck! Wu Wu thanked the Ice Queen and, without any hesitation, stepped into the passage to the divine realm. Shen Chen and Ao Chen led all the people of the Rain Pavilion in the extreme cold land back to the border between the ancient continent and the extreme cold land. Shen Chen planned to first return to the Konlin Mountain as a temporary base. Vice Pavilion Master Ao, gather the people of the Rain Pavilion now. After I revive the former Pavilion Master, we will immediately go and destroy the 7-star sect. Yes. Shen Chen found a quiet place and released the physical body of Emperor Qiyu from the Qiankuan bag. Seeing the familiar face, Shen Chen felt a wave of emotion. When I first met Emperor Qiyu, he was just a practitioner in the realm of the sky. Less than half a year later, he has become the Emperor Qianchen. Along the way, Emperor Qiyu has helped Qianchen a lot. If it weren't for Emperor Qiyu, Shen Chen would never have obtained the 9 transformation technique of the Netherworld, nor would he have been able to ascend to the Emperor realm in such a short time. Qiyu, a few months ago, you saved me here. Now it's my turn to wake you up, Qianchen said as he revealed his immortal shadow and began to push his elixir field, separating Emperor Qiyu's imperial power from his body. During the separation, Qianchen felt as if his soul was being torn apart, an indescribable pain that was even more agonizing than when he practiced the Netherworld 9 transformation technique and the Netherworld hammer struck his soul. It was only then that Qianchen realized that every time Emperor Qiyu lent him his imperial power, he had to endure this excruciating soul pain. After a moment, Qianchen finally completely separated Emperor Qiyu's imperial power from his body and then carefully infused it into Emperor Qiyu's physical body. In an instant, Emperor Qiyu's body regained its weak breath, and Qianchen inputted immortal power to help Emperor Qiyu wake up. Ugh! Emperor Qiyu let out a hoarse groan, then stretched his hunched back and yawned forcefully. Seeing this, Qianchen was overjoyed and immediately retracted his immortal shadow, exclaiming, "Qiyu, you're awake." Emperor Qiyu looked at Qianchen in confusion, then smiled with relief. I felt like I just took a nap. But you, kid, have a wicked sense of humor. I was giving you my imperial power here, and you're giving it back to me in the same place. Qianchen laughed, and before he could speak, Emperor Qiyu continued, Kid, how long has it been since I entered into slumber? Has the calamity arrived? The calamity hasn't come yet, but it should be soon. It's only been about 2 months since you fell asleep, Qianchen replied truthfully. Emperor Qiyu was stunned, looking at Qianchen in disbelief, unable to speak for a while. Kid, are you kidding me? 2 months, and you've ascended to the Emperor realm? This is unprecedented in the cultivation world. Qiyu, you must be confused. You should know that half a year ago, I had no cultivation at all. It's not that unusual for me to ascend from the Holy Realm to the Emperor realm in 2 months, but I did encounter a bottleneck in the middle. If it weren't for the powerful technique of the Netherworld 9 transformation, I'm afraid it would have taken me 1 or 2 years to ascend. After speaking, Qianchen summoned the longevity bell and the Netherworld hammer to show Emperor Qiyu. After seeing the 2 ancient divine artifacts, Emperor Qiyu, who was nearly 1,000 years old, showed the most shocked expression of his life. After a long time, Emperor Qiyu kept shaking his head and repeatedly muttered, "Monster, truly a monster." By the way, Qiyu, the token you gave me back then came in handy. I found the base of your Rain Pavilion in the extreme cold land, and now I have become the new Pavilion Master of the Rain Pavilion. Oh, and Ao-chin is over there. Hearing the name of the Rain Pavilion, Emperor Qiyu's face showed a hint of reminiscence, and he said to Qianchen, let's talk about this later. The priority now is for you to help me restore my physical body. Now that you have reached the Emperor realm, with your mastery of divine texts, you must have a way to help me. Qianchen hesitated for a moment and replied, I haven't found a technique to help you restore your physical body yet, but I plan to go to the divine realm. If you don't mind coming with me, perhaps we can find a way to help you restore your physical body there. Emperor Qiyu looked at Qianchen suspiciously and said, Kid, although you have become an emperor now, you need to have a realistic understanding of yourself. Being in the Emperor realm doesn't make you invincible, there's still a Dominator realm above it. The path to the divine realm has long been closed. Even I, an old man, have never been to the divine realm. You dare to say you will go and even want to take me with you? Your arrogance is a bit too much. Qianchen saw that Emperor Qiyu did not believe him, so he shook the 2 divine artifacts in his hand and said, Qiyu, you are thinking too small. After I ascended to the realm of emperors, I obtained the divine power of the longevity god and the underworld god. With their divine power, I can forcefully open the path to the divine realm using the ancient divine artifacts. You don't need to worry about it at all. After explaining this, Emperor Qiyu finally understood and couldn't help but sigh. Young man, when I, Emperor Qiyu, was young, I was also a renowned cultivation genius in the ancient continent. However, due to my arrogance and domineering behavior, I was attacked by many emperors and ended up in my current state. But compared to you, my talent at that time is not worth mentioning at all. You are truly a monster.
Chen Chen took Emperor Chiyu's words as praise and then took Emperor Chiyu to meet the people of the Rain Pavilion. When Ao Chen saw Emperor Chiyu for a moment, tears flowed from his eyes, and he knelt before Emperor Chiyu. Old Pavilion Master, you have finally returned. Ao Chen has not seen you for over 300 years. Ao Chen's voice trembled, leaving Chen Chen speechless. He had not expected Ao Chen to have such deep feelings for Emperor Chiyu, like a son seeing his father. Emperor Chiyu, on the other hand, did not seem as excited. He looked at Ao Chen calmly and then helped him up. Ah Chen, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. When I left the Rain Pavilion 300 years ago, you were just a little kid. Time flies, and now you are over 300 years old. Ao Chen wiped away his tears and then said to the disciples behind him, "This is the old pavilion master. What are you all standing there for? Show some respect." The crowd was stunned and then knelt down, saying, "We respectfully welcome the return of the old pavilion master." Emperor Chiyu frowned slightly and said, "I am no longer the pavilion master. Now Chen Chen is the pavilion master, and all matters will be under his command." Then, he looked at Chen Chen. Facing Emperor Chiyu's attitude, Chen Chen was not surprised. Although he did not understand why Emperor Chiyu insisted on handing over the Rain Pavilion to him, Chen Chen knew that Emperor Chiyu must have his reasons. Under Emperor Chiyu's declaration, everyone in the Rain Pavilion looked to Chen Chen. All members of the Rain Pavilion, the new pavilion master is to be respected. That night, Chen Chen and Emperor Chiyu stood on the highest peak of the Konglin mountain, gazing at the moon in silence. Chen Chen was the first to break the silence. "Chiyu, in an hour, we will set off for the 7-star sect. Will you blame me for bringing the Rain Pavilion, which has been hidden in the shadows, into the public eye?" Emperor Chiyu smiled calmly and replied, "Since I have decided to hand over the Rain Pavilion to you, I will not oppose any decision you make. Back then, when the people of the 7-star sect occupied the Eternal Sect, you were just seeking revenge, which is not inappropriate. As for bringing the Rain Pavilion into the public eye, there is nothing to blame. With the imminent disaster, various forces are emerging in the cultivation world. It's not surprising. Besides, those emperors have long known about the existence of the Rain Pavilion." Upon hearing Emperor Chiyu's words, Chen Chen felt relieved. He then said, "After dealing with the 7-star sect, we will focus on the matter of going to the divine realm. Oh, Chiyu, during the night, I developed a very powerful immortal technique." Chen Chen told Emperor Chiyu about his developed rebirth from the filthy mortal technique. After learning about this technique, Emperor Chiyu's expression changed, but not as surprised as Chen Chen had expected. This makes Chen Chen somewhat puzzled. For a long time, Emperor Chiyu said, "Little ghost, this immortal technique is indeed an unprecedented existence in the world of cultivation. According to what you said, if you can find the bodies of powerful cultivators in the divine realm, you will definitely form a top force, but..." Emperor Chiyu's words suddenly stopped, and a worried look appeared on his face. "But what? Why is this old man panting when he speaks?" Chen Chen anxiously asked, but Emperor Chiyu did not continue, just let out a sigh. In fact, this matter should have been told to you long ago, but there has never been a chance. This matter, you will know soon enough. Remember, the ones you should fear the most now are the Gate Emperor and the Shadow Emperor." When Chen Chen heard the names of the Gate Emperor and the Shadow Emperor, he frowned slightly. When Chen Chen sent out the Soul Beast Legion to return to the ancient continent for the first time, it was single-handedly resolved by the Shadow Emperor using only one immortal technique. So far, the most mysterious cultivator Chen Chen has encountered in the world of cultivation is the Shadow Emperor. His extraordinary talent and later actions on the ancient continent at the 100 Sects Conference have made people fearful. Moreover, he has been to the divine realm with the help of the Gate Emperor and learned the divine inscription forbidden technique from the divine monument. Just as Chen Chen was about to ask Emperor Chiyu a few more questions, Ao Chen appeared behind them. "Master, the bodies you need are ready." Chen Chen swallowed the words he was about to say, then nodded to Ao Chen and followed him to the prepared bodies. Chen Chen looked at the bodies of cultivators scattered all over, which he had instructed Ao Chen to search for, regardless of their cultivation level. Of course, Chen Chen had also retrieved many bodies with all his other avatars outside. In addition, the people of the Xiao family had also collected a large number of bodies and sent them to the location designated by Chen Chen, and the people of the Rainy Pavilion had brought some back from outside. At a glance, the entire Konglin mountain was filled with the bodies of cultivators, with more than 300, including many bodies of Saint Realm powerhouses. 7-star Emperor, tonight, you will fall. Chen Chen murmured, then walked to the side of these bodies and silently recited the divine inscription, "Rebirth from the impure earth." As Chen Chen's divine inscription fell, the bodies that had been dead for a long time reacted, and a few seconds later, they all stood up from the ground and formed a neat formation. On Konglin Mountain, there was a dense crowd of resurrected cultivators. Ao Chen and Emperor Chi Yu were both shocked by this mysterious immortal technique. Ao Chen couldn't help but say, "Master, your immortal technique actually resurrected all these cultivators?" "Yes, as long as the bodies of the cultivators are intact, I can resurrect them all. However, they are just mindless puppets, only able to obey my commands and launch attacks on targets. The advantage of these puppets is that we don't have to worry about casualties, and they won't feel any pain." Qianqian chuckled lightly, looking at the resurrected army of undead before him, very satisfied. After Qianqian advanced to the Emperor realm, the 9 transformations of the Netherworld 9 revolutions technique had also been completely mastered, and he had reached the physique of a high-grade saint and the soul power level of the late Kueisho stage. 3 masters, I will avenge you now. Qianqian looked towards the night sky and murmured, then tore open a wormhole, used spatial jump, and arrived above the sect gate of the 7-star sect. Following closely behind were Emperor Chi Yu and Ao Chen. The 3 of them appeared above the 7-star sect without concealing their auras, and the elder on duty immediately sensed the powerful auras of the 3 and immediately issued a warning using the sect's immortal technique. Enemy attack, we are under enemy attack. The sect of the 7 stars instantly erected a defensive barrier, and the elder Tian Shancheng also appeared in front of the sect's gate. Seeing that the visitor was Qian Shen, the panicked look on Tian Shancheng's face disappeared, and he sneered, "Kid, you dare to come back? A few months ago, you fled to the extreme cold like a bereaved dog, and now you're back seeking death?" Then, he noticed the Emperor Chi Yu standing beside Qian Shen, and his expression changed slightly. "Emperor Chi Yu, last time you used such a powerful immortal technique, I didn't expect your body to still be alive. It's quite surprising to this elder." Emperor Chi Yu smiled but remained silent, while Ao Chen couldn't bear Tian Shancheng's insulting words to Emperor Chi Yu. His face turned cold, and he said angrily, "Just a mere saint, dare to speak to the Rain Emperor like that?" Tian Shancheng glanced at Ao Chen disdainfully and said, "Rain Emperor? Can his current strength really reach the level of an emperor? And who are you?" "This elder is the Grand Elder of the 7-star sect." Ao Chen was about to make a move, but Qianqian stopped him, squinting at Tian Shancheng and said, "Tian Shancheng, you'd better call your sect master now, or it may be too late to call him later." Tian Shancheng's face instantly turned cold. "Kid, it's been a few months, and your tongue has become quite sharp. Last time, you escaped, and the sect master blamed me. This time, you won't escape no matter what you say. Still the same, hand over the longevity bell, and this elder can spare you from the torment of death." Qianqian sneered, immediately revealing a Black Emperor's realm immortal shadow and causing the golden longevity bell to appear in his hand with a thought. Qianqian said, "Tian Shancheng, is this what you're talking about?" When Tian Shancheng saw Qianqian's immortal shadow, his previous disdainful expression disappeared, and his arrogant demeanor vanished. In its place was confusion and fear. Your immortal shadow, what's going on?" Tian Shancheng said incredulously. Qianqian casually looked back at his own immortal shadow and tilted his head. "Is there something wrong with my immortal shadow? I understand now, you're just playing tricks. You must have used some means to turn your immortal shadow black. Humph, you can't deceive this elder. Just a few months ago, you were just a saint. It's impossible to step into the Emperor's realm in such a short time." Tian Shancheng immediately regained his composure, refusing to believe that Qianqian had stepped into the Emperor's realm in just a few months. Qianqian didn't waste time with Tian Shancheng and simply raised his hand. The longevity bell in his hand instantly grew enormous, and he swung it directly at the defensive barrier of the 7-star sect. With just one strike, the barrier was instantly covered in cracks and then exploded without any suspense. How is this possible? Tian Shancheng was sent flying by the tremendous force, retreating several steps in a row, while the other elders maintaining the defensive barrier all spat out blood. Qianqian stood in the sky and said, "Tian Shancheng, do you now believe in this emperor's ability? Call out your sect master, give me the 3 masters, and compensate for the deaths of the eternal sect disciples." At this moment, Tian Shancheng looked at Qianqian in horror. The pressure from a higher realm made Tian Shancheng unable to suppress the urge to kneel. Just then, a wormhole tore open beside Tian Shancheng, and the 7-star emperor emerged from it. "Elder Tian Shancheng, steady your knees," the 7-star emperor said calmly. Tian Shancheng felt the pressure from Qianqian's imperial power disappear and quickly straightened his body. "Sect master, you've come," Tian Shancheng respectfully said to the 7-star emperor. The 7-star emperor nodded and then looked at Qianqian and Emperor Chi Yu standing in the sky. "I didn't expect that in just a few months, you would advance from the saint realm to the emperor's realm. It seems that the longevity bell has indeed been quite helpful to you. This emperor hasn't chosen the wrong path to becoming a god.
Facing Qianqian becoming the Great Emperor, the 7-star Great Emperor was not too surprised, but instead showed a crazy expression on his face.
Even if you become an emperor-level cultivator, so what? Our sect has been an emperor for 100 years. How can a little kid like you who has just entered the emperor realm compare to us?
The 7-star Great Emperor then turned his gaze to Qiyu, the Great Emperor. Qiyu, I didn't expect that we could still meet after more than 300 years.
It seems that when we joined forces back then, we couldn't completely make you fall.
We were careless, but do you think you can restore your original strength with the help of this little kid? Faced with the mockery of the 7-star Great Emperor, Qiyu, the Great Emperor, did not get angry, but simply said calmly with his hands behind his back, whether I can rely on him, you will know soon enough. This old man, don't have much strength, and today is not here for revenge against you.
The one here for revenge is Qianqian, the Great Emperor.
You killed his 3 masters a few months ago. Qiyu, the Great Emperor, took a step back, leaving only Qianqian standing at the forefront.
The 7-star Great Emperor looked at Qianqian and sneered, Qianqian, the Great Emperor?
The title is not bad, but unfortunately, you will fall today. After speaking, the 7-star Great Emperor immediately revealed his celestial shadow and quickly performed his celestial technique. However, Qianqian remained unmoved, not even showing any intention of releasing his celestial technique, just quietly watching the 7-star Great Emperor. Beside Qianqian, Ao-chan recited divine scriptures, and a huge armor appeared on his celestial shadow, blocking the attack of the 7-star Great Emperor for Qianqian. Ao-chan was also an emperor-level cultivator, and the collision of celestial techniques between the 2 great emperors caused many disciples and elders of the 7-star sect to be affected and flee into the sect.
Tian Shan Kong Shang looked at Ao-chan in shock.
He did not expect that the inconspicuous person next to Qianqian was also a great emperor.
Tian Shan Kong Shang felt extremely embarrassed.
He had looked down on Qianqian at first, then disdained to talk to Ao-chan, and even arrogantly claimed to be the elder of the 7-star sect in front of him.
What was the difference between him and a clown? In short, others didn't even care about him.
As the dust settled, Ao-chan put away the armor on his celestial shadow, and the 7-star Great Emperor also looked at Ao-chan with great surprise. Are you also an emperor-level cultivator? Ao-chan lightly patted the dust on his shoulder and said, 7-star Great Emperor, your sect is just a mediocre sect. In the ancient continent, only the heavenly god sect is worthy of a battle with our rain pavilion. The 7-star sect is nothing but an ant.
Rain pavilion?
The 7-star Great Emperor's pupils contracted.
It seemed like he recognized Ao-chan and said in disbelief, you are the rain pavilion's Emperor Ruchen?
Ao-chan calmly said, indeed, it is I.
The 7-star Great Emperor frowned. Why would the rain pavilion help such a newly entered emperor-level cultivator? I admit that the power of your rain pavilion is indeed stronger than our 7-star sect, but why would you be enemies with us?
Ao-chan laughed as if he had heard a great joke, looked up to the sky, and then looked at the 7-star Great Emperor like he was looking at a clown. 7-star Great Emperor, do you know that the one who will destroy your 7-star sect today is our rain pavilion's pavilion master?
Pavilion master?
The 7-star Great Emperor's gaze turned to Qianqian, and for a moment, he was speechless.
Kid, are you the pavilion master of the rain pavilion?
The 7-star Great Emperor's eyes twitched. He never expected that Qianqian still had this identity. Qianqian remained silent and once again swung the longevity bell towards the 7-star Great Emperor. With a strike, Qianqian had already disappeared from the original location, leaving only a residual image. The 7-star Great Emperor instinctively raised his hand to defend, but unexpectedly, Ao-chan directly rushed towards him. No matter how long the 7-star Great Emperor had been an emperor, he could not simultaneously fight against 2 great emperors. After all, Ao-chan had also been an emperor for 100 years, and Qianqian still held the ancient divine artifact, the longevity bell. The Emperor of the 7 Stars barely blocked the joint attack of the two, no longer holding back, and shouted angrily towards the back mountain of the 7-star sect, "You two old guys, how much longer do you want to wait?" With the angry shout of the Emperor of the 7 Stars towards the back mountain of the 7-star sect, the originally silent mountain peak suddenly trembled, and 2 huge soul power breaths were released from it. Chen felt a strong soul power fluctuation, and his expression subtly changed. He had already reached the Emperor realm, and he could easily sense the strength of the other party with his divine sense. The 2 powerful auras emanating from the back mountain of the 7-star sect were obviously not weaker than the Emperor of the 7 Stars. Obviously, the 2 hidden in the mountain must also be formidable Emperor realm cultivators. This surprised Chen, because a few months ago, before the 7-star sect launched an attack on the Eternal sect and several other artifact-holding sects, the 7-star sect was only ranked 9th among the top 10 sects in the ancient continent. Chen had thought that the 7-star sect was similar to the 10th-ranked Azure Cloud Pavilion, with only the Emperor of the Seven Stars as an Emperor Realm cultivator. Now it seemed that the Emperor of the Seven Stars dared to directly attack the Eternal Sect not out of arrogance, because apart from him, there were two other Emperor Realm cultivators in the Seven Star Sect. As Chen Chen was astonished, two mountain peaks collapsed and cracked, and two huge 100-meter-tall celestial shadows appeared from within. The celestial shadows are actually beast-shaped. It seems that these two emperors also used the essence blood of soul beasts, causing their celestial shadows to evolve. Chen Chen murmured. At this moment, the two celestial shadows quickly approached the Emperor of the Seven Stars, and Chen Chen finally saw the owners of the two celestial shadows. Both were white-haired old men, looking emaciated, and if not for the strong aura of their celestial shadows, Chen Chen would have thought that these two old men were at the end of their lives. Emperor of the Seven Stars, this old man has long said to quickly eliminate that boy Chen Chen, but you never took it to heart. Now, this boy has somehow rapidly become an Emperor Realm cultivator and has come looking for trouble, said the bald old man with narrowed eyes. The other, a one-armed old man, continued, the face of the Seven Star Sect has been disgraced by you. If the ancestor of the Seven Star Sect were still here, he would definitely reprimand you. The Emperor of the Seven Stars felt a bit embarrassed by their words and said with an unpleasant expression, Elders, now is not the time for idle talk. Let's resolve this quickly. Chen Chen is accompanied by the Emperors Qiyu and Rukan. It's not necessarily advantageous for us to fight 3 against 3. Tian Shan Kongsheng saw the two old men who had arrived and widened his eyes, looking as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Elders? They are emperors from the same period as the ancestor. These two old men have been hiding in the back mountain of the Seven Star Sect all this time. This is simply unbelievable. In addition to his surprise, Tian Shan Kongsheng also felt relieved. He knew the strength of the two elders. They were nearly 1,000 years old and had been in the Emperor realm for over 500 years. Even if they encountered a master on the road, the two elders still had the power to fight. Qiyu, the Emperor of the Rain, also looked slightly stunned when he saw the two, and said in a low voice to Chen Chen, these two old men have quite a background. They are cultivators from the same period as the ancestor of the Seven Star Sect. The one-armed old man is called the Emperor of the Pillar, and the other is called the Emperor of Bones. Both of them are extremely powerful, even surpassing the Emperor of the Seven Stars. So what? Two old men who are already on the brink of death. What can they do to me? Chen Chen said disdainfully, not bothering to conceal the tone of his voice. When the Emperor of the Pillar heard Chen Chen's words, he did not get angry but instead laughed, saying in a hoarse voice, Young man, you are too arrogant. Although you have also reached the Emperor realm, the disparity in our strengths is not small. Ao Chen's face also didn't look good, because he didn't expect these two old monsters to still be hiding in the back mountains of the Seven Star Sect. Lowering his voice, he said to Chen Chen's ear, Master, the strength of these two old monsters should not be underestimated. Moreover, the old master's strength has not yet recovered. If a real fight breaks out later, only the two of us will be able to battle them. 3 against 2 is not a good sign. Chen Chen shook his head and made a reassuring gesture. Before coming here, Chen Chen had already made all the preparations. Even if there were unexpected events during the attack on the Seven Star Sect, Chen Chen was prepared to completely slaughter the Seven Star Emperor today. At this moment, the Seven Star Emperor smiled and said to Chen Chen, this sect really didn't expect that when I first met you, a practitioner who didn't even have the courage to speak, today you can stand on the opposite side of me as an equal. It truly surprises me. I admire your talent, but your talent cannot be used by me, so I can only snuff it out in its infancy. After saying this, the Seven Star Emperor turned to the practitioners of the Seven Star Sect and said, all practitioners above the Holy Realm, join forces with the two supreme ancestors of our sect. The other side is just 2 young emperors and an old man with a declining power. How dare they openly provoke our Seven Star Sect? They must be killed without mercy. At the call of the Seven Star Emperor, all the practitioners of the Seven Star Sect who had reached the Holy Realm revealed their celestial auras, and the situation was about to erupt. Chen Chen looked at the nearly 100 people on the opposite side without any panic, and just quietly said, they are almost here. As Chen Chen's words fell, there was a slight vibration on the ground. Soon, the Seven Star Emperor and others saw a dark crowd rapidly approaching from the ground and the sky not far away. All of them in the sky revealed deep red celestial auras, and their momentum was no less than that of the Holy Realm experts of the Seven Star Sect. The expressions of the Bone Emperor and the Sky Emperor changed, and they said to the Seven Star Emperor, the other side has also brought many people. Stop talking nonsense and quickly resolve the battle. If other sects find out that we are fighting, they might interfere and take advantage of the situation. The Seven Star Emperor nodded and immediately used his celestial arts to attack Chen Chen and the others.
Shiyu, the great emperor, took a step back and said, "Youngster, my strength has not yet recovered, so today I will rely on you and Ao-chen." Xian Chen nodded and immediately recited the divine text, 9 styles of the netherworld, void firmament.
Purple lightning flashed across the sky, and the entire sky showed signs of tearing, with countless huge palms reaching out and directly attacking the 7-star emperor. Then, without delay, Shen Chen summoned the longevity bell again. His celestial shadow wielded the longevity bell without any hesitation. The celestial shadow of the 7-star emperor crossed his arms to block the blow of the longevity bell. He immediately used his celestial arts, and his clothes shattered, revealing countless blood vessels, giving him a strange appearance. The giant hand in the sky grabbed the 7-star emperor, but he showed no signs of pain. He just kicked hard, and the giant hand shattered. The Sky Emperor and the Bone Emperor did not hesitate either, and both of them immediately used their celestial arts against Xian Chen.
"I will be the opponent of both of you," Ao-chen shouted.
Another layer of armor appeared on his celestial shadow, but unlike before, Ao-chen's celestial shadow actually remained in place, and he used his physical body to perform celestial arts and rushed towards the two of them. Relying on his powerful defensive celestial shadow, Ao-chen single-handedly blocked the attacks of the Sky Emperor and the Bone Emperor. At the same time, taking advantage of the Bone Emperor's distraction, a long sword suddenly appeared in Ao-chen's hand and stabbed directly at the Bone Emperor.
Unfortunately, the Sky Emperor immediately noticed Ao-chen's sneak attack.
He waved his hand, and a huge steel shield appeared in front of the Bone Emperor, blocking Ao-chen's sword strike. The Tianshan Sky Saint also did not stand still. He led a group of Holy Realm experts from the 7-star sect and began to use celestial arts. Unexpectedly, before the immortal technique could be activated, a dense crowd of cultivators had already arrived above the 7-star sect. These were the bodies of cultivators resurrected by Qian Chen using the impure soil. They showed no hesitation as they coldly unleashed their immortal techniques upon the cultivators of the 7-star sect. Indiscriminately and without regard for anything, they launched relentless attacks, leaving Tianshan Kongsheng somewhat bewildered.
These people seemed to have no fear of death at all.
Even when facing the immortal techniques of the 7-star sect, these cultivators only opened their defensive immortal techniques slightly and continued to charge forward. Under the relentless attacks of this group of fearless cultivators, the numerous Holy Realm experts led by Tianshan Kongsheng quickly fell into disarray.
Are these people all insane?
They don't even try to evade the immortal techniques, they just mindlessly charge forward.
Tianshan Kongsheng cursed inwardly.
As a result, a cultivator charged directly at him, without hesitation, and began to burn his primordial spirit, using a suicidal attack with immortal explosion. In the astonished gaze of Tianshan Kongsheng, he barely had time to evade and instead grabbed a disciple of the 7-star sect to shield himself.
Boom!
As the immortal explosion ended, the cultivator who had shielded Tianshan Kongsheng had already died, and Tianshan Kongsheng himself spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering numerous internal injuries from the explosion. Tianshan Kongsheng repeatedly retreated, only then did he notice that when these attacking cultivators used immortal explosion, they did not even care about themselves, directly unleashing it within the crowd and even injuring many of their own.
Damn it, these people are not normal at all. They are all a group of living dead. No wonder they charge forward so recklessly. Tianshan Kongsheng realized that the group of cultivators brought by Qian Chen were not normal cultivators at all.
Moreover, the majority of them were not Holy Realm cultivators, but rather more in the Void Realm and Sky Realm. Their immortal techniques were not as powerful, so they directly used immortal explosion to cover up the disadvantage of their group. Retreat, everyone retreat back. These living dead are a group of death warriors, don't fight them head-on, the real army has not arrived yet.
Tianshan Kongsheng quickly ordered all the 7-star sect cultivators to retreat into the sect.
However, as he turned around, he was blocked by 3 Holy Realm experts. These 3 individuals had hollow eyes and numerous wounds on their bodies. They showed no expression as they each manifested their immortal shadows, trapping Tianshan Kongsheng in the middle. The next moment, all 3 of them began to burn their primordial spirits, using the technique of immortal explosion.
No, don't, you're insane.
Tianshan Kongsheng's face showed a look of horror as he desperately tried to break free from the encirclement of the 3, but he was immediately controlled by their boundary immortal technique. Although these 3 bodies were Holy Realm experts, their strength was far inferior to Tianshan Kongsheng, and their immortal techniques could not completely control his movements. In the moment before the immortal explosion, Tianshan Kongsheng managed to escape from the middle of the 3, but ultimately had one of his legs blown off. Tianshan Kongsheng let out a miserable scream, and several other elders quickly came to support him. However, before they could return to the 7-star sect, the group of cultivators on the ground had also arrived. These were all genuine living cultivators. They were from the Rain Pavilion. As soon as the cultivators from the Rain Pavilion arrived, the already retreating 7-star sect cultivators fell into complete chaos. The people from the Rain Pavilion were even more ruthless. Every move was fatal, and for a moment, it became a one-sided massacre. In the midst of the chaos, Tian Shan Kong Sheng not only had his body blown open by immortal techniques, but also, as the generation's elder of the 7-star sect, he fell. Shen Shen, who was currently fighting the 7-star emperor, saw the bodies littering the 7-star sect and felt no pity. Instead, there was a burst of emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Several months ago, it was with the people of the 7-star sect that Naylan Sunhai and Wanzong single-handedly massacred the majority of the disciples of the Eternal sect, causing them to die innocently. Today, he finally avenged the disciples of the Eternal sect. Thinking of this, Qianshen's anger burned, and he summoned the Nether Hammer, holding the longevity bell in his left hand and the Nether Hammer in his right hand, continuously using immortal techniques and attacking the 7-star emperor. Under Qianshen's attack, the 7-star emperor began to fall into a disadvantage. This kid actually has 2 divine weapons, and both can be used directly.
What kind of monster is he? The 7-star emperor cursed inwardly when he saw Qianshen take out another divine weapon.
At this moment, he also realized that Qianshen dared to come to the 7-star sect today, not because he was blinded by hatred. Even the 7-star emperor himself had to use all his strength carefully to fight Qianshen, as a slight negligence could lead to being killed by Qianshen and completely falling. On the other side, Ao Chen ultimately fell into a disadvantage in the battle against the 2 supreme ancestors, Xingdi and Goody, and had many injuries.
Goody laughed. Your strength is very strong.
You have resisted both of us old guys for such a long time.
If you were to fight one of us alone, you might actually have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, facing both of us, you can't hold on at all.
Xingdi, quickly finish off this kid. The 7-star emperor is having a hard time with Qianshen, and the disciples of the 7-star sect below are about to be killed. Xingdi nodded, and he silently recited a divine text. The next moment, Xingdi's immortal shadow merged with him, and Xingdi completely transformed into a huge beast-like cultivator. Goody disregarded any restraint and stopped reciting the divine text, saying, "Bone rain." In an instant, the bones on Goody's immortal shadow directly separated from the shadow and descended from the sky, heading straight for Ao Chen.
Ao Chen's expression changed, and he immediately used his armored immortal shadow to block.
When the armor on his immortal shadow touched the bones of Goody's immortal shadow, cracks immediately appeared.
Not good. Ao Chen's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, Xingdi also launched an attack.
At this critical moment, Shiyu the Great appeared and a huge water wall appeared to block Qingdi's attack for Ao Chen. Shiyu the Great said to Qingdi, "Qingdi, you're getting old. It's one thing to fight against multiple opponents, but using sneak attacks as well, you shameless old thing." Qingdi's face turned ugly at Shiyu the Great's words, and he immediately replied, "Shiyu, it's been many years. I thought you were dead long ago, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. You dare to speak to me like this in your current ghostly appearance. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish." Qingdi turned his attention to Shiyu the Great, and Ao Chen, realizing the danger, tried to stop Qingdi, but Goody, who was confronting him, blocked Ao Chen. "Old sect master!" Ao Chen shouted, and Shiyu the Great knew that he was no match for Qingdi at the moment, so he just kept evading without engaging in direct combat. Qingdi was angered by Shiyu the Great's non-confrontational attitude, and his eyes turned red. A pair of huge eyes appeared in the sky, and Shiyu the Great frowned, knowing that Qingdi was no longer holding back. "Shiyu, go to hell!" Qingdi shouted angrily, and waves of energy emanated from the huge eyes, heading straight for Shiyu the Great. At that moment, several figures appeared in front of Qingdi. These were the many resurrected bodies of Qianshen, who blocked Qingdi and immediately used immortal techniques, then without any hesitation, directly ignited their primordial spirits and launched a suicidal attack. Because all of them were powerful cultivators in the Saint Realm, the immense energy released after their self-detonation was enough to make even a cultivator like Qingdi fear.
Qingdi had to retract his attack and switch to defense. Shiyu the Great no longer lingered either.
His goal of attracting Qingdi's attention had been achieved, and he immediately tore open a wormhole and escaped the battlefield. Qingdi was infuriated, realizing that he had been tricked. Just as Qingdi redirected his attention back to Ao Chen, Qianshen suddenly appeared in front of him.
"Ha! Weren't you fighting the 7-star emperor? How did you?" The emperor's face changed, thinking to himself, could it be that the 7-star emperor has already been defeated by this kid? The emperor divided his attention to see the situation with the 7-star emperor, only to find Qianshen engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the 7-star emperor. Then who was in front of him?
Qianshen in front of the emperor did not say a word, wielding a huge dark hammer and striking at the emperor.
The Emperor realized that this was just one of Qianqian's avatars. Kid, you really underestimate me. You actually use an avatar to fight against me. Do you really think you have such great strength?
The Emperor snorted, and in just a few moves, he forced Qianqian's avatar to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianqian, wielding two divine weapons, had the upper hand against the Seven-Star Emperor. The Seven-Star Emperor thought to himself, if this continued, he would eventually lose to Qianqian. The Seven-Star Emperor could not believe that Qianqian, who had only become an emperor a few days ago, had such strong power, coupled with the blessing of two divine weapons. The Seven-Star Emperor almost had no room to fight back. Seven-Star Emperor, no matter what, I will kill you today. Qianqian's eyes were red, continuously using his immortal techniques, not giving the Seven-Star Emperor any chance to catch his breath. While fighting, Qianqian also continued to control the corpses to attack the Seven-Star Emperor, using immortal explosions to disrupt the Seven-Star Emperor's attack rhythm, forcing him to not only face Qianqian head-on, but also to guard against the sudden immortal explosions. There were not many resurrected corpses left for Qianqian, so he directly resurrected the Seven-Star Sect cultivators who had been killed. As long as their bodies were not completely destroyed, Qianqian could use the impure earth rebirth to resurrect them. The Seven-Star Emperor saw this scene and his face became very ugly. He had never seen such an immortal technique that could directly resurrect a large number of corpses in the entire cultivation world. Nether 9 forms, Nether Brahman fire technique. Nether 9 forms, Taiyin corpse escape. Nether 9 forms, Stygian river waves. Qianqian used 3 immortal techniques in a row, combined with a large number of resurrected corpses to attack the Seven-Star Emperor. The Seven-Star Emperor finally couldn't hold on, and was struck in the chest, falling to the ground. Qianqian wielded the Dark Hammer and struck at the Seven-Star Emperor. In desperation, the Seven-Star Emperor immediately cast a defensive barrier, but it was instantly shattered by the heavy blow of the Dark Hammer. The Dark Hammer struck the Seven-Star Emperor solidly, causing him to spew blood and his immortal shadow to disperse. Puff! Blood sprayed into the air, and the Seven-Star Emperor finally showed fear, backing away while clutching his chest. Kid, I admit defeat. Spare me. You already killed Nayland Sunhai who attacked the Eternal Sect, and you burned down Wan Zong who betrayed your Eternal Sect. I didn't interfere too much back then. Spare me, I promise not to interfere with you anymore. I will immediately withdraw your wanted order. The Seven-Star Emperor looked at the Emperor and the Bone Emperor, both of whom were temporarily unable to deal with him, so he had to find a way to delay Qianqian. Unexpectedly, Qianqian sneered and threw the Dark Hammer to the ground, saying, "Is this how you beg for mercy? And still calling yourself an emperor?" The Seven-Star Emperor was stunned and repeatedly said, No, it's me, I'm not an emperor, I dare not call myself an emperor in front of you. Hee. If the other people of the ancient continent knew that the once arrogant Seven-Star Emperor begged for mercy from me, Qianqian the Emperor, they would think what? Qianqian's words made the Seven-Star Emperor's face extremely ugly, and at this moment, he felt as embarrassed as if he had eaten shit. If he had known that Qianqian would grow to this extent today, he would have personally killed Qianqian long ago, instead of letting Nayland Sunhai drag it out until he himself died at the hands of Qianqian. The great emperor of the 7 stars remained silent, and Qianqian no longer hesitated. He immediately raised the Dark Abyss Hammer, ready to end the life of the great emperor of the 7 stars. You dare! If you kill me, the other major sects will never let you off. The great emperor of the 7 stars exclaimed in horror. Oh, the other sects won't let me off either? The catastrophe is imminent. Who would still have the leisure to seek revenge for a deceased emperor like you? Qianqian retorted without a hint of worry. The great emperor of the 7 stars, seeing Qianqian's determination to kill him, turned pale. At that moment, Qianqian sensed a murderous intent behind him and immediately dodged, avoiding a massive bone that crashed down where he had been standing. Kid, you dare! The Bone Emperor and the Sky Emperor had already joined forces to drive back Ao Chen, who was gasping heavily in the air. Qianqian furrowed his brow slightly and once again used the shadow clone technique, creating hundreds of clones in the sky above the 7-star sect. Taking advantage of the clones to block the Bone Emperor and the Sky Emperor, Qianqian took out the long-unused black howl from his Qiankuan bag. Whispering, "Master, I have avenged you," Qianqian swung the black howl and, without even using a sound suppression technique, chanted the divine script, "Ascend and control the thunder." Dragon-shaped heavenly thunderbolts struck the ground from the thunderclouds, each blow landing directly on the great emperor of the 7 stars. Regardless of how the great emperor of the 7 stars used his immortal techniques, it was all in vain. After a few minutes, the great emperor of the 7 stars was riddled with wounds from the heavenly thunder, his breath extremely weak. Holding the black howl, Qianqian thrust it into the great emperor of the 7 stars' chest, and the emperor's immortal shadow disappeared completely. The sect master of the Seven-Star Sect, the great emperor of the Seven Stars, had fallen. The few remaining disciples of the Seven-Star Sect, upon witnessing the fall of the great emperor of the Seven Stars, instantly lost their will to fight. The people of the Rain Pavilion looked at Qianshan and said, "Pavilion Master, they have given up resistance.
What do you think?"
Qianshan remained expressionless and ordered, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Just like the disciples of the Eternal Sect who offered no resistance in the end, these bastards will receive no mercy either. The people of the Rain Pavilion obeyed, and the corpses of the Seven-Star Sect littered the ground, with hardly a living soul in sight. The Bone Emperor and the Sky Emperor, witnessing this scene, wore extremely grim expressions. The sect they had guarded for nearly 1,000 years, the Seven-Star Sect, had ceased to exist in such a manner. "Kid, I will kill you, you devil!" The Sky Emperor shouted angrily, clasping his hands together and making a very strange gesture, then silently chanting the divine script. In the sky, hundreds of pairs of demonic eyes suddenly appeared, blinking incessantly and all gazing at Qianshan. The Bone Emperor also arranged all his immortal shadow bones in the sky, forming a huge bone beast that glared menacingly at Qianshan. Faced with these two elders, Qianshan was extremely cautious, as their strength far surpassed that of the great emperor of the Seven Stars. Before coming here, Qianshan had considered that the Seven-Star Sect might still have other Emperor Realm cultivators, but he had not expected these two Emperor Realm cultivators, who were actually elders from the same period as the Seven-Star ancestor. Compared to the great Emperor of the Seven Stars, they were the most formidable opponents. Ao Chen, with blood at the corner of his mouth, had also been injured by the Bone Emperor and the Sky Emperor. Qianshan realized that in the upcoming battle with the Bone Emperor and the Sky Emperor, he and Ao Chen would have to resort to unconventional tactics to have any chance of defeating these two old monsters. Qianshan turned to look at the body of the great Emperor of the Seven Stars and, with a sudden thought, shouted to Ao Chen, "Ao Chen, help me stall for some time."
Ao Chen obeyed without hesitation, rushing to Qianshan's side and summoning the armor from his immortal shadow once again.
Qianshan approached the body of the great Emperor of the Seven Stars and chanted the divine script. Yes, Qianshan intended to resurrect the body of the great Emperor of the Seven Stars.
If he could be used by Qianshan, the current situation would become a 3-against-2 scenario.
The Bone Emperor and the Qiang Emperor are both powerful, but on Qianshan's side, there are also 3 true Emperor Realm cultivators, at least in terms of numbers, they are a dominant presence. Seeing Qianshan's actions, the Bone Emperor immediately realized what he wanted to do and said to the Qiang Emperor, "That kid wants to use dark magic to resurrect the body of the Seven-Star Emperor.
We must not let him succeed." The Qiang Emperor frowned, then no longer hesitated and launched an attack directly. Faced with the attacks of the two old monsters, Ao Chen was already injured. Just taking one blow caused the armor on his immortal shadow to shatter, and Ao Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time Qianshan had attempted to resurrect the body of an Emperor Realm cultivator, and after using a huge amount of soul power, he found that the Seven-Star Emperor only had a slight reaction. It seems that the body of an Emperor Realm cultivator is not so easy to control. I'll have to spend more time. Cold sweat dripped from Qianshan's forehead.
At this point, Ao Chen was already using his physical body to resist the attacks of the Bone Emperor and the Qiang Emperor, and he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for 5 minutes before he would be defeated. Qianshan divided his attention to summon his immortal shadow and called out the longevity clock to block in front of Ao Chen, in order to reduce some of the attacks for him. However, under the powerful attacks of the Bone Emperor, the longevity clock was quickly shattered.
"A mere commoner, get out of the way!"
The Qiang Emperor angrily shouted, and Ao Chen could no longer resist the attacks, flying straight out. He covered his chest, his face filled with pain, and he no longer had the strength to fight. However, Qianshan had only just completed half of his control over the body of the Seven-Star Emperor, and now that he had withdrawn his soul power, he had completely lost the possibility of defeating the Bone Emperor and the Qiang Emperor. At this moment, the cultivators of the Rain Pavilion all stood in front of Qianshan. As sacred realm powerhouses, facing the two emperors who had been in power for nearly 1,000 years, they were like moths to a flame. The Bone Emperor sneered, "Just a group of sacred realm cultivators, in my eyes, they are no different from ants." With a wave of his hand, numerous bones fell from the sky, directly smashing those sacred realm powerhouses, who didn't even have time to react. "You have destroyed my Seven-Star Sect. Today, I will definitely crush your body into 1,000 pieces and throw it into the Void Star Realm to feed those mindless soul beasts."
The Bone Emperor roared, charging straight at Qianshan.
Qianshan realized that things were not going well and was about to withdraw his soul power, but a figure stood in front of him, followed by a dragon's roar. The huge dragon's roar made everyone present unable to help but cover their ears. Qianshan instantly summoned the longevity clock to block the sonic attack, and when he looked up, he found the newcomer to be very familiar.
It was the mysterious figure in black who had saved Qianqian during the battle in the Void Star realm with the right protector of the demon sect. Who are you, and do you also want to be an enemy of our 7-star sect? The Qiang Emperor's face darkened when he saw the black-robed figure riding a star realm dragon. The black-robed woman ignored the Qiang Emperor and turned to Qianqian, saying, "Hurry up, I can't hold them off for long." Qianqian was stunned, feeling that the tone was somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. But he didn't have much time to think, and he focused all his attention on resurrecting the body of the 7-star Emperor. "Since you won't answer, then I will consider you an enemy of the 7-star sect." Seeing that the black-robed woman had come to help Qianqian, the Bone Emperor no longer wasted words. "Qiang Emperor, end the battle quickly. This kid is about to succeed, and now there's another woman. Once all 4 of them stand together, we won't be a match for them." The Qiang Emperor nodded, then displayed his immortal shadow. His immortal shadow grabbed the bone beast formed by the Bone Emperor's immortal shadow and swallowed it whole. Then, the Qiang Emperor's immortal shadow quickly grew larger, gradually becoming solid instead of transparent. The immortal shadow transformed into a white life form with a pair of wings on each side, covered with pupils, looking particularly eerie. Beside this life form, there was also a ring-shaped entity. This is the fusion of immortal shadow and immortal technique? Aochen was stunned to see the combination of the immortal shadows of Qingdi and Goody. The black-robed woman was also very surprised to see the immortality of Qingdi and Goody. "I didn't expect these 2 old monsters to have reached such strength. No wonder the 7-star Emperor dared to wantonly destroy so many sects." The black-robed woman muttered to herself, but in the face of the strong immortality of the 2, she was not afraid at all. Riding on the Star Realm Dragon, she headed towards Qingdi and Goody. "This is the first time we've been forced to use Nightmare. Consider yourselves lucky to become the meal of the Nightmare." Goody sneered, and with their control, the life forms known as nightmares spread their wings, and pupils opened on the wings. Countless cold lights gushed out, and the black-robed woman recited divine texts, creating a huge barrier to protect herself and the Star Realm Dragon, blocking the impact of the cold light. The collision of the 2 immortal techniques surprised Qianqian greatly. Even from such a distance, the energy waves pushed him back. It seems that these 2 old men really have remarkable strength. I didn't expect to encounter such formidable enemies just after entering the Emperor realm. Qianqian hastened the resurrection of the 7-star Emperor's body. As long as he could revive the 7-star Emperor's body, it was not impossible to fight against Goody and Qingdi. When the black-robed woman was less than 50 meters away from the Nightmare, the Star Realm Dragon under her suddenly spat out a huge fireball. The Nightmare used its wings to block the fireball, then absorbed the energy from it and rebounded it back at multiple times the speed. "What?" The black-robed woman was surprised and quickly dodged, but the rebounded fireball broke through her barrier and ignited her black robe. With a sigh, the woman had to take off her black robe, revealing her true face, which had a terrifying scar. Despite this, it was clear that she was originally a woman of decent appearance. When Qianqian saw her face clearly, he was incredulous, because he was very familiar with this woman. The woman was none other than Kairu, the long-unseen master of the Eternal Sect. "Master!" Qianqian shouted, but Kairu didn't even look back at him, her eyes sharp as she charged towards the Nightmare. The collision of Kairu's immortality and the Nightmare occurred once again, but the Nightmare was too powerful, and despite Kairu's countless immortality techniques, it still caused little damage to the Nightmare. At this moment, Qianqian also saw Kairu's immortal shadow. After several months, Kairu had also entered the Emperor realm, and her immortal shadow was black. What surprised Qianqian the most was that her immortal shadow had turned into the form of a black golden ape, clearly evolving from the blood of the black golden ape. "So it's you. I've heard from the 7-star Emperor that you were sent to the Void Star realm by 3 old guys at the cost of your life. I didn't expect you to dare to come back." Goody snorted, "You and Qianqian are both overestimating yourselves, daring to come back to your death. This Emperor will fulfill you. After killing you, the Eternal Sect will be completely destroyed, and from now on, the Eternal Sect will no longer exist on the ancient continent. You 2 old men think you can destroy my Eternal Sect?" At this moment, Qianqian finally appeared behind Kairu, with the resurrected 7-star Emperor by his side, his expression vacant, devoid of any emotion. The once arrogant 7-star Emperor had become a puppet of Qianqian. The expressions of Goody and Qingdi changed slightly. They hadn't expected Qianqian to successfully resurrect the 7-star Emperor so quickly, turning the situation into a 3 against 2. Soon, Aochen also stood up from the ground and joined Qianqian's team. "Old Bone, do you really think you 2 can beat the 4 of us?" Qianqian smiled at Goody. Originally, he was worried that he and Aochen, along with the 7-star Emperor's body, might not be able to beat Goody and Qingdi.
But now with the belated arrival of Kairu Yen, no matter how powerful the Bone Emperor and the Qing Emperor are, they are ultimately just practitioners of the Emperor realm. They have not yet entered the realm of dominance, and no matter how strong they are, there is a limit. Xian Chen, stop wasting time with them and understand them as soon as possible. Kairu Yan's eyes were full of resentment. Xian Chen nodded, and Kairu Yan's words made him no longer hesitate. He said to the Bone Emperor, "The fusion of the immortal shadow technique, when it meets me, spells bad luck for both of you today." Such arrogance. Even if there are 4 of you, we are not afraid. Do you really think the immortal shadow fusion technique is just a name? The Bone Emperor no longer wasted time with Qian Chen and the others, and once again controlled the nightmare, which flapped its wings like a demon, heading straight for Qian Chen and the others. The nightmare exuded a strong killing intent, and the feathers on its wings instantly hardened, turning into objects like sharp swords. Boom! Countless sword rain shot out, and Qian Chen immediately controlled the body of the 7-star Emperor to move forward, using the immortal technique to block the sword rain. Ao Chen and Kairu Yen also cut in from both sides, forming a flanking situation. However, the nightmare's eyes moved, and its feathers exploded, launching attacks on both sides. There is no blind spot. It can attack in all directions at the same time. Qian Chen's expression changed. Ao Chen was cut in several places by the feathers, and a lot of blood flowed out, but he showed no sign of retreat. His immortal shadow once again appeared as armor, like an iron giant, directly colliding with the nightmare. 7 stars shine. Qian Chen controlled the 7-star Emperor to use his immortal technique, and a fiery red light shot out from the palm of the 7-star Emperor's immortal shadow, quickly engulfing the nightmare. In an instant, the nightmare was enveloped in flames, and Qian Chen raised his eyebrows. "This is a great opportunity. Master, Ao Chen, attack it from behind. It has no feathers behind it." After speaking, Qian Chen personally took action, intending to hold the nightmare from the front with the 7-star Emperor, preventing it from considering its rear. Eternal life. Qian Chen's immortal shadow emitted a golden light, lifting the eternal life bell from the ground into the air, leaving behind huge traces wherever it passed. Is this the battle between the emperors? It's terrifying. A practitioner from the Rain Pavilion exclaimed. Kairu Yen and Ao Chen also launched attacks at the same time, and the nightmare was attacked from all sides. Qian Chen was delighted, thinking that this thing was easy to handle. However, the Qing Emperor, who had been inactive, blocked the attacks from Ao Chen and Kairu Yen behind the nightmare. Kairu Yen leaped from the back of the Star Realm Dragon, which immediately spat out several fireballs to interfere with the Qing Emperor's line of sight, while she quickly moved behind the Bone Emperor. Drawing out her sword, she pierced the Bone Emperor's body. "Got it," Kairu Yen said instinctively, but the next moment her expression changed. She did not expect this to be a phantom of the Bone Emperor. A strange scene appeared, as the real Bone Emperor appeared behind Kairu Yen, with a look of madness on his face. "Ha, do you think you can ambush me with just you?" The Bone Emperor struck Kairu Yan's back with a palm, causing her pain, and her immortal shadow was already dispersed. "Master!" Qian Chen's face showed displeasure. He put away the eternal life bell and switched to the nether hammer, holding it with both hands. As he held the nether hammer, his immortal shadow was surrounded by a purple light, and a faint image of the nether god appeared behind Qian Chen. The Bone Emperor showed a look of horror, wanting to flash away from the original spot, but Qian Chen recited a divine text, divine punishment. This was the immobilization technique that Qian Chen had learned from the night god Qian Sun. After the divine punishment hit the Bone Emperor, he was completely unable to move from his original position. The next moment, Qian Chen's nether hammer struck the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor held the nether hammer with both hands, and was directly smashed into the ground, leaving a huge pit, while the Bone Emperor continued to resist the heavy blows of the nether hammer. "Die!" Qian Chen shouted angrily, increasing the strength in his hands. The veins on Bone Emperor's body bulged, his knees bent, and he gradually lost the strength to resist. In order to completely defeat the Bone Emperor, Qian Chen used the clone technique again, summoning a clone and bestowing half of his soul power to it. Without hesitation, the clone summoned the longevity bell and headed straight for the Bone Emperor. The longevity bell struck the Bone Emperor's nether hammer, finally smashing him into a pit, where he lay lifeless. Qian Chen retrieved the nether hammer and saw that the Bone Emperor's body was already a bloody mess, covered in blood. His white hair was disheveled, and he staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. "You actually have such power. In the entire eternal ancient continent, even the other emperors would not have been able to injure me to this extent in a battle. Qing Emperor, I leave everything to you now. I have lived long enough." The Bone Emperor revealed a miserable smile, exerted all his strength, and dashed towards the nightmare. Qian Chen thought he was trying to escape and was about to pursue him, but the nightmare extended a pair of withered hands from within and grabbed the Bone Emperor, swallowing him whole.
In an instant, the nightmare's body rapidly grew larger, soaring into the sky. Bone Emperor!
Shing Emperor shouted, surprised that the Bone Emperor had directly fed himself to the nightmare as nourishment. After swallowing the Bone Emperor, the nightmare's strength significantly increased, and Shing Emperor alone struggled to control it. At this moment, he knew he had no way out. He had to either kill Qian Shen and the others today, or he would fall once again. I never expected that my 7-star sect would end up in such a state. It's all because of that idiotic 7-star emperor.
Shing Emperor roared, manipulating the giant nightmare.
It flapped its wings, quickly sending Qian Shen and the others flying. I had planned to kill the Bone Emperor and then find a way to resurrect his body. That old man refused to become my puppet even in death.
Qian Shen cursed inwardly, realizing that his plans had gone awry.
At this point, Shi Ruyan was already seriously injured and had no strength left to fight.
Chen Shen, kill that old monster!
Shi Ruyan shouted hoarsely.
Chen Shen nodded at Shi Ruyan, his expression becoming serious. After swallowing the Bone Emperor, the nightmare's strength had clearly undergone a qualitative leap.
Ao Chen was already injured, and after several rounds of fighting with Qing Emperor, he once again fell in defeat. Now, only Qian Shen controlled the two 7-star emperors, facing the nightmare and Qing Emperor without the advantage of numbers. Qian Shen gritted his teeth and no longer held back, intending to use all his soul power to fight Qing Emperor to the death.
Nether 9 forms, Nether Tyrant Body Technique. As the words fell, Qian Shen's celestial shadow underwent a terrifying transformation.
His celestial shadow split open from his head, revealing a smaller celestial shadow inside. This celestial shadow appeared extremely robust, picking up the nether hammer still on the ground and swinging it towards the nightmare. As the nether hammer swung again, the surrounding air was filled with surging energy, clearly enhanced several times over. Standing on the ground, Shi Ruyan looked at the man not far from her with uncertainty. Months had passed since she had thought she would die in her cultivation, and she had obtained the essence blood of the Black Gold Ape clan leader in the Void Star realm, which was condensed from the soul of an emperor-level spirit beast. Compared to other cultivators who used the blood of an immature Black Gold Ape, hers was hundreds of times stronger. But today, if it weren't for Qian Shen and the others being in the 7-star sect, with her strength alone, she could at most defeat the 7-star emperor, and she would never have had the chance to defeat Qing Emperor and Bone Emperor. However, Qian Shen had also reached the emperor level. Just a few months ago, he was only a cultivator in the Void realm. His speed of cultivation and growth and strength were truly astonishing. The white double magic eyes of the nightmare revealed a greedy expression, and faced with such powerful energy from Qian Shen, it chose to devour it. Once again, a myriad of swords rained down from the sky, but Qian Shen, with his strengthened celestial shadow, showed no fear of these sword rains, swinging the nether hammer at the nightmare's magic eyes. Hiss! The nightmare let out a strange and eerie scream, and its demonic eyes instantly exploded, bursting into a cloud of blood. And behind it, Xingdi also suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face showing a look of horror.
How is this possible? The nightmare can't absorb his power? Qianchen sneered, saying, "This is the ancient artifact using divine power to cast immortal spells. With your mere mortal body, you dare to absorb divine power and dream of achieving something great? Today, I, Emperor Qianchen, will use your 7-star sect as a stepping stone to ascend to godhood." Emperor Qianchen shouted, once again wielding the netherworld hammer, and the nightmare, despite its shattered demonic eyes, immediately used its wings to protect its body. However, as the netherworld hammer struck down, the two wings instantly broke, and the demonic eyes let out a scream as they were instantly shattered. The nightmare was knocked back into a circular form, and Xingdi's immortal shadow returned to his own body, while the immortal shadow belonging to Bone Emperor turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Xingdi once again spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering significant injuries. At this moment, Qianchen frowned, suddenly having a new idea. He had no way to restore the physical body of Emperor Qiyu, so why not let Emperor Qiyu's soul enter Xingdi's body? With this in mind, Qianchen decided to preserve Xingdi's body and ensure that his physical form suffered no harm. Netherworld God's 9 techniques, Soul. Qianchen roared, once again wielding the netherworld hammer, but this time he did not strike at Xingdi, instead aiming directly at the ground. At the same time, Qianchen immediately activated the barrier spell, isolating Ao Chen, Shi Ruyan, and others outside. The Soul technique was specifically designed to attack the soul and spirit, and it was easy to accidentally harm those around the target. Xingdi thought that Qianchen was going to attack him and immediately used a defensive spell, but to his surprise, this strike directly inflicted heavy damage on his soul, with a tremendous impact that struck his spirit. Xingdi didn't even have time to let out a scream, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his legs went weak, and he knelt to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Qianchen immediately took out the black howl and headed straight for Xingdi.
Xingdi's soul was briefly shaken out of his body, and Shenshen summoned the longevity bell to trap Xingdi's soul within it.
At this point, Xingdi and his soul were completely separated. Kid, what have you done?
Xingdi's face showed a look of horror as he watched his physical body fall to the ground, unable to control it himself. Shenshen looked at Xingdi, who was now completely separated from his physical body and soul, without showing any hint of mercy, raised the netherworld hammer and delivered a final blow to his soul. As the netherworld hammer struck heavily, Xingdi couldn't even let out a scream, and thus completely fell. After killing Xingdi, Shenshen let out a long sigh, and at this moment, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Masters, eternal sect, I have avenged you. Shenshen looked up at the hazy sky, closed his eyes, and accepted the baptism of the rain. And the entire seven-star sect, not a single person was left alive, all were slaughtered by Shenshen and the people of Rain Pavilion. The seven-star sect, an ancient sect that had existed on the Eternal Continent for 1,000 years, was completely destroyed, paying the price for the crimes they had committed against the Eternal Sect.
Shi Ruyan came to Qianshen's side and said, Eternal Sect,
the great vengeance has been avenged.
Thank you, Qianshen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to avenge the Eternal Sect. Qianshen smiled and said, Master, you're being too polite.
If you hadn't arrived in time and held off those two old men, I wouldn't have had time to resurrect the body of the seven-star emperor, let alone defeat them. Besides, as a former divine son of the Eternal Sect, it is my duty to avenge the Eternal Sect and my three masters.
Shi Ruyan looked at Qianshen, who was now completely different from when he first arrived at the Eternal Sect. Qianshen's innocence and ignorance have completely faded away, and his eyes are full of determination and maturity. He is transformed from a young man into a true man, making Shi Ruyan momentarily unable to recognize the Qianshen she once knew. After a while, Qianshen took out new clothes from the Qiankuan bag and put them on, while Aochen covered his injuries and walked to Qianshen's side. Master, why did you preserve the body of the Emperor Qiang instead of destroying his soul? Aochen was very puzzled.
Qianshen hated the people of the seven-star sect very much, but his current behavior was quite perplexing to him. Qianshen said, This is for the great Emperor Qiyu. I should have no way to restore his physical body, but I can graft his soul and spirit onto the Emperor Qiang. Aochen suddenly realized, and at this time, the great Emperor Qiyu also emerged from the wormhole. Little ghost, have you dealt with those two old monsters? Yes. Although the great Emperor Qiyu was very clear about Qianshen's strength, he was still somewhat surprised. He knew Emperor Qiang and Emperor Gu, and they had been emperors for hundreds of years longer than the great Emperor Qiyu. If they had not been unable to find an opportunity to enter the realm of dominion, with their qualifications, once they entered the realm of dominion, they would be top-tier existences. The great Emperor Qiyu saw the intact body of Emperor Qiang and couldn't help but ask, Little ghost, why is there no damage to the body of this old monster?
Qianshen smiled and said, This body is prepared for you. At the moment, I can't think of any other way to restore your physical body, but, relying on the power of the longevity clock and the nether hammer, perhaps I can transfer your soul and spirit to his body. You can just abandon this broken body now. The great Emperor Qiyu raised his eyebrows, quite surprised that Qianshen could come up with such a method. But the great Emperor Qiyu still hesitated for a moment. After all, once he transferred his soul and spirit to Emperor Qiang's body, it would be a very difficult matter. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, there had been almost no instances of body snatching. How certain are you of success? After thinking for a moment, Qianshen's expression turned serious as he said, To be honest, I'm not very confident. However, based on my understanding of the longevity clock and the nether hammer, with a little bit of immortal technique, the possibility of success is quite considerable. The great Emperor Qiyu looked at Emperor Qiang's body, then at his own transparent body, and thought about how he had been unable to fully exert his power for hundreds of years. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Qianshen's approach. Meanwhile, Shi Ruyan stood on the side, looking at the great Emperor Qiyu with a surprised expression. You are the great Emperor Qiyu? It was only then that the great Emperor Qiyu noticed Shi Ruyan beside him, and his expression changed slightly as he smiled and said, So you are the young master of the Eternal Sect. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you have also become a cultivator of the Emperor realm. Impressive, impressive. Aochen looked at Qianshen and said, Master, I am injured, and there are many others in the Rain Pavilion who are also injured. Let's go back to the Rain Pavilion's stronghold to recuperate. If you have any orders, you can contact me at any time using the Kuning order. Qianshen nodded. When Shi Ruyan heard the words Rain Pavilion, her expression became even more surprised. Rain Pavilion? Master? Shi Ruyan had heard of Aochen's title in her early years. She had heard that he was the vice master of the mysterious organization Rain Pavilion. Now, he was respectfully calling Qianshen master?
Qi Ruyan remembered Qian Shen's amazing talent displayed in the Eternal Sect and his mastery of divine texts, and finally understood his true identity.
He was actually the master of the Rain Pavilion. Qi Ruyan looked at Qian Shen's expression and became complex. After a while, Qian Shen said to Qi Ruyan, "Master, after my 3 masters sent you to the Void Star Realm, what did you experience? The last time, the person who saved me was you, right?"
Latest Smoke, thinking back to the last time in the Void Star Realm, I saved Qian Shen from the Right Guardian's hand.
Her expression changed slightly as she said, "Yes, it was me.
I didn't want to reveal my identity before, so I deliberately concealed it. As for what I experienced in the Void Star Realm, it doesn't matter anymore. Now that the great revenge of the Eternal Sect has been avenged, I want to return to the Eternal Sect."
There should still be some remaining 7-star sect practitioners there. Qian Shen asked, "Do you want me to send some people with you again?"
Latest Smoke refused. "There are just some remnants there, dealing with them will be easy for me alone."
"But will you return to the Eternal Sect later?"
Latest Smoke looked at Qian Shen. She knew that with Qian Shen's current height and strength, he might not care about the Eternal Sect anymore. Unexpectedly, Qian Shen's eyes became unusually firm as he said, "I will definitely go back, but I have some things to take care of first. Before the catastrophe arrives, I will definitely ensure the safety of the Eternal Sect, which can also be considered as giving an account to the 3 masters."
Seeing Qian Shen's determination, Latest Smoke nodded, then tore open a wormhole and left the 7-star sect.
The Eternal Sect made the right decision by accepting Qian Shen as a disciple and appointing him as the godson. After Latest Smoke left, Qian Shen said to Emperor Qiyu, "Old man Qiyu, let's start quickly. After helping you recover, it's just right for me to go to the Divine Realm with you." Emperor Qiyu squinted his eyes and said, "Kid, I have to say, your strength has improved too fast. I have lived for so many years and have never seen a practitioner like you."
"Oh no, there is indeed one, someone even more unattainable than you."
Qian Shen frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "Are you talking about the Lord of the Zuxian Hall, the Dark Emperor?" Emperor Qiyu nodded, showing a meaningful expression, but ultimately did not intend to tell Qian Shen the truth at the moment. At least, he had to wait until his strength was fully restored before telling Qian Shen the beginning of everything. Qian Shen and Emperor Qiyu entered the main hall of the 7-star sect. I didn't expect the interior of the 7-star sect's main hall to be so luxurious. Qian Shen couldn't help but be amazed by the decoration and layout of the hall, which was many times more luxurious than the main hall of the Eternal Sect. Emperor Qiyu said softly, "The 7-star sect has done a lot of evil things behind the scenes in various sects on the Hanggu continent. When they attacked the Eternal Sect, it was just the tip of the iceberg of what they did. These resources were all plundered by them. I was quite curious about where the courage of the 7-star Emperor came from, but it's just a 9th-rank sect, yet they dare to commit such atrocities. I didn't expect that the Bone Emperor and the Emperor of the Peak are still alive, hiding in the back mountains of the 7-star sect."
Qian Shen had no knowledge of the Bone Emperor and the Emperor of the Peak, and couldn't help but ask, "Do those 2 old men have any special background?"
"The fusion of the immortal shadows they used just now really surprised me."
Emperor Qiyu said, "Those 2 old monsters were practitioners of the 7-star sect at the same time as the old ancestor.
They were among the earliest elders of the 7-star sect. After the fall of the old ancestor of the 7-star sect, they also disappeared. Everyone thought that their lives had come to an end, but they unexpectedly survived for more than 500 years, which is truly astonishing. For 500 years, the 2 of them have perfected the fusion technique of immortal shadows mentioned in the ancient books, probably in preparation for this catastrophe." Qian Shen couldn't help but smile and said lightly, "Even in death, they couldn't understand why they possessed such a powerful immortal technique, yet they were defeated by a practitioner like me in the end." Emperor Qiyu smiled without saying a word. He had long seen through Qian Shen's terrifying talent and had no doubt that he could defeat those 2 old monsters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just entered the wormhole and watched from a distance at the beginning.
"Let's go to the 7-star sect's cultivation room.
I reckon there are still plenty of precious herbs and some unexpected treasures there," said Emperor Qiyu to Qian Shen.
Qian Shen nodded.
With the 7-star sect completely destroyed, he had all of the sect's resources to offer to the practitioners of the Rain Pavilion. After all, he was now the pavilion's master, and if he only bossed the Rain Pavilion around without any achievements, the people of the Rain Pavilion would surely be dissatisfied with their new master. At the same time, Qian Shen also thought about sending some resources to the Xiao family. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Shan, had spent a lot of effort searching for the bodies of practitioners in the ancient continent for him. Soon, Qian Shen and Emperor Qiyu arrived at the 7-star sect's cultivation room and indeed found many precious herbs there. "Old man Qiyu, lean against Emperor Chang. I'm going to draw your soul out of your body," Qian Shen said seriously to Emperor Qiyu. Emperor Qiyu had no complaints, he had full trust in Qianchen. Emperor Qiyu was very glad that he had chosen Qianchen's true self instead of the cruel and ruthless shadow of Qianchen. After all the preparations were made, Qianchen revealed his immortal shadow and summoned the longevity bell and the nether hammer, using the divine power on the two ancient artifacts to continuously force Emperor Qiyu's soul out. In the cultivation room, the smoke was swirling, and Emperor Qiyu soon felt a sensation of his soul being drawn out of his body, accompanied by a tearing pain throughout his body. However, Emperor Qiyu had been an emperor for 100 years, and the so-called pain posed little threat to him.
He didn't even change his expression.
Before long, Qianchen saw Emperor Qiyu's soul gradually drifting out of his body and immediately enveloped it with the longevity bell. Then he began to graft it onto Emperor Qing's body, a process that took 2 hours.
Finally, he pushed Emperor Qiyu's soul into Emperor Qing's body.
Emperor Qiyu's originally translucent body became increasingly illusory and disappeared completely a few minutes later. Old man Qiyu, endure it. I will use the divine power of the longevity bell to eliminate the conflict between your and Emperor Qing's bodies. Half a day later, Qianchen, looking exhausted, had completely finished the art of soul transfer. He was now waiting for Emperor Qiyu to wake up and verify the success of the art. After nightfall, Emperor Qing's body trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes. At that moment, Qianchen saw a hint of killing intent in Emperor Qing's eyes.
Tentatively, Qianchen said, "Old man Qiyu?" However, instead of a response from Emperor Qing's body, it was Emperor Qiyu's voice that came out. Hearing Emperor Qiyu's voice, Qianchen's tense heart finally relaxed, and he smiled in relief. It seemed that the art had been successful. Now, inside Emperor Qing's body, was the soul and spirit of Emperor Qiyu. Emperor Qiyu moved his wrist, twisted his neck, and said, "Using Emperor Qing's body is a bit uncomfortable, but this old guy, despite living for 1,000 years, still has such a resilient body. I'm afraid he has long practiced dual cultivation."
Hearing about dual cultivation from Emperor Qiyu, Qianchen suddenly thought of Wu Wu, who was also a dual cultivator.
At the same time, Qianchen remembered that Wu Wu was Emperor Qiyu's disciple.
After returning Emperor Qiyu's power, Qianchen had forgotten all about this.
"Old man Qiyu, there's something I forgot to tell you." Emperor Qiyu laughed heartily and said, "Go ahead, what is it?"
The old man hasn't felt so relieved in a long time.
"It's really the recovery of strength that makes people feel at ease."
Qianchen said, "After you gave me the emperor's power at that time, I hid in the Konglin mountain and happened to meet the dance emperor in a cave.
Her name is Wu Wu. I happen to know that she is your disciple, Xiao Wu."
When he heard the name Wu Wu, Qiyu, the great emperor, trembled all over. After a long time, Qiyu, the great emperor, smiled sadly. "After 100 years, the little girl who used to babble by my side, is now 100 years old and has also become a great emperor." Qiyu, the great emperor, was full of memories on his face. He remembered when he taught Wu Wu, she was really stubborn. Once she made up her mind, no one could persuade her.
After a long time, Qiyu, the great emperor, said, "So where is she now?"
Qianchen replied, "When I was practicing the 9 revolutions of the netherworld, Sister Wu Wu recognized that I had the netherworld tyrant body and knew that I had the 9 revolutions of the netherworld, so she went to the Starry Night with me. Later, she seemed to have reached some agreement with the Ice Queen and left the Starry Night. I encountered a soul beast at the Emperor's level in the Starry Night, called the Ice-Roaring Candle Dragon, and then..." Qianchen told the great Emperor Qiyu about his experiences in the Starry Night and also told him everything about encountering Ao Chen later. Qianchen had long regarded Qiyu, the great emperor, as the most trusted person by his side. If it weren't for the departure of the night god Qiansun, perhaps she would also be someone Qianchen unconditionally trusted. After listening to Qianchen's experiences, the great Emperor Qiyu showed a look of surprise on his face. "You little devil, you can encounter those monstrous beings wherever you go.
I really don't know what to say about you.
If it weren't for that mysterious person saving you from the ice-roaring candle dragon, with your strength at that time, facing such an emperor-level soul beast, you would probably have been reduced to ashes."
Qiyu, the great emperor, sighed.
Qianchen nodded seriously, then said to Qiyu, the great emperor, "To be honest, for a moment, I suspected that Qiansun was that mysterious person. Her appearance was just too coincidental, and also back in Sanqing." At this point, Qianchen suddenly remembered that Qiyu, the great emperor, had always been by his side back then. If the night god Qiansun was really the great emperor who successfully ascended in the mountains behind Sanqing, then Qiyu, the great emperor, would have probably noticed long ago.
"Old man Qiyu, tell me the truth. Do you know who the person was who ascended to the emperor level in the mountains behind Sanqing?" Qianchen's questioning did not make Qiyu, the great emperor, flustered. He just stroked his beard and said meaningfully, "Your intuition has always been very accurate. If you think that girl is the one who cultivated to the emperor level in Sanqing, then she is. I've told you before, that girl's identity is not simple. As for what her identity is, telling you now is not a good thing for you. However, soon, many things will become clear, and it won't be long before you know everything. Looking at Chiyu, the great emperor, who still had a Tai Chi-like attitude, Zhenshen no longer pursued the matter. He was no longer the ignorant youth he used to be. He had his own speculations and judgments about many things. Alright, since you don't want to say, I won't ask anymore. After a pause, Zhenshen said, I'll rest for a day, and then you can enter the divine realm with me. Before the catastrophe arrives, I must make enough preparations. The expression of the great Emperor Chiyu also became serious, and he said, Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to enter the divine realm? Although the passage to the divine realm has been closed for 1,000 years, I can be very certain that the divine realm is not so safe. Even if you have reached the emperor level, there is still a risk of falling at any time once you enter. So what? Risks and benefits coexist. To become stronger, it is necessary to take risks. Zhenshen said indifferently. The emperor of Chiyu saw that Zhenshen had made up his mind, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he said to Zhenshen, You should rest here in the 7-star sect. I will go to other places in the 7-star sect to see what the 7-star emperor and those two old monsters are collecting ancient artifacts for. The emperor of Chiyu disappeared from Zhenshen's sight, and Zhenshen began to meditate with undivided attention. After the battle with the 7-star emperor, the emperor of Chiyu, and the bone emperor, Zhenshen, as a practitioner of the emperor realm, began to meditate, but the level of that battle had almost depleted all of his soul power. At this moment, Zhenshen thought of the 7-star emperor, who had become his puppet, and immediately summoned him from outside the hall. The 7-star emperor's face was blank, completely devoid of his own consciousness. Zhenshen looked at the face of the 7-star emperor, which had once disgusted him to the extreme, and he never expected that he had now become his puppet. The immortal technique of rebirth from filth is simply invincible. As long as it's a corpse, I can resurrect it. If I could obtain several bodies of Emperor Realm, wouldn't I be able to establish the first sect in the eternal ancient continent? Zhenshen thought to himself that perhaps one day in the future, he could really achieve this. After that, Zhenshen used his immortal technique to contact the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Shan. At this time, Xiao Shan had just returned to Tsangqing from outside, and he sensed the aura of the master of the Chen Gate. Xiao Shan respectfully said, Master, you actually took the initiative to contact me. Zhenshen had not yet revealed to Xiao Shan that he was the master of the Chen Gate, so Xiao Shan did not know Zhenshen's identity. Zhenshen transmitted his message through his thoughts, You don't need to collect anymore. Now, recall all the disciples of the Xiao family. Xiao Shan asked in confusion, Master, what do you mean? Recall them. Soon, I, as the master, will personally come to demand retribution from the immortal palace for the dead disciples of the Xiao family. Furthermore, the immortal palace has thoroughly provoked many powerful sects in the eternal ancient continent and has become a target of public criticism. After a pause, Zhenshen continued, So, even if I don't take action, the other major sects will soon join forces to punish the immortal palace. By the way, Xiao Shan, you should know about an organization called the Rain Pavilion, right? Xiao Shan was taken aback and replied, Master, I have some knowledge of this organization. From what I understand, the people of this organization are spread throughout the world of cultivation, and in a sense, they are even more powerful than the immortal palace. Zhenshen smiled and said, Xiao Shan, if I tell you that I am also the master of the Rain Pavilion, what would you say? Xiao Shan was stunned. If he hadn't heard the master of the Chen Gate admit to being the master of the Rain Pavilion, he would never have connected these two people. After the surprise, Xiao Shan could only feel endless excitement. No wonder the master of the Chen Gate told him not to fear the immortal palace. It turned out that he also controlled another organization, the Rain Pavilion. This was much larger in scale than the Chen Gate. Xiao Shan, you can rest assured and recall the disciples of the Xiao family. By the way, the master of the Eternal Sect and I are also close friends. If the Eternal Sect encounters any trouble in the future, I hope you can help them more. Yes, the close friend of the master, Xiao, will never neglect. But, Master, I heard that the Eternal Sect has now been taken over by the 7-star sect. Xiao Shan still had some fear of the 7-star sect, and he had heard that the 7-star emperor had obtained several ancient artifacts. When Zhenshen heard about the 7-star sect, he couldn't help but laugh, a very contemptuous laugh. Xiao Shan was a little confused. What did the master mean? After a while, Zhenshen slowly transmitted his thoughts to Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, you don't need to worry. The 7-star sect, I completely destroyed it an hour ago. Destroyed the 7-star sect? An hour ago? Xiao Shan was completely stunned, standing in place as if struck by lightning. What kind of existence the 7-star sect was, Xiao Shan knew better than anyone. However, now the master of the Chun Gate was telling Xiao Shan in a very calm manner that he had destroyed the 7-star sect. You should know that Xiao Mountain saw many 7-star sect practitioners outside yesterday, and now, less than a day later, the 7-star sect no longer exists? Master, may I ask why you wanted to destroy the 7-star sect? Shen Chen had not spoken for a long time. Xiao Mountain knew he had asked something he shouldn't have and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Master, I shouldn't have asked about your affairs. It's okay, it's not a secret. I believe you will soon receive news of the destruction of the 7-star sect. Of course, at that time, you will need to know a little about my true identity. I hope you are mentally prepared. After Qian Chen finished speaking, he withdrew his divine thoughts. Xiao Mountain was immersed in the shock of the destruction of the 7-star sect, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses and carefully recall the last words of the master of the Chun Gate, the master's true identity. Thinking of this, Xiao Mountain immediately shouted, "I Zhan, a Fei." Soon, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Fei appeared in front of Xiao Mountain. Xiao Zhan said, "Father, what's the matter? I just received news from the master of the Chun Gate that he completely destroyed the 7-star sect an hour ago. You go investigate who destroyed the 7-star sect. Maybe then we can find out the master's true identity." Xiao Zhan and Xiao Fei were also shocked to hear that the 7-star sect had been destroyed by the master of the Chun Gate. It was Xiao Zhan who came to his senses first and said, "Father, this is no small matter. It's not easy to investigate. Please wait a moment." Xiao Zhan and Xiao Fei immediately left the Xiao family to inquire about who destroyed the 7-star sect. Xiao Mountain sat in the ancestral hall of the Xiao family, waiting for his two sons to return. An hour later, Xiao Zhan hurried back, his expression complex. "Ah Zhan, how did the investigation go?" Xiao Mountain asked eagerly. Xiao Zhan was silent for a moment and said, "Father, you may find it hard to believe who destroyed the 7-star sect." "Who?" Xiao Zhan paused and said, "According to reliable sources, it was 4 great emperors who joined forces to destroy the 7-star sect, killing the 7-star great emperor and everyone else, including the presumed fallen Chang emperor and Bone emperor. And the identities of these 4 great emperors are, Vice Master of the Rain Pavilion, Ao Chen, the Indust Great Emperor, the Rain Emperor who disappeared for 100 years, Shiyu Great Emperor, the Master of the Eternal Sect, Shi Ruyan, the Zunya Great Emperor, and the last person is the Master of the Rain Pavilion." When Xiao Mountain heard the 5 words Master of the Rain Pavilion, his heart tightened, and he grabbed Xiao Zhan's shoulder excitedly. "The Master of the Rain Pavilion is the Master of the Chun Gate." "Who is he?" "The Master of the Rain Pavilion, Shen Chen, the Qian Chen Great Emperor." Boom! Xiao Mountain's mind went blank. He could hardly believe his ears. Qian Chen? Qian Chen Great Emperor? How is this possible? Xiao Mountain was more familiar with Qian Chen than anyone else. He was the young man who could use ancient artifacts in the celestial realm, and he had even borrowed the Xiao family's martial arts room and ascended to the holy realm in front of Xiao Mountain. Now Xiao Mountain was told by Qian Chen himself that he was the Master of the Rain Pavilion, the Master of the Chun Gate, the Qian Chen Great Emperor. It took Xiao Mountain a long time to recover from the shock. He should have thought of this a long time ago. Qian Chen, Chen Gate, wasn't that named after him? At that time, it was the master of the Chun Gate who saved Xiao Mountain from the Southern Palace family, but at that time, Qian Chen was only in the celestial realm. However, when Xiao Mountain heard that the 7-star sect had been destroyed by the Qiyu Great Emperor, everything made sense. That night, Qian Chen probably used the identity and power of the Qiyu Great Emperor to save the Southern Palace family in order to avoid revealing his true identity. After several months, Qian Chen had already reached the Emperor realm from the Holy Realm. This terrifying speed of advancement left Xiao Mountain far behind. "Father, the master of the Chen Gate is actually Qian Chen." When Xiao Zhan found out the result of the investigation, his worldview completely collapsed. It turned out that the master of the Chen Gate had seen through them a long time ago. He is truly the most legendary young man I have ever seen as a father. Although he is still young, he has reached such strength and height. There is nothing wrong with submitting to him. Xiao Shan did not feel disrespectful because of the true identity of the Chunmen sect master. On the contrary, he admired Qian Chen from the bottom of his heart. Qian Chen practiced in the 7-star sect for a whole day, restoring his soul power and body to their peak. The Emperor Qiyu had already searched the 7-star sect and found 2 ancient artifacts looted from other sects in a secret room. These 2 are ancient artifacts looted by the 7-star Emperor. How do you want to handle them? The Emperor Qiyu could not use the ancient artifacts, as they were like scrap metal to him. But Qian Chen could directly use the ancient artifacts. He looked at the 2 artifacts for a moment and said, "I can't use them directly for now. The reason I can use the longevity bell and the nether hammer is because I obtained the recognition of the longevity god and the nether god by chance. But let's keep them for now. After all, they are ancient artifacts, and the 7-star emperor has collected artifacts everywhere, which must have some significant use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been relentlessly pursuing me to obtain the longevity bell. The Emperor Chiyu nodded and then asked, "Should we head towards the divine realm now?" "Yes." Immediately, Qian Shen put the 2 artifacts into his bag of holding, recited a divine text, and revealed a huge black emperor realm shadow. Then, Qian Shen summoned the longevity bell again. Although the longevity god did not teach him how to open the passage to the divine realm, after becoming an emperor, Qian Shen had many methods in his mind on how to use the longevity bell. He began to slowly try to activate the longevity bell to open the path to the divine realm. After half an hour, Qian Shen was sweating profusely, but he could feel that he was about to open the passage to the divine realm. "It's almost there." After speaking, Qian Shen shouted and a huge golden light shot out from the longevity bell, directly hitting the wall. However, the wall did not collapse. Instead, a very distorted black hole appeared, making Qian Shen overjoyed. "Shiyu, old man, it's correct. This should be the passage to the divine realm. Hurry up and go in. I can't maintain it for too long. Every second is consuming my huge soul power." The Emperor Chiyu did not hesitate and immediately jumped in. Qian Shen followed closely, and the next second, the passage to the divine realm closed. After Qian Shen and the Emperor Chiyu entered the divine realm, various lights continued to flash around them as they traversed through these lights. Look ahead and do not touch anything inside the passage. These are all remnants of various divine powers. If you are not careful, you will be torn apart by these things. Even though we have reached the Emperor realm now, there is still a considerable risk. The Emperor Chiyu said to Qian Shen. Qian Shen trusted the Emperor Chiyu very much. He was knowledgeable and what he said was not an exaggeration. In the passage, Qian Shen even saw many white bones, some of which were practitioners who had accidentally fallen in the divine realm while entering. Qian Shen couldn't help but feel sorry for these practitioners who had spent hundreds of years reaching the Emperor realm, only to die on the path to the divine realm. The Emperor Chiyu and Qian Shen proceeded cautiously in the divine realm. As for how long this passage was and when they could get out, they had never been here before and had no idea. After walking for a long time, more and more flashing lights appeared, and above their heads, it turned into a void. In the void, there were faint twinkling stars, which piqued Qian Shen's curiosity. These starlight dots seemed to form a pattern, similar to what he had seen on the longevity bell's pattern. Siju, the great emperor of rain, said, "These all come from the universe. It is very likely that one of these light spots is another world similar to the immortal cultivation world, or it could be the residual light and shadow left behind by the expedition of the gods. However, they are all very far away. This has been left behind thousands of years ago, and we are only able to see it now." Qian Shen realized that this was similar to the stars in his original world. The light emitted by the stars had already been shining for millions of years before it reached people's sight. However, the starlight seen in the immortal cultivation world could possibly be the light and shadow of an extremely tall god. Qian Shen and Siju, the great emperor of rain, both activated defensive immortal techniques to prevent being torn apart by the things here. They could clearly feel that walking in the divine realm passage was a very soul-consuming matter. Even when he was fighting with the 7-star great emperor and the bone emperor before, Qian Shen did not feel that his soul power would deplete so quickly. "We should be close. Look ahead, there are no more of these lights." Siju, the great emperor of rain, pointed ahead to Qian Shen. The two of them quickened their pace and headed towards the front. As the white light flashed around them, Siju, the great emperor of rain, and Qian Shen finally walked out of the divine realm passage. Leaving the divine realm passage, the two of them arrived in a desolate world, where the ground was covered in scorched earth, and the entire world seemed very oppressive. "Is this the divine realm?" Qian Shen looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the dim light in the starry night, the divine realm seemed more like a ruin. The divine realm wilderness was desolate, abandoned, and bleak. Perhaps the divine realm was once a prosperous place, but now it had become extremely desolate. At a glance, it filled people with a sense of despair. The divine realm is where the gods live, and it has experienced countless wars. After the gods left one after another, without the support of divine power, it is not easy for the divine realm to not collapse for thousands of years. Siju, the great emperor of rain, said. Qian Shen noticed that not far away, there were many towering buildings, perhaps where the gods had once lived. On the ruins, there were also obvious traces left from battles. In addition, there were many traces of human existence on the ruins. It seemed that this place had once been a city ruin, but now it had been destroyed beyond recognition. The divine realm was once divided into many factions,
and powerful gods gathered together, similar to the major sects in our world.
Go and take a look at those ruins.
Perhaps you can find some unexpected gains in the divine ruins.
Siju, the great emperor of rain, pointed to those towering buildings and said to Qianchen. Qianchen nodded.
His main purpose in coming to the divine realm was to find the bodies of emperor realm cultivators. If possible, if he could find the body of a god and revive them, even if he did not advance to the realm known as the half-god dominator, he would still have considerable combat power. In the divine realm, the spatial jumping immortal techniques of Qianchen and Siju, the great emperor of rain, became sluggish. Siju, the great emperor of rain, explained that in the divine realm, without using divine power, all immortal techniques that speed up would have a critical point that emperor realm cultivators could never break through.
Old Rain, why do I feel like you have a special understanding of the divine realm? Have you been to the divine realm before, old man? Qianchen looked at Siju, the great emperor of rain, suspiciously. Siju, the great emperor of rain, was stunned and smiled bitterly. If I had been to the divine realm, would I still be able to become the ghostly appearance you saw before you met me?
The reason I understand the divine realm is because the divine realm passage was closed less than 1,000 years ago, and there are still many emperor realm cultivators who entered the divine realm and have not fallen.
I heard this information from them. Qianchen asked, since there have been so many wars in the divine realm, why haven't we seen any bodies, let alone a single skeleton, after being here for so long?
The emperor of the rain and thunder also showed a puzzled look and said, I also feel strange. As far as I know, there should be corpses everywhere in the divine realm. But now, it seems that we don't know where those corpses have gone. Let's go inside those buildings first and see, maybe we can find what you're looking for, said Qianchen.
Qianchen and the emperor of the rain and thunder arrived under this huge divine monument.
The building was over 1,000 meters high, and Qianchen felt very shocked. But thinking about seeing the scenes of the longevity god and the nether god twice, Qianchen was not surprised. As gods, even their physical bodies had reached nearly 100 meters. Living in such a huge palace was not something that couldn't be understood.
Qianchen and the emperor of the rain and thunder leaped with force and arrived in front of the huge palace gate. The gate of the palace was 100 meters high, like a gate to hell. What puzzled the two of them was that they revealed their immortal shadows and tried to push the gate with force, but they couldn't move it at all. Even though the gate was too huge, with the strength of Qianchen and the emperor of the rain and thunder, who had already reached the level of emperor, it was impossible for them to not be able to open a door. Qianchen frowned and said, Old man Qiu, don't waste your energy. This gate probably can't be opened just by strength alone.